What is up, fight fans? We are live on MMA Weekly. It's UFC Fight Night Live, daytime edition. I'm Jim Grieshaber. Call me Grease. Awaiting the arrival of my long-haired friend, Jeff Cain, who is covering the Bellator main event. Don't pull the plug, UFC. We are covering Bellator. But Fedor's fighting today. So, of course, when Fedor's fighting against Tim Johnson, Jeff Cain's on the case for MMA Weekly. You can read all about it, extra, at MMAWeekly.com. And, of course, the big news this week, the UFC fight card, and we're coming into a nice stretch, guys. I mean, we got a couple of big pay-per-views, some huge cards these next couple of weeks. Really pumped to bring you those shows. You know, Jan Blachowicz and Glover Teixeira over on Fight Island, and then, of course, the big show in New York City, Kamaru and Colby too, and that huge fight card as well. And man, I'm just pumped right now to think of all the great fights coming up, but none of the fights excited me as much as the main event today. Paulo, the Eraser, Costa, and Marvin Vettori, the Italian Dream. Now, this at first look for me, guys, as I sit here and we're getting through the main card right now. We got Dwight Grant and Francisco Trinaldo coming up, and looking forward to that one. And then, of course, Alex Caceres, Bruce Leroy, and Sung Woo Choi, Jessica Rose Clark, and Jocelyn Edwards, Grant Dawson and Rick Glenn at lightweight in the co-main. And then you got Paulo Costa and Marvin Vettori. Now, at first look, when I first started breaking this one down, and you guys know I'm unapologetic about it. I've known Paulo Costa a long time. He's trained with my guys at Fight Ready, Captain Eric and everybody, and I'm actually thinking Captain Eric Albatasine might join us today on the show, waiting to hear back from him on WhatsApp. That's how we do it these days. But when I thought about this fight, I thought up to myself, you know, Paulo Costa and Marvin Vettori are two guys who really need to redeem themselves in the eyes of the fans. Paulo Costa coming out with all that stuff about how he drank the wine before his fight against Israel Adesanya, all the crap he talked. And it doesn't help Paulo Costa that his English is not that good and his accent is so strong. I'm sure that hurts him with people as well. But look, this is legitimately, I always have thought, a nice guy. Very cool to me every time I interviewed him. Very nice, very kind to other people around him. Not a bad guy at all. And, you know, that last time out, he really didn't do himself any favors in the PR department, talking about being drunk before the fight and then blaming everything in the world. You know, I flew from Brazil and I went to England and then I went to Fight Island, which, you know, a lot of people had to do the same thing. Well, and you had Marvin Vettori, the Italian Dream, right? And you think about what he did leading up to his fight against Israel Adesanya. It was my question at the press conference that set off that near brawl between the two of them, because Vettori was screaming. He came across like a petulant child, screaming and kicking and stomping his feet. And, you know, even after that, Izzy and him going back and forth these last couple of weeks, as we get set for what we thought was going to be a top contenders matchup in the middleweight division. And then this week happened. Somehow, Paulo Costa has made it so that Marvin Vettori is now literally everybody's favorite fighter, and everyone hates Paulo Costa. No one could stand Marvin Vettori. He did himself no service whatsoever in that fight week leading up to Adesanya. He came across like a child. He was like literally kicking and screaming and stomping his feet, came across like a whiny baby, gets dominated in the fight. Then he comes back out and says, I still think I'm better than Adesanya. He comes across like a child. But with the antics of Paulo Costa this week, he has erased any goodwill he had left with the fans. He has erased any of the bad feelings that the fans had toward Vettori. And it all happened because Paulo Costa basically comes into the media scrum this week. If you guys have been living on Mars, and if not, you're getting a recap here. Paulo comes in and says, I'm not going to make weight. So Vettori says, you know what, the hell with it. You're not getting out of the fight. We'll do it at a 195 catch weight. They signed the contract for 195. As it turns out, the fight is taking place at 205. It's a light heavyweight fight between two of the top middleweights in the world. And it's because Paulo Costa did not cut any weight. Paulo Costa cut 6 pounds this fight week. And that's unofficial, but that's what I've seen. And that's what I've heard. And I think about that, and I'm like, man, you know, that's not even a weight cut. Guys can do that in 30 minutes. He cut 6 pounds the whole entire week. I've always said he should be fighting at 205. I don't know how the guy ever makes 185 to begin with. He's had problems his whole career, and we've seen this before. Guys cutting too much weight. I've been there, and I've told you this. I've been there, guys, and we love having you across the world on YouTube. Really excited to have you with us here on MMA Weekly. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit the bell so you know when we're coming live again. But I've seen Paulo Costa cutting weight. I've been behind the scenes with Triple C, Henry Cejudo, Captain Eric Albatasine, and their whole entire team. DC was in there, Cormier, and I won't ever forget, it was in Anaheim for the Yoel Romero fight. And Paulo Costa was in one of those portable sauna boxes, and he was laying on the ground, and he was dripping in sweat, and it looked like he was freaking dying. It looked like he was dying. He was on the ground in a heap, sweating half to death, literally looking like a lifeless blob, trying to cut weight for the Romero fight. And I thought to myself, man, this isn't good for this guy. This isn't healthy. And then the Adesanya fight happens. He gets dominated and knocked out and finished easily in that fight after all the trash he was talking. And again, his accent makes him sound a little bit more buffoonish and cartoonish than, you would like to say that it does. And I'm just being real with you. And it's because his English is so broken. But then you see the antics of Paulo Costa. You see all the crap that he's talking. I'm not going to say anything now. I'll tell the story after the fight. And it makes you wonder, what's he going to come up with next? And so as I'm messaging Captain Eric, who's, again, I love these guys. I've been in camps with them. I've interviewed them for years. And I said, Captain, there is no defense of what Paulo Costa's doing right now. There's nothing I can say right now, me personally, nothing I could say to defend Paulo Costa's actions this week. I don't know the circumstances. I always try to reserve judgment. And look, I'm not the one trying to cut this weight. He complained about his contract when the whole Logan and Jake Paul thing started coming out. He didn't like the deal he was fighting under, and mysteriously silent all week long. Dana White, who's never this quiet about this stuff. I mean, sometimes, right? And you just wonder when that hammer's going to drop. You wonder what's going to happen after this fight. What's the boss going to have to say? What is Dana's take going to be on this? Because I haven't seen anything yet. What is the official stance of the company going to be? All we've seen, to my knowledge, is Hunter's email and his message to the media saying that the fight will be held now at 205 pounds. And so with everything that's gone on this week, with the, I mean, and of course, fighters worldwide just ripping Paulo Costa a new one all week long. I mean, a light heavyweight, and then the betting line on this fight has just swung ridiculously, with Costa now being a huge underdog, going from a slight favorite. And you look at the odds now. Paulo is now plus 175 to plus 160. Vettori's like a minus 210, minus 205 favorite, and that's not the way the odds opened up for this fight. So I really am. I'm at a loss for words. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and try to defend Paulo. There's nothing I could say to try to defend Paulo. I told you, he's a nice guy. He's always been good to me. He's kind to the people around him. But what he has done this week, and at least just looking at it on the surface, the way he's conducted himself, his actions, the way that he has conducted himself as a quote unquote professional this week is, how do I even say it, man? It's beyond disastrous. It's beyond disastrous what he's done. This is a sport where people take things very seriously. This is a sport based on pride, based on trust, based on respect, based on being a professional. Making weight is a big, big part of that. You guys know this, following the sport the way you do. This is one of the cardinal sins. You don't come in and miss weight. Even if it's a couple pounds over, you get ripped. He's only sacrificing 20% of his purse to Vettori. 20%. And people are like, wow, man, he should lose all of it. He should pay, he shouldn't even get paid to fight. Paulo doesn't make a ton of money anyway. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if there's a strategy here. I don't know if he's trying to get released from his contract. I don't know what in the world Paulo Costa is doing. But as I said, there's nothing I can say to defend it. There's nothing I can say to you guys that would make it seem like there's any reason whatsoever that these things should be happening in the UFC, the highest level of the fight game. And I can tell you that I've covered fighting for 12 years now, all right, and it's exclusively. I did all sports. I did Super Bowls, Final Fours, everything for years, right? In 12 years of covering fighting, and I'm talking about local events as a ring announcer, as a play-by-play voice for years, you expect this of an amateur fighter sometimes. And I've been there on weigh-in days where the whole fight card blows up because people are 5 pounds over, 8 pounds over. And then you see these guys every once in a while say, man, this dude could be unbelievable, but he just keeps missing weight. Doesn't have any dedication. He doesn't have any heart. He doesn't have any commitment. And then all of a sudden, you see that person go away. It is so rare to see this on this level. Rumble Johnson even said it was unprofessional, and he never came up with these excuses. And Rumble had his issues. I've been buddies with Kelvin Gastelum. He had a lot of trouble making 170, found a home at 185. It really is. It's not easy to make weight. Paulo Costa's way too big to be a middleweight. First of all, I saw Kevin Iole say that he should be taken out of the rankings until he fights another couple fights. Maybe, but I don't think, and I think Dana's done this before. There's a precedent that's been set where he says, hey, this guy is not fighting at this weight class anymore. He should probably come out and say Paulo Costa will never fight at middleweight again in the UFC. That would be something that I would think would be, apropos right now for what's going on with this, because when you think about this situation, and they had, look, the UFC would love to, I know Dana, anybody involved would want to say, hey, screw you, man, you're not fighting, get out of here. But this is a big fight. These are two huge stars. This is an important fight at 85. It was, because you got Izzy and Whitaker. And this is something that legitimately in that division stacked now. I can't even believe that this is happening at the top of this division. I can't believe that you're looking at a guy right now in Paulo Costa, who's one of the top fighters in the world. His power is unbelievable. His jiu-jitsu, which he hasn't even really shown, is outstanding. Really looking forward to seeing that in the grappling exchanges with Vettori. Vettori's going for takedowns. So I'm at a loss for words when it comes to what happened this week, because it seems like, now I'm not going to say that he is, because I'm not inside his mind. It seems like Paulo Costa is just looking at every one of us and going like this. That's what it seems like. It looks like Paulo Costa is looking at you, the fans of the sport, and going like this. And he's looking at the UFC and he's doing the same thing. And you know what? That's what it seems like he's doing to me. It seems like he's just like he's thumbing his nose up. And I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that that's what he's doing. We haven't heard from him really yet to let us know why all this has happened. You know, I mean, what is it? Ricky Ricardo, you got some explaining to do, Paulo. You got some explaining to do, man. You really do. So I like Paulo. You know, part of me still wants to see him do well. But how do you take, I mean, Vettori goes from a villain, from a petulant crybaby, from feeling the venom and the hatred from so many fans coming off the Adesanya fight. Now he's like everybody's favorite fighter. He said, I'll take it at 195. Then he says, I'll take it at 205. So his willingness to take this fight and keep this fight. And think about this. When you build yourself up for an entire camp for a weight cut, the likes of which Vettori, who weighed in at what? What did Vettori weigh in at? Like 204 for this fight? So think about this. He sets himself up to cut to 185. He works his whole camp, his nutrition, his workouts. Everything is on schedule and on a pace, meticulously detailed to make this cut. And then fight week, he's weighing in at 204 because his opponent just basically says, hey, I'm not going to make weight. And by the way, I'm not going to make 195 either, you know, and doing whatever he can. Now, credit to both guys that this fight is still happening. But at the same time, you give much more credit to Marvin Vettori because Paulo is the cause of this and he's the reason why. So when I think about, I mean, I just, the words are leaving my mouth and I almost can't believe that we're having this conversation, guys, about two of the best fighters in the world in their weight class in the UFC. I almost can't believe how unprofessional, how undisciplined, how I don't want to say too much more. Like I said, I like the guy. He's kind. He's always been good to me. I don't just want to sit here and take shots at him, but man, there's no defense of this. There is absolutely no defense. I would love to hear what you guys think in the chat. You know, get this chat going here. And Jeff Cain's going to join us momentarily. I don't know where they are on the Bellator card right now, but let me just pull up the YouTube here and make sure I'm mute over there. Yeah, we got it. Okay, so there we go. Okay, yeah, and we get the captions on. Good. So we got the chat, and I hope you guys are having fun in there. Just send a little note saying hi to you guys. Little live stream, having fun here. Yeah, I think they're saying the main event. Someone in the chat says based on the schedule, the main event should have started 30 minutes ago. No, that's not true. It started at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. But I do believe we have a fighter at the podium right now. So here we are live on MMA Weekly. Jeff Cain will join us momentarily, and we'll go to the podium at the UFC Apex in Vegas.
Can he put the flag on the table? Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Congrats on the victory. How happy are you with your performance out there?
Felicitări, Nicu. Cât de fericit ești că ai câștigat?
Vă spun sincer că data trecută am fost mult mai fericit.
I'm going to be honest with you. Last time I was much more happy than this time.
Pentru că am trecut prin mult mai multe greutăți să obțin victoria trecută.
Because I went through a lot more difficulties than this time. To get here.
La meciul ăsta, divinitatea a lucrat.
At this game, at this match, divinity has worked in my favor.
Și m-a ajutat să câștig meciul și pregătirea a fost mult mai ușoară.
And it helped me win the match, and my training has been much easier.
So if the fight was a little bit harder and you had to work a little bit harder out there, you would be happier with your performance?
Dacă lupta aceasta ar fi fost mai grea și antrenamentul ar fi fost mai greu, ai fi fost super mulțumit cu această victorie?
Sunt super mulțumit și acum.
I am extremely happy at this point right now also.
Doar că atunci când obții ceva mult mai greu, te bucuri mult mai mult. Asta e
Only that time around, when you obtain something with difficulty, you get a lot more satisfaction out of it.
Da, am o super fericire în mine și
But I'm extremely happy inside.
da.
So what did you think that Ike was going to bring? Did you feel that it was going to be a little bit tougher? And were you surprised that he went down as easy as he did once you made contact with him?
Când ai intrat în meci, ai crezut că o să fie un pic mai greu decât a fost în realitate?
Da, sincer mă așteptam să fie puțin mai greu meciul.
I was really expecting for it to be a little harder than it was.
Mă așteptam să termin înainte de limită meciul, chiar asta și-mi doream. În repriza a doua maxim să termin meciul.
I was actually expecting to finish before the second round.
Dar cum am spus, divinitatea m-a ajutat. Asta i-am cerut lui Dumnezeu. Să mă ajute să fac un meci ușor.
But as I said, divinity was with me. I asked God to help me out, and it came through.
It certainly looked very, very impressive. It looked like Ike was complaining that as he went to the ground that the shots were the head. Did you think that those shots were good, that eventually that finished him off, or did you feel that they were off to the side and that they were clean shots?
Spunea Ike când l-ai doborât la pământ, a simțit că i-ai dat cu loviturile la ceafă. Cum s-a întâmplat? Care a fost treaba?
Deci să luăm totul de la început.
Let's take it from the beginning.
Deci el a căzut din picioare, a căzut din pumn din picioare.
So he fell on the ground from my throws.
Și când el era jos, era în țestoasă, ghemuit.
So when he was down on the ground,
Eu n-am dat de sus în jos, am dat din lateral într-o parte.
I hit him from the side, not from up down, but laterally.
Dacă eu îi dădeam în ceafă, el trebuia cumva să se pună pe o parte ca eu să lovesc în ceafă.
For me to be able to hit him straight in the back of the head, he would have had to be turned a different way.
Eu asta am văzut în meci.
That's what I saw.
Nu știu, poate prin nebunia mea să-i fi dat buna, dar sincer, eu n-am văzut.
Maybe with my adrenaline going, maybe I have done that, but I didn't see that happening. I didn't feel it in the moment that it was like that.
It was a super impressive performance. You know, I know you want to challenge yourself because that's what seems to make you the happiest when you're able to find a tough opponent. What opponents are out there that you want to see yourself challenged? Maybe to be your next opponent, or at least for the future? Who are some of the fighters that you want to fight next so you can challenge yourself?
Performanță super impresionantă oricum, dar ar dori să știe ce luptători ai dori să vezi în următoarele meciuri cu care ai dori să lupți.
Un meci care mi-aș dori și mi-am dorit asta de mic copil, de când urmăresc UFC-ul, ar fi John Jones. El e singurul luptător care eu mi-aș dori să lupt. În rest, ce lupte îmi dă managerul și ce lupte permite Dumnezeu, eu le accept.
Mai spune o dată numele jucătorului, un pic mai rar.
John Jones.
John Johnson.
Dar el e la categoria grea acum și nu e posibilă.
Yes, John Johnson. Ever since I was a little kid, fighting and watching the UFC, I've always dreamed about fighting John Johnson. That has been my dream. Otherwise, it doesn't matter to him. But John Johnson is his dream.
Well, that's a tough one. I mean, he seems to make the decision that he's gone up to heavyweight. Is that something that you think in your future at some point that you would fight?
E o decizie grea pentru că este de la categoria grea el și tu ar trebui să te ridici la acea categorie. Te-ai gândit la așa ceva?
Nu m-am gândit să cresc în categorie.
I haven't thought about that yet to go up in the weight category.
M-am gândit să scad în categorie, dar ne mai gândim acum.
Actually, quite the opposite. I was thinking about going down one category.
Down to middleweight.
Yes.
La categoria mijlocie.
Da, yes.
Yes.
That would be very impressive to see. I think you would bring a lot of power should you decide to make that move.
A zis că ar fi impresionant să te vadă cu atâta putere cât ai să fii în acea categorie, dacă vrei să te miști în acea categorie de jos.
O să discut lucrurile astea cu echipa mea, cu managerul.
I'm going to actually talk about this with the team and my coaches and my managers to see if this actually is a good opportunity to do it.
I guess that kind of answers my next question. I was going to ask what you want to do for the rest of this year and what are your goals for next year. So does it maybe seem that next year you might make a debut in the middleweight division?
Asta duce la următoarea mea întrebare. Care sunt planurile tale pentru anul viitor? Chiar te-ai gândit să cobor la categoria aceea și să continui cu antrenorii și cu trainerii.
La întrebarea asta nu pot să vă răspund, dar pot să vă spun sigur că din ianuarie vreau să vin să mă antrenez în Vegas cât mai mult timp. 1 an, 2, 3, cât este posibil, pentru că aici am găsit cele mai bune condiții și oameni care chiar mă ajută.
I can't really answer that question, but what I can really tell you is that I really, really want to come here in January and try to stay a year, 2, 3, it doesn't really matter, but I find here to be one of the places that has been helping me a lot of great people, excellent facilities, everything to make my training excellent here. So I have plans to maybe just come and stay and train.
Congrats on the victory.
Felicitări.
Thank you very much.
One little side note.
Vreau să mai spun câteva cuvinte, că foarte multă lume m-a întrebat ce înseamnă
Everybody's been asking me what that sign logo is on my arm.
Coadă de șarpe.
This is the Dacian wolf with a tail of a snake.
Da. Nu știu dacă se vede.
If you guys can pinpoint to that.
Lupul dacic face parte din poporul român, poporul dacic.
The Dacian wolf is part of our Romanian heritage and our Romanian ancestors.
Poporul nostru l-aveau ca emblemă.
Our people had it as its logo.
Și se folosea de el în luptă.
And they used to use this type of statuesque figure in the fights, in the battles.
El era confecționat dintr-un cap de lup.
It was made out of a wolf's head.
Și un material în spate ca o coadă de șarpe care
and a material in the back that looked like a snake that was making a really, really loud sound. And the name of it was...
Și numele lui era Draco.
Draco.
Da.
So his name, the name of the Dacian wolf was Draco. So we would like to introduce you to Nick Draco Negumeranu.
Și încă o chestie, ei speriau cu lupul dacic, ei speriau adversarii pentru că el scotea un zgomot foarte puternic.
They used to scare the opponent with the Draco, the Dacian wolf, in their battles with that awful, terrible sound that it was making coming out of the tail.
Am ținut să vă spun toate lucrurile astea pentru că foarte multă lume m-a întrebat.
I wanted to tell you guys all this because a lot of people ask me, and so now we just want to, make it,
Până și oamenii de aici, că aveam o căciulă dacică cu
even people here, I had a hat that had my Dacian wolf, Draco, on the side of the hat, and they were asking me what that logo and symbol represents.
Și nu m-au lăsat să o port, că nu știau exact ce înseamnă lupul cu coardă de șarpe.
Therefore, I wasn't really allowed to come because, it had a logo and the rules of UFC, but I really wanted to make it clear that it's just my logo and what I represent for my country and for our ancestors, and I'm just going to add this. This is Nick Draco Negumeranu.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I still can't say his name, but what a performance and what a great job with the media. I mean, proof that a language barrier doesn't even really have to be a language barrier with the translator. Really just impressed there. Just like a super good job by Nikolai and a big win too on top of that. So very, very pumped for him. He's a good dude, and you can see how much he's enjoying himself up there. So that's something that's pretty cool right there. You got right now Grant and Trinaldo are fighting, and they are in the second round with about 3:20 and counting remaining, and I haven't had a chance to watch much of this fight, but they just got up from a grappling exchange, and Jeff Cain just let us know, and he'll be with us shortly. Jeff Cain with the Pantene Pro V hair coming in from Kentucky in just a few minutes. I haven't seen Jeff in a while. I'm excited because we did the Fury and Wilder 3 fight, and David Nino Rodriguez came on with me, but Trinaldo and Grant on the feet now, under 3 minutes left in round number 2. Then you got Alex Caceres, Bruce Leroy, and Sung Woo Choi, and then Jessica Rose Clark and Jocelyn Edwards, Grant Dawson and Rick Glenn, and then Paulo Costa and Marvin Vettori. The chat room is going crazy right now. Costa is challenging the establishment, UFC, with his don't care attitude. He wants to get cut so he can make more money elsewhere. Dana, have him honor his contract and make him suffer. I think he means honor his contract and make him suffer. And if you think Dana White's going to let Paulo Costa take the easy way out, and if Paulo Costa thinks for 1 minute that these antics are going to get him fired and cut and he's not going to have to honor his contract, I can't see any way that happens on God's green earth. So, and by the way, I wanted to finish my thought. Jeff Cain let us know that Fedor won by knockout over Tim Johnson, kind of a hand-picked opponent. It was in Moscow. And anybody who thought there was going to be a different outcome to that fight, I mean, I'd invite you to buy some beachfront land in Omaha, Nebraska. I got some for sale if you want some of that. I mean, you never know these days with the way the world's going. That might end up being beachfront property someday. It might snap in half the way this thing's going. But Fedor wins, and Jeff Cain will be with us momentarily with his glorious hair coming in from, I mean, he's like, I mean, it really should be. Can't you picture Jeff with like a cape on with the hair? It's a hair commercial with Jeff Cain, and he's got like a cape on going, my hair, it always get, you know what I mean? You'll see him when he comes on, my buddy Jeff Cain. There he is right there, Hercules. What's his name? Kevin, whatever, the guy who played Hercules. But Jeff Cain has that crazy, crazy, amazing hair. And I was just playing with my beard. I'm like, this is all I have. I have like no fashion sense. I look like I'm blue. I'm blue. Da, 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 da. I feel like a Smurf right now. I'm sitting here in a home studio. The lights are actually yellow hue, tungsten, for those of you who, you know, kind of, and here I am looking like a blue Smurf. I mean, it's funny. Like, look at my eyes. Like, it's looking through my eyes. But man, here comes another fighter up to the podium. Wait, who would this be? I'm flying blind here. So, and I can't hear anything from Vegas. So as soon as the podium comes on, let's see. So this would be Gregory Rodriguez. Here he is at the podium in Vegas.
I'm so happy with one more victory inside the UFC. That means a lot for me. And yeah, I will sleep good tonight.
It feels like I was just interviewing you for your last win. Does it feel like it's been just like a quick year for you?
Yeah, no, it was so much time, and that looks like it was yesterday. I was here, and I'm here again, and I think it's really it's not so long. I'm gonna get here one more time.
Yeah. On that note, you know, do you want to be fighting really frequently, or are you wanting a little bit of time after this one?
Yeah. So one thing always I said in my life. I broke a record this year in my career. I fought 4 times less than a year, less than like 7 months. And most of my career, I fought like 1 time a year. And that's good to be inside the UFC because always so many fights coming. And but I think I can fight one more time this year, probably in December. I don't know. I will be ready for it, and I wait for the UFC call me.
Do you have somebody in mind for that and for December?
No, I don't think it'll. I never think about like next opponent. Not in this time in my career. And I think at UFC, the matchmakers do a very great job to make the fights happen. And yeah, I will wait. I'm a guy like a challenge, and I know the UFC is gonna offer me a very good fight, and I will be ready for it.
And back to this fight, how would you rate your performance overall?
Yeah, I was expect a fight, a very tough fight. Park is a tough opponent. I respect him a lot. You know, Asians had a great heart. Ang is my boy, is right. He's right there, and yeah, always I made tough guys come for Asians, and Park's not different. Great hands, and yeah, I finished up the first round. I felt a little bit my legs with the body locks and make some. A little bit stranded there in the first round, and when I come to the second round, my footwork now was the same, and I've stopped a little bit, and that's when he landed a very good shot on me. I failed, but yeah, I was training so much for this fight, and I want to say thank you to all my teammates in Team for MMA, all my coach there. They give 100% to be ready for this bout, and yeah, I try to keep my mind in the place after the shot, and I listened. I hear my coach said, hey, hug him, try to talk him down one more time, and then I did, but I was a little bit dizzy, and he come back in again. And one point of the fight, I said, man, I need to stop here and then try and then throw my hand as well. He was a little confident, like think about like he stopped me, but that's why I'm a RoboCop, and I just respond back, and yeah, I landed a very good shot on him. I felt that, and I just keep him forward and finish the fight and get a very good TKO.
How about for a bonus? Do you feel like you maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, like before I came here, I was in the room and in the hotel and think about that, and man, why not just get a bonus tonight? I don't know if Dana White or someone like that fight. Yeah, that's gonna be great. Get this bonus and yes, I will be happy.
One of the big storylines this week was Paulo Costa's weight and the multiple changes. And as a fighter, especially fighting on the same card, how do you feel about that? Him being able to change the weight class?
Yeah. So I think Paulo. I don't know what happened with him. If he had some problem, but yeah, I hope he's okay. And man, like I can tell about me when I get a fight. I'm a professional, so I try to do my best for make a weight. I signed the contract for 185, and I make sure my weight is always down for I make that respect with my opponent as well. And but I can tell like Paulo think for be heavy or something. Probably he got some problem with that, and but I don't know. So I expect he's okay and he's healthy, and always I wait for a very good fight. And I train with Marvin. Marvin's a great guy and professional as well, and always I can say I expect that's a very good fight for both of them.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Especially since that's in your division, it kind of hits home a little bit more. So when Marvin takes that fight, would you take a fight 2 weight classes up, days away from the fight, or is it a little bit risky for Marvin to agree to that? And
Yep.
maybe it's admirable for his heart and for wanting to do it, but would you do the same?
Yeah, depends because I'm not walking too heavy. I think my highest weight is like around 207, 206. So take a fight in 205 is a very risk. I don't know how about Marvin if he walking heavy and he can go high a little bit. But yeah, man, one of my fights in my career, I took a fight. The guy was like 5 kilograms over the division. And I need to fight, and then I said, no, I'm gonna get it. And inside the octagons make all the difference. I felt the guy a little more heavy. My shots now was too powerful, and he was stronger than me. That's a difference, bro. Like, if you have a weight, if you have a 185 is the weight for the division, that means something, because and if you go over even a little ounces, that's make difference, And man, I think Marvin's a tough guy. Like I said, I train with him. He's a very tough guy. I don't know about Paulo. I know most of his fights. I'm a big fan of him, what he did in the division, and I think it's a very risk for Marvin. But yeah, I hope his mind's okay and everything's okay for it be a great fight for them.
And then going back to you, now this is a 4-fight win streak that you are on. What would you say is the keys to your success? Is it a great team? Is it hard work? Is it great genetics? What's the keys to your success right now?
Man, it's a mix of everything. I think I'm growing too much with all the difficult I passed in less than a year. Always I talk with Ang, and Ang said, man, just 1 year and everything happened, and you are in the UFC, and yeah, it's like I think my mind changed, right? My mindset changed. Always I said that I'm a Christian, and I believe the big change in the life for you growing up is not outside. It's not what happened outside, but inside of yourself. So I think I changed a lot inside. I changed my mind and about everything, and I think that's the key. I'm so successful, and of course, I'm training in a very good gym. I'm so happy to be part of the Sanford MMA. One of the things I love there is the atmosphere. It's like a family, all the guys. I have so many guys in my division, and especially in the UFC. But we don't care about it. We help each other, you know. Everything I can do for my partner, I do, you know, for he get us successful, and I'm very happy with that. So I'm just thankful God for putting me in the amazing gym with amazing coach and amazing training partners. So, and Daniel Mendes is a guy, I knew him in Brazil, and I was always watching him and the way he working. He was working with Eric Silva, and at the time, and then when I moved to Florida, I was in California, and he was living in Florida as well. And I said, man, I need to train with that guy, and I find him, and we started, you know, do everything. So since I started training with him, we are 4 straight wins, very good wins, very good performance. So I'm so happy, man. I don't know what will be the next, but everything will happen right now, and I'm so grateful.
Well, I love the mindset. I love the positivity, and you're still very young. You know, you're not even 30 yet. Looking forward to next year. You know, what sort of goals are you setting for yourself, and where do you think you'll find yourself landing in the division? Do you find yourself maybe making ways into the top 10, top 15 next year?
Yeah. So I think, you know, I keep this for me. I'm just started, right? One thing I like to do is forget everything behind me and go forward. So everything what I did, especially now, this fight's over, so I need to think in the next step. And yeah, so probably one more fight this year, finish the year with one more win. I know I can do it. And I don't know next year, so yeah, I have a long journey for me, a long way to do, a lot of work to do, and I'm just want to, you know, evolution. I just want to focus on myself and my next challenge, and step by step, I know I can go up. I can go in the place. I'm think, you know, I'm gonna get it.
Congrats on the victory.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Robocop,
Fala, meu.
tudo bom?
Pô, vamos em português. Já gastei todo o meu inglês aqui.
Vamos lá, adversário difícil, adversário duro, que estava numa boa sequência. Qual foi o detalhe ali que te garantiu a vitória na luta?
Cara, como eu falei, né? Eu esperava uma luta duríssima contra o Park.
Are we coming out of the podium here? All right, Scott Peterson in Vegas at the UFC Apex. Jim Grieshaber awaiting the arrival of Jeff Cain, and he's just wrapping up our coverage on MMAWeekly.com of the Fedor knockout, first round, 146. Guys, I put TKO in the chat, then I corrected myself. It was a knockout over Timothy Johnson, 146 in round number 1. The fans in Moscow, of course, go crazy. That's a fight that, I mean, it's really, when a guy like Fedor fights in Moscow like that, that transcends anything and everything. I mean, it's literally the legend of all legends in his home country, in Moscow, in Russia. I mean, just an unbelievable event for Bellator and for Fedor. And look, Fedor's best days are so far behind him. And whether you want to say, hey, look, if you want to argue that Fedor is the greatest of all time, or you want to say that he isn't, if you never did it in the UFC, to me, that's like you never did it in the NFL. It's like you never did it in the NBA. It'd be like a guy coming from overseas like Tony Kukoc back in the day and saying he was the greatest basketball player ever, but he never played in the NBA and he never came over here, but you're saying he's the best because he was great in the European leagues. And it's a little bit different because obviously Fedor fought in Pride, and a lot of people think Pride was the best that there ever was. But I think that the fact that he never did it in the UFC and he could never get that contract done with Dana and the Fertittas, that definitely puts an asterisk on Fedor's career. And I'm sorry to say it, but it sort of is what it is at this point. Well, we got another fight in the books, and man, I'll tell you what, the eye on let's see, who is it? Like, oh my God, look at his eyes swollen shut. We're going to get the decision here in this fight. The Grant and Trinaldo fight. And it looked like, to me, a pretty dominating performance. So we'll see who gets the win here. But then we got 3 more fights before the main event. And we got a little bit of time before our guy, Jeff Cain. We were talking about Paulo and Vettori. I got some interesting stuff out of the chat. I was really active and engaged with you guys, while the fighter, Gregory Rodriguez, was on the podium, and great job by him as well. But the winner of this fight right here, let's see. I guess I'm a little behind on the stream. Bisping's in the octagon interviewing Francisco Trinaldo, the winner by split decision over Dwight Grant in a fight that was stopped for a while. Grant's eye got poked, and he took a long time to continue with the action. But so the winner is Francisco Trinaldo by split decision in this welterweight matchup against Dwight Grant. Alex Caceres, my guy, Bruce Leroy, coming up next. I've known him for years when he trained in Arizona at the MMA lab, and I believe his brother Jose Caceres, who I really like a lot. He's the last guy to beat Kamaru Usman, actually, years ago on the local scene. But so Bruce Leroy coming up next against Sung Woo Choi, and I believe Jose was a main event of a fight down in Miami this weekend as well, or tonight. So the Caceres brothers pretty busy. Trinaldo gets the win. Caceres and Sung Woo Choi coming up next. Jessica Rose Clark and Jocelyn Edwards. Then Grant Dawson and Rick Glenn, the co-main event at lightweight, before Paulo Costa, the Eraser, and Marvin Vettori. And guys, I absolutely, I mean, I don't know what else to say. You guys in the chat room are picking Paulo. I mean, it's like 8 out of 10. They're picking Paulo in the chat, guys. I don't know what you think about that. Hit that subscribe. Throw those comments up there. Keep them coming, guys, as we await the arrival. You see that little right down there on your bottom left, Jeff Cain. We await the arrival of Jeff Cain in the free-flowing hair from Kentucky. Jeff Cain will be coming in soon. But, guys, people think that Paulo's going to win. I want to get more of your thoughts in the chat. I mean, it's literally unbelievable. It's an early card today, and we've got some huge ones coming up. Boy, they're teasing that November 6th one right now with Edgar and Vera and, Gaethje and Chandler, which is only 3 rounds. I don't think they're going to need all 3 of them. Namajunas and Zhang Weili, and Zhang's training out here at Fight Ready. I've been seeing her a couple of times working out with Henry Cejudo and Davison Figueiredo. They got their own little super camp going over there. And then Kamaru and Colby. So I know that Zhang Weili has really improved, and she's worked a lot on wrestling and grappling. Of course, when you're at Fight Ready, when you're training with Henry Cejudo, you're going to be wrestling, and there's no doubt about it. But that's part of her game that really needed some work, and she did get caught by that kick by Rose in that last fight. And whether you like to think, hey, anyone can get caught anytime, Zhang is the better fighter, she don't see what she's made of when she bounces back. And we'll see what Colby's made of in Kamaru, because everybody's saying that Kamaru didn't want this fight, but look what he did against Burns and look what he did against Masvidal. Kamaru Usman has become, I think, the most dominant fighter in the world. And, his manager, Ali Abdelaziz, saying he's the GOAT at welterweight. Another win over Colby and a couple more title defenses. I might go there. I mean, let's not forget how many title defenses in a row GSP had, but Kamaru's blend of power and speed and wrestling and striking and a chin, I mean, and winning those tough fights, man, I can't wait to see this rematch, because Colby's a tough SOB, and that was a very close fight. And you know what happened with me with Kamaru there? Yeah, it was looking like the groin strike. It was nowhere near, but I think it's just he found a way to win, and he broke Colby's jaw in that fight and managed to get it stopped late. And that was the one that really sent Kamaru on that meteoric rise and this string of brutal and violent finishes. I mean, what he did to Gilbert Burns and what he did to Jorge Masvidal were just like, those were just crazy performances. So I can't wait for that fight card. But you guys in the chat, right? Someone doesn't like Ali in the chat. Johnny Dean says, I don't listen to a word Ali says. Crook. I wouldn't say he's a crook. He's a pretty successful manager. I don't know if I'd call him a crook. His past. Whatever. We all have one. I wouldn't want you guys knowing all of mine either. I don't know if any of you in there would want any of us knowing all of our past. But, Ali's doing a great job with the fighters he has now, and he's doing exactly what those fighters need for him to do. And he's got Kamaru and he's got Gaethje on that same card, which is interesting. But Gaethje and Chandler being a 3-round fight, I don't know if they're going to need 3. People are going, oh, it needs to be 5, like the Diaz fights were set for 5 rounds. You're not going to need 3 rounds. I mean, Chandler and Gaethje, these are 2 of the most exciting fighters in the world. They're coming for each other's heads. They're not going to, I don't think they're even going to think about wrestling or grappling in that fight. They're just going to throw down and see which one's the last one standing. Gaethje seems to think it'll be him. Chandler, of course, thinks it'll be him. Can't wait for that card. And then the striking of Namajunas and Zhang Weili, and then the grappling and the wrestling that Zhang's been working on. And, we'll see there. But I know those are 2 of the highest level strikers you'll ever see in Thug Rose Namajunas, the champion, and Zhang Weili. And then that main event, man, Kamaru and Colby. But I can't wait for that one. You got, of course, Jan Blachowicz and Glover Teixeira before that. And it's interesting to me how Corey Sandhagen gets an interim title fight against Piotr Jan, coming off a loss to TJ Dillashaw. I'm so sick of guys getting title shots coming off a loss. I can't do it anymore, guys. I cannot legitimize it. I'm not going to legitimize it. I can't call it a title fight. I'm sorry if it pisses you off, Dana. I'm sorry if it pisses anybody off in the UFC. No disrespect to Sandhagen, but he's coming off a loss, man. He's coming off a loss. And Jan is coming off a loss. So you have two guys coming off of losses in an interim title fight for the Funkmaster, for Aljamain Sterling's title that no one thinks he should have anyway. But it was fair and square with what Jan did. And it's just, I mean, that weight class is so phenomenal right now, 135, to have that much of a joke at the top of it right now, the way that Aljamain Sterling won that belt and the way that they're having an interim title fight between two guys coming off losses. I mean, just that division needs some self-correction really fast. And, you know, one way to do it is, you know, these guys fight an interim title fight. The winner fights Sterling. I still don't think you'll have a legitimate champion because you have two guys coming off of losses and you have a champion who only won it because of the Petr Yan breaking the rules and clearly being disqualified. So when I think about that division right now, we might not have a legitimate champ for a while, at least in my opinion. I want to see TJ Dillashaw get another shot at the top of that division. He showed me a lot against Sandhagen when he beat him, and that was a vicious fight and a great fight. So anyway, we got a couple more fights here. Bruce Leroy, Alex Caceres out of Miami, Florida, making the walk right now at the Apex to take on Sung Woo Choi at featherweight. Then you got Rose Clark and Edwards at bantamweight on the women's side. Then the lightweight co-main event, Dawson and Glenn, Costa and Vettori. And we're over an hour into the main card, and we've only had two fights finished right now, and we've got quite a ways to go here on MMA Weekly. So I want to get your thoughts on this. I want to get your thoughts on the big time fights that are coming up. I want to get your thoughts on Costa and Vettori. Who do you think's going to win? How are they going to win? You guys let us know in the chat right now. You know, I'm really excited to see what your guys' thoughts are. About 8 out of 10 people so far today been picking Paulo. Who do you have in the big fights coming up? Do you have Rose? Do you have Zhang Wei Li? Do you have Chandler? Do you have Gaethje? Do you have Kamaru Usman or Colby Covington? How about Jan Blachowicz and Glover Teixeira? How about Sandhagen and Petr Yan? How about that? Who do you have in those fights? I'm excited it's back on Fight Island. So going to be very interesting fights coming up. And you guys are thinking that that Paulo's going to win. And I think that, if it's on the feet, I don't think either guy is a great striker. I'd give the edge to Paulo there. And Paulo's a good striker and a powerful striker, but elite striker. Obviously, he was exposed against Izzy, and, we haven't seen him fight Whitaker, so I'm anxious to see what happens maybe there, but I don't know if they're ever going to let Paulo Costa fight at middleweight again. We've seen Dana White do it before, say, hey, man, this dude is done in that weight class. He's going to honor his contract, and he's going to fight at 205, and Dana will not let him get out. He's not going to let him out of that contract so he can go make money elsewhere. He's going to make him – the way to punish Paulo Costa is to make him fight it out all the way. Make him earn it, and he can still save face. Paulo comes out with a great win, a dominating win today, and he apologizes and he's contrite and he says, I'm sorry, here's what happened. He's a good dude, he's a kind person, but he's doing a horrible job right now in terms of PR and in terms of, fan relations and relations with the company. Whatever his objectives are, whatever he's trying to do, if he's trying to do anything, it is not working, man. It is a disaster right now for the eraser Paulo Costa, an absolute disaster right now. And I don't really know. You can always get redemption, man. This is this world that we live in this country, especially this sport. We've seen it happen before. There's always redemption. You can always come back from almost anything in this world, in this sport. People forgive everything eventually. Look at the cancel culture and all that shit that's going on right now, notwithstanding certain things maybe you can't come back from. Harvey Weinstein, for example, R. Kelly, another one, but those are extreme, all right? Paulo Costa's nowhere near those guys. I'm just saying certain things maybe you can't come back from, but most things, guys, you can. What would it take for Paulo Costa to win your trust back? What would it take for Paulo Costa to gain that, that love back from the fans? What are you guys thinking in the chat right now? What do you think Paulo Costa needs to do as Caceres and Choi just getting going here, about 4:40 left in round number 1? This is a pretty badass fight, though. Two really good strikers. This is something that you're going to see, and if you want to see an exciting fight with some high-level action, both guys really quick in there at featherweight, outstanding strikers, Bruce Leroy against Choi. And look who's here, ladies and gentlemen. The hair is in the building. Jeff Cain's been doing double duty. He never does. He's doing quadruple duty. Fedor with the knockout, 146 of round number 1 in Moscow. And we have Jeff Cain on the show. What's up, Jeff, man? It's good to see you again.
Oh, man, it's good to be here. Yeah, man, just watch the Bellator, Fedor. It's just so surreal to see Fedor in Moscow, right?
Right.
At this point in his career, and the place goes crazy, and they're chanting Fedor, 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 and then for him to deliver was crazy, combination, boom, left hand, right hand, walk off knockout. It was nuts, man. It was classic Fedor. It was like a throwback to Fedor Pride days, man. It was good.
So that's probably the last time we'll see him, I'd imagine. I mean, you can never beat that performance. You could never finish on a better note if you're Fedor. I mean, there's no way.
Well, yeah. I think that he has one more fight left on his contract, but I don't know. I would probably walk away. But he just beat the number 2 heavyweight in Bellator, so I mean, I don't know. Maybe you walk away another event in Moscow with a title shot. I don't know. I would walk away right now if I'm Fedor, right? Walk away on that high note. But you never know, man. He's a big draw. He's an icon in Russia. He can clearly pack the house still. And so maybe they throw him in there with the champion. You know, who knows? Who knows what Bellator's going to do with Fedor?
Check out Jeff's coverage on MMAWeekly.com for all the coverage of Fedor's win. You know, I mean, that's an awesome performance. And to see that crowd in Moscow, that's one of those things that just transcends sports. One of those events that, you know, people are going to remember for generations being in that building for the GOAT, Fedor. And I can't wait, Jeff, to get your take on Paulo Costa and Marvin Vettori. The chat room's been going crazy. We got a few fights first. The Caceres and Choi fight
got an
is
an illegal
a
knee
timeout
in
right
that
now.
fight.
Illegal knee to a
Alex
grounded
got
opponent.
Yeah. And it landed clean on Alex, man. That's unfortunate. He's trying to get up and he just takes a knee right to the jaw.
And it was definitely not intentional by the looks of it. It's not a Piotr Jan special. I can't wait to get your thoughts. I've been talking about Jan and Sanhagen, what an illegitimate interim title fight that is, and the champion is the champion because of a DQ. But Jeff, sticking with Fedor, and you see him up on the screen right now, people in the chat, it started going, is Fedor overrated? Is it fair to say he never did it in the UFC, so you can't call him the GOAT? How do you even evaluate that? You've been covering the sport for 20 years. Where do you rank him? How do you feel about all that talk with Fedor?
Fedor was undefeated for a decade at a time when the UFC wasn't the premier organization. Pride was, period. I mean, you can't, unless you want to try to argue with me that Tim Sylvia would have beat Fedor Emelianenko, I think that Fedor's legacy is intact. He's the greatest heavyweight of all time, but it was because of when he came. I know that Cormier made comments lately, saying that he thinks Fedor would have been average at best and he would have struggled with people like Chet Congo. And maybe that's true, maybe that's true. But for the first decade that mixed martial arts was a sport, there was only one heavyweight that anybody needed to talk about, and he was not in the UFC. It was Fedor, and then all the heavyweights that ended up dominating the UFC heavyweight division, pretty much come from Strikeforce outside of Cain Velasquez. He was the homegrown one, and then Mir had the motorcycle accident at his prime, and so I don't want to not mention Frank Mir. But, I think Fedor's legacy is intact. I think that he goes down as that largely for nostalgia, because when it happened, yes, has the sport evolved 100%? Would Frank Shamrock be able to come in with his skill set that he beat Tito and do that today? No, no, he wouldn't be able to. But you can't take away where they were and what they did at their time. And then to see Fedor pull one out of his pocket, and get another knockout win over a very, serviceable heavyweight and a ranked heavyweight in Bellator. I don't think that he's overrated. We can get into those arguments about who would have beat who. Yeah, man, Cormier would give Fedor in his prime all kinds of problems. Stipe would give him all kinds of problems. Kane, Kane, I think would have had to keep it on the feet because Fedor's submission prowess on the ground. And so that fight could have been very interesting, because I feel like Kane might not have got to use the wrestling that kind of got him there, but he was a good striker anyway. He had, he kind of reminds me of Fedor with the way he approaches striking, man. He just walks forward and unloads on your ass.
Oh, man. Yeah. And Fedor with so many great finishes, Jeff. And by the way, real quick, I just want to let everybody know that Choi got a point taken away. Caceres decided to continue after that knee, which is a gutsy move. He could have, probably won the fight right there if he wanted to. But you look at Fedor's wins, Krokop, Coleman, Hunt, Sylvia, Arlovsky. There's some former UFC champions on that list. I mean, he had the 3-fight losing streak to Verdum, Silva, and Dan Henderson. But aside from that, and of course late with Mitrione and Bader, but he has beaten, and he did beat at the time, most of the best heavyweights in the world, and no matter what promotion they had fought for, maybe they weren't all in their primes, but he did beat Arlovsky, and he did beat Sylvia, and he did beat Hunt and Coleman and Kevin Randleman, and you're talking about some legendary fighters in that division that he has convincing wins over.
And Arlovsky, at that time, Arlovsky was, pretty much in his prime. He had left the
and that was an
UFC
affliction, Jeff.
Yeah, that was an affliction. And so, when he fought, and Arlovsky was taking it to Fedor, if you guys remember that fight. I mean, he was taking it to Fedor, and he got overconfident, tried to land a flying knee when Fedor was over in the corner. Fedor unloaded a right hand and caught him in the air. Oh, my God. It's one of the most beautiful highlights in MMA history. But Arlovsky was absolutely giving Fedor fits in that fight until Fedor ended it. Yeah, I don't want to compare Fedor to current heavyweights. I don't think it's fair to him, especially at his age. But in his prime, man, it was like watching Vanderlei in his prime. Did Vanderlei end up being, this great fighter in the UFC? No, he did not. But his time in Pride, when they didn't test as much, he was a friggin' beast, man.
I loved him. The Exporter, the nickname. That dude was one of my all-time favorites in those days. He's scary. One of those fighters, when you saw him come into the ring, you're just like, holy shit, man. I would never in a million years fight this guy for any amount of money. Ever.
No. I mean, he was just, and to see those knockouts, I mean, the two just devastating knockouts over Rampage and I mean, Vanderlei had a great career as well. And I think and the reason why I bring him up is because I feel like it's sort of like the Fedor thing in a way, because Vanderlei dominated, man. I mean, the only argument was, could Chuck Liddell beat Vanderlei Silva? That was the argument at the time. And then Chuck went over to the Pride tournament and, Rampage lost to Bustamante, but that's neither here nor there. Rampage knocked Chuck out, beat him. And
I want to say real quick, a shout out, not any, I'm not taking sides. I don't want to make it seem like I'm condoning or whatever, or anything, but whenever anybody's going through some stuff in their personal life, just, we should support them as a community. So Chuck and Heidi Liddell going through some things right now. So just sending support to them and their family.
Yeah.
While we were
man, it's been a crazy couple of weeks with news, right? I mean, holy shit. Big names, man. Big names. And then Chuck, we don't know how that's going to play out. And I don't even like to speak on it because I'm definitely biased when it comes to Liddell, but they filed for divorce, and, his story is different than John Jones's story. Let's just say that they're apples and oranges right now. And I'm not taking sides in it either. I just think that I need to know more information about what happened in the Liddell situation. With the John Jones situation, we all know what happened, right?
And he came out and he said, I'm not drinking anymore. He said, I've been hit too many times. I can't do it. John Jones and alcohol. Dana said it. John Jones in Vegas, John Jones and alcohol. I mean, and anybody who knows anything who's been through addiction, man, it's a shitty situation. It's tough. And you hate to see anything like that happen with any of those guys. It's a brutal sport. It's a violent sport. Whenever anybody's been hit in the head a lot over the years, it makes me nervous anyway for things like CTE and brain damage. And definitely I've known some guys, Jeff, over the years. The longer they fought, the more they've sparred. Never going to mention any names here, but I've seen guys become violent later in their lives. And it was really not who they were as a person. And you wonder how much it had to do with the abuse and the punishment they've taken. But then you throw alcohol or drugs on top of it, man. And that's just, I mean, like I said, no judgment, but holy shit, it's scary for these guys.
Well, I'm just not going to, as far as John Jones goes, I'm just not making excuses for him anymore. I'm done making excuses for John Jones. John Jones is his biggest.
I think everybody's there.
John. Yeah, and so that's where I am with John Jones, man. I'm just tired of hearing about the shit. I'm tired of hearing about the heavyweight division. I'm tired of hearing about all of this, the bullshit. Same with Connor. I'm there with Connor, man. I mean, holy hell, man. It's just crazy to see two of the sport's biggest stars go off the friggin' rails. But Jones has been this way for a while. I mean, we can blame this on alcohol. Jones walked away from a pregnant woman that he hit in a crash, and fled the friggin' scene. It just doesn't.
It went back and got his money out and left again.
It just doesn't get more. Man, I want to be careful with my wording. It just doesn't get more friggin' no integrity than that.
I think Winklejohn, like Jeff, I think that says everything about Jones. What happened with Mike Winklejohn? I think that leaves it right. That says everything that we could say and then some. That his coach would just ban him from the gym like that, because they didn't take that lightly.
Yeah, And look, I hope John gets his stuff together. John Jones is the greatest mixed martial artist ever born right now. And so I want to see him get his life together. There's so much potential there. He could do so much good for. It's same thing with Conor. There's just all this opportunity to do good, especially where they're from and where they are now. And
Conor too, punching a DJ
like
supposedly. Jeez.
Come on, and then the
guy's hanging out
Kelly
with
shit.
Conor. They're together, and the
Yeah.
Machine Gun Kelly, like it's like someday. And look, I've never been in the shoes of Conor McGregor or John Jones and been that great and been hit that many times and had that kind of money. And Caceres has the back of Choi. I think he's gonna get us. Holy crap! What a comeback win for Alex Caceres. He was getting beaten up in this fight. He wins by submission. Got the back. Bruce Leroy with the sub, Jeff. But I literally, I mean, I have to. We can get back to Jones and all those guys in a minute and Conor, but what a performance and what a comeback for Alex Caceres.
Yeah, that's a long win streak. He's probably going to be ranked after this fight because of his win streak. And then the way that fight went, man, I mean, he got hit with an illegal knee and was in a lot of trouble early outside of the knee, and then for him to come back, he's a dangerous man, though. Just gets his back and sinks it in. Wow. Props
5 in a row, Jeff, since the loss to Kron Gracie. And that was in Phoenix. That was at the Kane Velasquez comeback fight against, if you want to call it that, against Francis Ngannou. But Alex Caceres lost to Kron Gracie by submission, rear naked choke in that fight. But since then, Steven Peterson, Chase Hooper, Austin Springer, Kevin Kroom, and now this win over Choi, and Choi looked good in this fight. I mean, his striking's high level, kept coming forward, and a very happy Alex Caceres with a comeback win. That one came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and like, look, it's so hard to put 5 wins together at this level, and so I feel like that's going to get him over
3
the
wins.
Getting,
I don't want 5, right?
Yeah, I feel like that's going to get him at least 15th. I don't know. We'll see on Tuesday, whenever the hell or whatever day it is they update them. But what a big
Jeff.
win, man! What a comeback.
Where are we at in the featherweight division? So 15 is
Ilya
Topuria, Shane Burgos, Evloev at 13. Sadiq Youssef at 12, Bryce Mitchell 11, and Barbosa at 10. He's got to be able to crack that bottom 5 there after 5 wins in a row.
I would think so. I would think so. It's just so hard to do. And then the coming back from adversity stuff, I mean, I hold that kind of a win. There's levels to wins, in my opinion. There's levels to wins. When you go out there and just start somebody, that's great. We didn't really learn much. And you did show that you had knockout power, but I didn't, as far as proving something to me, you didn't. Alex proved tonight that he could take a big shot, face crazy adversity, and then come back and still win.
He didn't take the easy way out.
Hell no, he didn't. No, he did not. And he was rocked. I mean, whenever he stood up, he was staggered. I mean, he was definitely staggered by that knee. That landed clean. Props to him, man. I mean, that's a good win. I'm not saying he should have continued. I'm not going to continue after I get kneed in the face.
No.
But I'm not Alex.
People out there watching are going, come on, Funkmaster, that's what you should have done. But it was a little different, too. The Jan knee to Sterling. Well, each of them was equally devastating. So we were talking about, Conor McGregor and Machine Gun. Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
I was going to say, man, the further I get from the Sterling situation, I don't continue. I take that belt and I walk out of there as the champion, and then we run it back. It's prize fighting, It's.
But I was just talking about that. You take it. You take the win in the belt.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, like I said, you're always going to make the decision in the moment, right? But looking back on it, I'm like, yeah, man, that he did what he should have done. He did what he should have done, and then now he's going to get another. He gets a title fight because he's the champion. He gets some time because he's the champion. He gets some time to heal now and address some injury issues, and then come back and see. I think that he bought himself another big payday by doing that. And it's prize fighting, and these are careers, and they have families, and so I get. Looking back on it, I probably would have done the same damn thing,
Alex Caceres just telling Mike Bisping that he went out for a second. The referee gave him a little time, but he's not made like that. He's going to keep fighting, and he's tough and he can withstand it and that type of thing. But yeah, Jeff, I want to talk about this with you because there's a lot of stuff I was getting to, and I can't wait to hear what you say about Paulo this week in the circus. clown atmosphere with this whole fight with him, and somehow Vettori goes from a petulant child who everybody hates to everyone's favorite fighter, all because of Paulo. But before we get there, I just want to wrap it up on that 35 division. We've said that could be the best division in the UFC right now. It is stacked. You got former champions all over the place in there, legends, all kinds of fighters at 35 who are just unbelievable right now. And I'm really, oh wow, Ngannou and Cyril gone January 22nd in Anaheim for the heavyweight championship. Brandon Moreno and Davison
Two title
Figueiredo,
fights.
Co-main, and Cannonier and Brunson on that card. Wow, that's a big card. But that whole 35-pound division, it was as great as it is at the top and all the way down through. I have a hard time with this illegitimate interim title fight coming up between two guys who are coming off losses, right? Two guys coming off losses for an interim title with a champion who only got the belt because of a DQ in a division that's so loaded with such great fight. It just goes to show you how crazy the sport can get sometimes. But why in the heck is this interim title fight being called an interim title fight? Why is it with two guys coming off a loss? I almost can't, I can't even, there's no defense of that. And there's no way for me to even think about legitimizing it and even using the word title in a sentence with two guys coming off a loss.
No, I mean, traditionally, where are they ranked? I don't even know where they're ranked. I mean, traditionally, you do the number 1 and number 2 for the interim belt, and you don't worry too much if they're coming off losses because they're ranked number 1 and 2. And so I don't know what they're doing right now.
1 and 3.
Yeah.
With Sterling the champ. Jan's 1, Sanhagen's 3. Obviously, TJ's not ready to fight. So, I mean, that's what you take from that, because otherwise it would have been Dillashaw, you would think.
Yeah, you would think. I just think that's what they were going at. Let's just throw the two highest ranked guys in there because the division's already, and I think Jan deserves to be in it, no matter what.
Without a doubt, he does, yes. But coming off loss,
well, I think considering what it was and considering that the champion can't defend, I feel like you got to throw the losses out the window in a way and just put the number 1.
Why do you think they made it why do you think they called it? Why not just have a number 1 contenders fight rather than call it an interim title fight? Why do you, I mean, I know you want to give the card and you want to make it a bigger card. You want to, give it more sizzle and stuff for Fight Island. I get all that, but I'm just wondering why. I mean, this has got to be a message to Sterling, or are you kind of acquiescing to the fans who think Sterling doesn't deserve to be champ anyway? There's something at play there other than just calling it a title fight for the hell of it.
Yeah. I think it adds value to the fight card when you can say that it's a title fight, and I think it definitely, plays to the fact that maybe the champion isn't the real champion, and you're going to see whoever wins that interim belt, especially if it's Jan, say that, and so it builds up the title fight. I don't like interim belts. I don't like them. There's a champion, and then that's it. I don't like interim titles, except like in the Frank Mir situation where he broke his leg in a motorcycle. He was going to come back, but he couldn't defend. And so I feel like, and he was a dominant champion at the time. I feel like, yes, in that kind of situation, maybe you do an interim champion, but not in the way the UFC's been doing them lately, where it's just all the time it's a damn interim champion. I feel like it's overkill. It's overused. And it delegitimizes the champion itself. Now, in most divisions, I would have a problem with that. In this division, I'm like, whatever.
It keeps the 5-round fight. The co-main's a title fight. Maybe it's in their contract that there were 2 title fights back on Fight Island, and who knows, right? There's something there.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's part of I think it's a little bit of what you were saying. I think it is a message to Sterling. I think it is playing to the fans who don't believe Sterling's the real champion. I think it adds to all that, and it builds, and where it might not build this fight too much by making an interim title fight, the title fight, the unification bout, is going to be much bigger because they did it. Marketing, and it's just smart in a way, but I don't.
And it's a great card on Fight Island, Jeff. I mean, when you think about Ankalev and Volkan Ozdemir and Khamzat Chimaev's on this card, and Islam's on this card at lightweight against Dan Hooker. Think about that. Islam and Dan Hooker and Coco Main, Jan and Sanhagen, and then Blachowicz and Glover Teixeira. And there's been some back and forth between Corey Anderson and Jan Blachowicz after Anderson decimated Ryan Bader here in Phoenix last week. And, there's been some verbal sparring back and forth after those two had their 2 fights in the UFC. And, of course, Blachowicz with the knockout in New Mexico over Corey Anderson in Corey's last UFC fight. But That's a big one for Jan because he is legitimately becoming one of the greatest champions in the world. And the wins that he's put together, the performance against Adesanya, although it wasn't electric and it wasn't a highlight reel performance, he dominated Izzy in a way that nobody else has, as Izzy was attempting to go up, and most people thought Izzy was going to win that second belt. But then when you saw what Jan Blachowicz was able to do to Dominic Reyes, and at the top of all of a sudden a resurgent light heavyweight division, he gets Glover Teixeira, who comes full circle into that fight. And this is next week. We'll be live for this next week, but that's a hell of a fight card, man, headlined by Jan Blachowicz over on Fight Island.
Yeah, it's a good fight card. It's funny about Hooker that he ends up being at Fight Island, you know, because he had such the issues in his last fight with the visa stuff, and then he ends up being, his next fight ends up being at Fight Island.
No, and you see, Jeff,
yeah,
real quick, the vaccine status for fighters coming in from overseas now has changed. So anyone flying into the U.S. per the, I guess, the Biden administration has to be vaccinated. So the UFC's made it clear that it is not their policy. They will never force their fighters to get the vaccine. But that changes everything for fighters trying to fly into the U.S. If you don't want to get the vaccine, you can't come here and fight.
No, you cannot. And you can't even cross from Canada or Mexico and go that route. There's no go around. But Fight Island's there, and that's going to allow a lot of people to get their fights in. You know, I mean, with Hooker, he had such the visa issues because New Zealand has some of the most stringent lockdowns.
Oh,
now,
wow,
and
yeah.
to their credit, they you know, they're a smaller country. It's a different problem for them than it is for the United States or say, you know, other countries that have more travel, international travel.
To the point where Izzy's moving
you know,
here. Adesanya is moving here because of it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is it's funny that Hooker, you know, is like, I'm moving to America because I'm just not going to go into quarantine. I'm not going to do all this. I'm not going to do what New Zealand wants me to do. I'm better off just moving to the United States. And now his next fight is not in the United States. It's kind of crazy, but it's the world we're living in, man. You know, we'll see what happens with all of this, man. I mean, there used to be the workaround, right? Where you're here for work and you could work around it. And so now apparently that's closed up. But I think you're going to see, you know, things in Fight Island. You're going to see stuff, maybe, who knows, man? I mean, we'll open it up. As you know, as other countries open up, Dana's going to be all over. I mean, you know, there's no question about it. As soon as a country opens up, we're there. And so we're just going to have to see how it plays out. But yes, that's
and you got champions. You think about Zhang Weili if she wins the belt again, fighting in China, which we know is a huge territory for them. And you know, you have Mexico wide open, you know, to champions in the UFC. Think of I mean, Ngannou, and can you imagine a fight in Africa with Francis Ngannou, Kamaru Usman? I mean, just think of what you could do overseas in those, just because in the spirit of what we were talking about earlier, Fedor and Moscow, you know, Dana White's looking at that going, man, you know, I've got to get some of my champions fighting in there. And I just think, I mean, a UFC event in Africa with Francis and with Kamaru Usman, to me would be, I mean, I can't even imagine anything bigger happening in Africa in the history, you know, of that great land. So I think that'd be awesome. And I want to see all that. I want to see these champions in their home cities, in their home countries,
and
all over the world.
potentially Adesanya, you know, and Adesanya as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got options for that. They've definitely got options. Adesanya, I feel like, is a bigger international star because he's, you know, he doesn't reside there, and I just feel like he's the bigger star. And Ngannou, I feel like is one more win away from being that international star. And then Usman, I don't know, man. I feel like Kamaru flies under the radar a little bit. I think that people in the know and in the sport, you know, consider him maybe the pound for pound best fighter in the world right now. But
incredible.
The general public, I feel like he flies under the radar a little bit.
He is. And these finishes, I mean, the gutty performance over Colby, and then he just destroyed Gilbert Burns, who's an incredible fighter. And then Jorge Masvidal just absolutely blasted him and put him out on his feet. But when you think about what Kamaru's done, this rematch is the fight I've been looking forward to all year. This is the one that I've wanted to see. Is Colby Covington as good as he looked in that first fight? Has Kamaru Usman gotten that much better after that fight? We're going to get a lot of answers coming up in a couple of weeks. I can't wait for that day. I can't wait for that show. I wish I was in New York for this, but I mean, when you think about that card, I mean, all the way the main event on the prelims, Raging Allen, Bobby Green, Edgar and Vera, Gaethje and Chandler, and everybody's wishing that was 5 rounds. That thing ain't going 3 rounds. Thug Rose and Zhang Weili, the rematch, and Zhang's been out here wrestling with Henry Cejudo, working on that grappling and that wrestling. Kamaru and Colby, the rematch. I mean, just an unbelievable Well, I mean, they haven't been to Madison Square Garden in a long time, Jeff. And this is going to be maybe the best card they've ever put on there. And that's saying something because there have been some pretty stacked cards at MSG.
Yeah, it's a stacked card. I mean, you just go down the list and it doesn't become a bad fight. Yeah, I look forward to that, man. Leading up to it, I was hesitant to think. I didn't know that if they were going to be able to hold it in New York and at Madison Square Gardens. It looks like we're going to be able to. But I was kind of holding my breath all this time going, New York's going to pull this thing. New York's going to pull this thing, and it's going to end up at the Apex or in Abu Dhabi. But they didn't. And so we get Madison Square Garden. Like you said,
once Joe did a show there, I knew we were okay, Jeff. Once Joe Rogan did his comedy show there, I'm like, okay, it's going to happen.
Yeah. And there's no bigger iconic arena in the world, really. Madison Square Garden.
No.
That's and
the highlight of my career is doing a basketball game there. I got to broadcast a basketball game there for Manhattan College back in the late 90s. And just walking on that floor and being a professional broadcaster, doing a game there, covering events there over the years. When you walk into Madison Square Garden, it is literally just, you feel it all. I'd imagine it's how you would feel going to the pyramids in Egypt or somewhere like Jerusalem if you're a Christian. I mean, that kind of feeling in the world of sports, there's only one place, the Mecca, MSG.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The first time I went there, man, I thought it was, first of all, I think it's really cool that you could just take the subway and pop right out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, oh, shit, here I am. Right there.
Yeah. I saw a concert there, and it was the first time I'd ever gone to New York, and I didn't know what the hell to expect. I'm from Kentucky. There's more buildings in one square block of New York than there is in the whole damn state of Kentucky. And so it was just crazy. And then you pop right out there at Madison Square Garden, man. And I agree with you, though. Even though I was there for a concert, that wasn't what was going through my head when I walked through those doors. I was in the combat sports or in the sports world's Mecca. Madison Square Garden, that's what I was thinking at the time. Then the band kicked in and it was all about that. But yeah, man, I agree. It's good to be back there. We'll see what happens for the UFC events moving forward. We know we can do Florida. We know we can do Arizona. We know we can do Texas and Las Vegas. We're going to see what else opens up between now and then.
Man, and we got a fight going on right now, Jeff. We got the girls are in the cage right now, in case you guys are wondering, and we're keeping you up to date here on MMA Weekly, live coverage of Costa versus Vettori, and we're going to get to Jeff's thoughts and what's been going on all week long with Paulo Costa and Marvin Vettori. But right now, Jessica Rose Clark and Jocelyn Edwards, the co-main, and you got Rose Clark in top position right now. She's just been, dominating from top position throughout most of this first round in a really good performance and exactly what she wanted to do coming into this fight. So she's imposing her will, and we'll keep you posted on that. Huge fight cards coming up, Jeff, with the Madison Square Garden card. And I know we both can't wait for that one. Next week, they're back on Fight Island. 2 pay-per-views back-to-back weeks for the UFC, which is extremely rare to have a pay-per-view. And then the next week, and it's the change of a month, but still to have a pay-per-view to close out October and a pay-per-view to start November is a little unconventional in terms of the UFC, but we get 2 huge cards back-to-back, one on Fight Island, one at Madison Square Garden, as the world continues to get back to quote-unquote normal after what's been going on with the pandemic, if you want to call normal what we're going through right now. But, good grappling exchange and a nice escape from Edwards to get back to her feet, Jeff.
Yeah, she was taking some damage on the bottom. She scrambled back to her feet, and, yeah, we've got a fight on our hands now all of a sudden. Still in the first
round. Good stuff. Yeah, about a minute 20 left. I don't know where you are on the clock.
I got one right now. I'm 113.
We're the same.
And then I'm watching on Fight Pass. I keep calling ESPN Plus Fight Pass. God, but that's what it is, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
without the archive, because that's what makes Fight Pass cool. I do not work for the UFC, nor am I endorsing Fight Pass. But if you do like to watch a bunch of old fights, that's where you're going to find them.
That's where you're going to find them. And they're all there. I mean, it's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. They're definitely all there. They're definitely all there.
Chin music from Edwards, just missing with the high kick. Now, she's throwing some heat right now. Edwards is throwing heat at Rose Clark.
Yeah. I mean,
and
now
Rose
that
Clark
she got
coming
up,
right
she's
in for
trying to
another
make the most. Yeah, I mean, once she got up, she tried to make the most of it, and now she's going to get taken down again. I think. I don't know. We'll see. Yep.
Close. Yeah,
tough
nice
matchup
job by Rose Clark.
But clearly, once it got standing, Edwards was doing well once it got standing, and so this was about to end. The second round's going to start standing. We'll see if she can do anything to keep Rose Clark from taking her down.
Yeah, and I don't think either girl's ranked. No, neither one of these girls are ranked at bantamweight.
No, and I don't think
interesting fight.
Yeah, Rose Clark's on the cusp of being ranked, but this is not a win that's going to get her over the hump. I don't think. Still needs to win, but I don't think it's going to get her over the hump. But yeah, all kinds of shenanigans going on this week surrounding this fight card. It's but anytime
it's unbelievable. So let's get into that. I mean, let's get into that, man. I've been trying. I said at the top of the show, and it was just me. You were covering the Fedor fight. Check out that coverage from Jeff on MMAWeekly.com. But I just said I've always liked Paulo. He's always been super cool to me. Every interview I've done, a very nice guy, very kind to the people around him. I've also been there when he's cut weight and he looked like he was dead, curled up in a ball in the corner. And I'm not exaggerating. It looked like he wasn't going to get up. And I've always thought he cuts way too much weight, like many other people do. But the way that he seemingly just thumbed his nose up at everybody and basically flipped the whole world off this week. Number one, he took Marvin Vettori, who was a petulant child and didn't win any fans. He lost a ton of fans fight week against Adesanya, the way that he acted with Izzy. And now everybody loves him again because of Costa. But I just said, Jeff, basically that I don't have any way of defending, condoning, or anything what Paulo Costa did this week. It's one of the most unprofessional things I've ever seen a fighter or an athlete do in my entire 25 years covering sports. And I love the guy personally, but there's just absolutely no defense for Paulo Costa this week. Zero.
No, I'm surprised Vettori took the fight. Now, I would have taken the fight at 195, that was originally agreed upon, right? I mean, the guy shows up, says I'm 211 pounds, so there's no way I'm making 185. They negotiate to a 195 catch weight. And then, 7-8 hours before the weigh-ins, he's like, nope, it's going to be a 205-pound fight. I would not have accepted that. That's a 20-pound difference from where we agreed to. That's 20 friggin' pounds.
And think about the timeline for Vettori. Like, he's on pace, set up for his whole camp to get to the weight cut on the week of the fight, and then has to scrap all that and throw it out the window last minute.
Yeah, and Vettori said that's why he wanted it at 195 is because it at least made Paulo cut. And then it ends up being at 205 pounds. So what? Paulo cut 5-6 pounds?
6 pounds,
come on. I didn't like it, man. I don't know what Paulo's doing though. I saw that one of the managers, I forget who it was saying that he thinks Paulo's trying to get cut from the UFC. And I thought, man,
they'll never do.
They
wouldn't. They're not going to give him that. There's no way. They're going to make him fight it out.
Some people that. Yeah, I mean, if you make such a spectacle of yourself, they'll cut you. But I don't think that they're going to cut him. I mean, what I would say to Paulo is, look, man, I've been around a minute. Dana will sit on your friggin' contract till you are 90. So you might just want to play ball. You might want to play ball.
He's still sitting on GSP. He didn't let GSP box. Yeah. He's still sitting on him.
And John Jones. Man.
You think Paulo's getting away? Or Dana White. And Dana hasn't said anything, man. Oh, Jeff, we got a fighter at the podium here. We're at the UFC Apex. Scott's up there, and we've got Francisco Trinaldo, who lost a point for repeated eye pokes, but still won a split decision over Dwight Grant. Here he is, live on MMA Weekly.
Falta, né? Chute no saco ali, dedo no olho. Mas sempre eu acertei os golpes mais contundentes, né? Primeiro round ali eu ganhei disparado. No segundo round ele me deu, chutei e ele pegou de encontro, né? Então foi bem parelha essa luta aí, mas a vitória veio, é o que importa, né?
Por ter sido tão parelho, você consegue lembrar e identificar qual foi o detalhe ali que te garantiu a vitória?
O detalhe que me deu a vitória foi ali no último round que eu passei para baixo e consegui meia guarda, consegui montar, quase pego as costas ali, mas eu estava meio em dúvida ali.
2 golpes legais aplicados.
I guess we don't have a translator, Jim.
So we're leaving the podium. Interesting. I love live streams. You never know what's going to happen, but I guess that's what it is. We're going to see if we can get that back in a minute because, I mean, that was actually a pretty good win for Trinaldo. The eye pokes were something. If you were watching that fight, I mean, when you looked at Grant's eye at the end of he just was brutalized. But yeah, Jeff, that's so right now, and by the way, Rose Clark is in top position again in the second round for most of the round over Edwards. So Rose Clark is definitely imposing her will and looks to be in control of this fight at bantamweight on the women's side.
She's
Still
in
to
the
come
mount.
is the co-main event. She's in the mount, and we got Dawson and Glenn coming up. Yeah, Rose Clark's just imposing her will. And every time I switch back to the screen where I have the fight card in front of me, I turn blue. So I turn into a Smurf. If you're wondering why I keep turning blue and then I go back to normal, it's because of the screen, the white background on that screen on the monitor in front of me, guys. So that's why I turn into a Smurf every few seconds here. But look at Paul. So getting back to Paulo Costa, Jeff, there's no way in hell, and we've seen Dana do it before. He said flat out, Kelvin Gastelum will never fight at 170 again. He's said flat out multiple times over the years, this guy is never going to fight in that weight class again. There's no way you could ever justify letting Paulo fight at 185 again, is there?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could because he's ranked so high, and like you give him one more shot, right? But yeah, I believe the UFC's patience is probably wearing pretty thin with Paulo, especially after this week. And look, I think a possibility of what's going on with Paulo, and I know what the champion would say, is that maybe Adesanya broke him. You know, maybe Adesanya broke Paulo. Paulo has not been the same. You know, he's acting strange. He's doing stuff that's out of character. He's disrespecting his opponents. He's disrespecting the organization. He's disrespecting the fans, if we want to get down to it. And you know, and then that comes on the heels of after the loss to Adesanya. You talk about how he drank wine the night before.
Yeah,
he has not been the same. He has not been the same. And so I think that's I don't know if that's true, but it's definitely a caveat to keep in mind is that maybe Israel Adesanya broke Paulo Costa, and he's just not right yet. He still hasn't dealt with that loss mentally yet.
No, and I think that's a fair point, and I think it's a great point by you. He cuts a ton of weight anyway, and I've been in the camp with him and seen him do it behind the scenes in the fight week against Romero, and just looking like he was a dead body in a heap on the ground in the corner, just in a pool of sweat around him. And I'm like, is this dude gonna get up? I mean, I was waiting for the paramedics to come in, if I'm being honest, and I'm probably divulging too much information. I was lucky to be behind the scenes, and my friends let me in there to see what it was like, but it actually scared the shit out of me, Jeff. I mean, legitimately, just looking at him, go, is this dude gonna make it? Like,
I hate watching fighters cut weight.
No, it's horrible. You've seen it, right? Up close. It's one of the worst things. But the one thing I'll say for these guys fighting, and they weighed in at what, 204 and a half and 204, respectively, Paulo and Vettori, looking at these guys with the extra meat on their bones. I mean, there's a lot more power at that weight class. Neither one of them is a great striker, but they're both pretty good. Vettori's a great wrestler. Paulo's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. We've never really seen him use his jiu-jitsu. So coming into this fight, looking, Paulo's ranked number 2 in the world behind Whitaker with Izzy as the champ, and those two are going to fight. So when I think about Paulo and the opportunities that he might be squandering here, Vettori's ranked number 5, and you got Cannonier and Brunson coming up. Those are the other two guys. But Paulo Costa was in a position of being in, quote unquote, like right there at the top of the division, and not the catbird seat, but right there. If anything happened between Whitaker and Adesanya, he could jump right in, you know, and then he's dropping out of fights. He was going to fight Whitaker, and Whitaker ended up fighting Gastelum again. So let's not forget, he dropped out of that fight. He was complaining about his contract. So he drops out of that fight. He comes in and basically says, hey, you know what? I'm not going to make weight. And he's not even cool about it. He's not seemingly apologetic whatsoever. He's basically just like, whatever, if you don't like it. And he's just talking crap to Vettori all week. So, you know, Vittori's a hothead anyway. He's going to want to kill him. But I really was looking, and I still am looking forward. I'm glad they salvaged it, man, because when I think of this fight, I wanted to see Vettori try to take down Paulo and what that wrestling would look like against the jiu-jitsu, the grappling exchanges, who has more power on the feet. They both have good chins. And I just really thought from the beginning that this is going to be a great fight. That thought process hasn't changed at all, but I'm just wondering, one, where Paulo Costa is mentally, if anywhere. And I am, like you said, I'm a little concerned for him and about him. And then where Vettori is mentally, because he's such a damn hothead, you don't even know what's going on in his mind coming in. So each one of these guys, you know, the whole mental side of things, I think about that with this fight more than I have with almost any other fight in recent memory. Where is each one of these guys going to be between the ears when they walk to the octagon today?
Yeah, I mean, Vettori, I think, is mad as hell, and hopefully he harnesses that in the right way and doesn't overcommit, doesn't chase Paulo, or it could backfire on him real fast. For Paulo, what I think about is, man, he wasn't a cardio machine at 185. Now that he's 205 pounds, I mean, is he going to gas in 2 minutes? If I'm Vettori's corner, I'm like, look, let's take it kind of slow in the first round, not put ourselves in any danger, get up on him, clinch him, try to wear on him a little bit. In the second round, let's see where he is.
Yeah. And he did it pretty easy too. Vettori did that clinch up against Izzy and had some control in that fight.
Yeah. Now, I think Vettori's such an emotional fighter, and he's really pissed off at Paulo that I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to go after Paulo Costa, and we're going to see what happens out of that. But he has the tools. I mean, Vettori can if he can take Paulo down and wear on him a little bit in the first round, then I feel like Vettori's going to win this fight. If he's unable to do that, then all bets are off. But we'll see, man. Like I said, I don't know where Paulo is. And for me, I'm on the ranking panel, and I feel like if Vettori wins this fight, I count it. If Paulo wins this fight, I don't think he gets anything from it, and I'm not gonna punish Vettori because the way everything happened.
But he gets major points with the fans, with the Vettori. I mean, he goes from being a petulant child and everyone's just a whiny little baby and a brat. All of a sudden, he now has a chance to reclaim some of that, and he's one of the most respected guys in the UFC for what he's done this week.
Dude, if he can beat Paulo, the UFC is going to like him a lot, because then Paulo has no leg whatsoever to stand on with the UFC in anything. Right? That's back-to-back losses. You're not in the title picture. You're just a problem, And so for Paulo, this is a bigger fight than maybe people are realizing for Paulo Costa. Paulo Costa loses this fight, he could literally be cut from the UFC. He could
make or break him against the world. Him against the world, Jeff, with what he's done. Him against the world. Come out with the performance of his damn life. That's what I would say. If I'm Paulo Costa, if I'm on his team, look, dude, you better come out and be the best Paulo Costa you've ever been in your damn life, because your life and your career depend on it.
100%, or it does right now. It does right now. And Paulo, if he wins tonight, then everybody's happy. Or while I said that, Dana will sit on your freaking contract till you're 90, but you win fights. Dana likes that. You know what I mean? And so I feel like Paulo's only path tonight is to not only win, but to win big. And then people will kind of forget that he missed weight. The UFC will kind of slightly forget the debacle that they created, because, they have to get lawyers and shit involved, right? I mean, Paulo's not going to make weight. Well, now bout agreements have to be completely redrawn up. They have to sign. They got to get the lawyer in there. They got to get managers all in there. It's a friggin' headache what Paulo just did.
He's only
during fight week.
Only 20%. Are you surprised?
No. I mean, I think that's what the commission would have done. I think it's smart on Vettori's part, because if he can't make weight, the commission's going to fine him 20%, and he's going to get it anyway. So just ask for that right off the bat. I feel like I was smart from Vettori's people, although when he that was for the 195, right? When he changed it to 205, I'd have said, hell no, that's a 50% freaking cut, or I'm walking.
Yeah.
You don't have a main event.
That's what I thought.
And it's all on Paulo. So that's my opinion, because I feel like Vettori, right? I mean, if you lose this fight,
hand on the scenes, the UFC's got to be. I'm sorry, Jeff. Yeah, the UFC's Marvin. So we just haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, I would think that Marvin got a better deal when it went to 205 pounds. Well, he better had, or Marvin, you get rid of your management.
Yeah, I don't think I'll let that happen, Jeff.
Yeah, exactly. I can't see that either, right? I can't see that either. I don't know what Paulo's doing. Like I said, it's perplexing. Is he just frustrated because he's talked about money? And is he just so frustrated with the UFC that he doesn't give a damn, right? I'll show up at whatever weight I want, and you guys can all deal with it until you get tired of dealing with me. Or is he broken because Adesanya just completely took his undefeated record, made him look terrible in front of everybody, And so I don't know where
guys are never the same. Some fighters are never. I mean, look at what Holly Holm did to. I mean, some fighters are the same.
It takes a long time to get it back. Like Rose Namajunas got it back, but it's so hard to get back.
So
it is so hard to get back. Yeah,
now Jean tried to get it
out there. Yeah, I mean, there's others out there, but man, it's so hard to get it back. I mean, it's so damn hard. Max Holloway's dealing with that right now, right? I mean, you had
Right.
it, and then once you lose it, oh my God, it doesn't matter how good you are. It's so friggin' hard to get it back. And so that's what makes Rose so special, right? And the people who've been able to do that so special.
Hasn't gotten
Some
it
people
back.
never get it back. I'm sorry.
Honor hasn't gotten it back.
No, he has not got it back. Poirier's a guy who got it back.
Yep.
But it doesn't happen to a lot of people. I mean, you see, look, Rory McDonald, in my opinion, was ruined by the Robbie Lawler fights. That guy was the second best welterweight in the friggin' world, and right now I wouldn't put him in the top 10.
Those are incredible. What a fight.
And so you just never get it back. Liddell couldn't get it back. Ortiz couldn't get it back. We'll see in the other divisions with Stipe.
Daniel Cormier got it back. That was impressive. The way DC was able to come back from the second Jones loss.
Yeah, Daniel Cormier is a different animal, man. I have nothing but respect for Daniel Cormier. Our opinions don't always align, but the guy gives his honest opinion every time. And I think that Daniel Cormier is one of the most underrated fighters in MMA history, period. Not UFC history, MMA history. I mean, he won the Strikeforce Grand Prix as a heavyweight. Yeah, that's a guy was a heavyweight who went down to light heavyweight because his friend was the champion.
Yeah.
And then came back.
And Kane got it back, by the way. Kane got it back after JDS TKO'd him in Anaheim.
Yeah, he
or
made
knocked
that
him
first
out.
fight
Wasn't
look
it
like a fluke. Yeah, he made it look
Yep.
like a fluke, didn't he? Yeah, it's so hard to get it back, man. And so we're going to see him. And I think, and we've talked about this before in the past, I think that once you commit to something 110%, every waking second, and probably half your dreams too, are dedicated to that goal, to that cause.
Right.
I am going to be the champion. I'm going to be the one. And then you're not the one. It can take people years to get that back. Years. I don't think Joanna has got that back yet. We'll see if Lee gets it back, right? It's just, but it's so hard. It's so hard. I feel like Weidman was the same way. Once he lost Rockhold, there's
that
all
era of
these people.
invincibility's gone. Yep.
Yeah, and then everything's gone. Well, as soon
Mike
as that
Tyson.
confidence, yes,
Douglas.
Yeah, Mike Tyson. I mean, it just goes on.
Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder. He doesn't have it back yet.
No, he does not.
Different sport, I know.
No, that's still it's still the same. You just can't get it back. And no matter how hard you try, that tiny bit of self-doubt, that tiny bit of lack of confidence, that age, right? The experience to know the reality of what can happen. It sometimes kills you. It absolutely kills you, which is why you and I don't take the same risks that we did when we were 28, right? Because now we know the damn consequences. And so it's harder for us to step out on that ledge. We'll see 20-year-olds and 19-year-olds hanging off that damn ledge. Well, we'll take a step back and be like, look, we know what happens when you fall off that ledge. And they just don't yet. They just don't. And when they do, they're never the same.
No, and Paulo Costa, I mean, this is almost like Britney Spears-ish, it's almost like when a celebrity goes off the deep end. I don't know how else to compare it when an athlete just kind of you start to think, and you've seen Conor getting out of control, and now he's allegedly punched a DJ, and John Jones with his issue. But Paulo's is more like, you said it, like the things that he's said and the way that he's conducted since that Adesanya fight, when he flew from Brazil to England to Fight Island, and he claimed he drank the bottle of wine because he couldn't sleep, and just made himself seem like a complete buffoon. Izzy starched him, beat the crap out of him, finished him. The undefeated record's gone. A big part of who he is as a man, and we know from being around this sport a long time, when you get beat down like that, I mean, that's an ego kill right there, and that's ego's number one enemy for most of these fighters. But mentally, since that point, you mentioned the things that he's been saying, the way that he's been conducting himself, the way that he's been talking, whatever's been going on with Paulo Costa, it just seems like mentally, and you wonder if he's okay, because mentally he doesn't seem like he's all right. He just doesn't. He doesn't seem like he's all there, and he doesn't seem like the Paulo Costa of old. And the way that he was so humble and so kind and so cool coming up, he just seems like almost like a circus character. I don't know if he's trying to pull a Jake and Logan Paul here and create some sort of persona, and he's just like literally tragically going in the exact opposite direction that he should. I don't know what the hell he's trying to do. I would like to hear some answers after today. I mean, he wins this fight. I mean, tell me about a press conference you've been more excited to see than what Paulo Costa is going to say to the media. But if he loses, we might not hear from him. But I know for one, Jeff, I can't wait to hear what he has to say about the events of this week. He says he's going to talk after and let everybody know what really happened. But people are like, yeah, dude, whatever. What the hell excuses you're going to come up with now? That's the
What's he gonna
mindset
say,
of
though?
the fan.
I'm going to play spoiler here. I suffered an injury in training camp and could no longer do cardio. That's going to be his excuse after the fight. Although,
Right.
that's I'm just telling you that's what he's going to say.
Yeah.
But yes,
You're probably
hopefully
right.
the people are there will ask him the right questions. Because I would be pressing him on what. I mean, once he says something like that, you
Hear that,
only
Scott?
really have follow-up questions.
Scott's there.
But yeah, I would be asking him about what went
Get him,
on.
Scott.
Whenever you got on the plane to fly to Las Vegas and you were weighing 215 pounds, why did you even get on the damn plane? I mean, what were you? You knew all along. You knew weeks ago, at least 2 weeks ago, that you were not going to make weight. You knew 2 weeks ago because that's how it works.
From a
right?
level of disrespect, have you ever seen anybody be so flippant and so disrespectful? When you know you're dead wrong, it's like, when you get your hand caught in a cookie jar and you get caught taking that cookie, and then you're like, yeah, I took the cookie. I don't have the cookie. I can have the cookie whenever I want. I'm going to eat this cookie. I mean, that's Paulo Costa this week.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's so disrespectful to Marvin Vettori, who did everything he was supposed to do, right?
Everything.
It's so disrespectful to the UFC. Like I said, I can't reiterate that enough. Yes, from a fan perspective, you're like, oh, he missed weight and all that. Yes, that pisses the UFC off. But why does it piss the UFC off? Because they had an event scheduled this week. They had press conferences and radio interviews and everything's lined up to the damn minute, basically. And then now they have to rearrange everything, get lawyers involved, managers involved, start drawing up contracts. The commission has to freaking approve it. And so it just becomes a headache. It just becomes such a headache. He caused so many people to do extra work this week that they shouldn't have had to. And
well,
so
no, here's the thing, Jeff.
This
This whole fight card is just built. It's like a boxing card almost. This whole fight card is this fight. If they'd have lost this fight, they're screwed. I mean, I'm looking at the co-main event. They're being introduced right now, and Jessica Rose Clark dominated on the ground for 3 rounds and got a unanimous 30-27, 30-27, 29-28 unanimous decision over Jocelyn Edwards. But Grant Dawson and Rick Glenn, and no disrespect to Grant Dawson or Ricky Glenn, they're incredible mixed martial artists to be on this level. This is a great opportunity for them to be the co-main, but they're unranked at lightweight. And if they had lost Costa and Vettori off this fight card, this might have been maybe the worst fight card on paper. And I hate to even disrespect, but there was no fight card without this fight. So, I mean, the fact that Paulo put the UFC in this position, I can't believe Dana's been quiet. He must literally be screaming at Hunter Campbell. I don't understand how Dana's been able to keep himself quiet on this one, because you know how Dana is. And why do you think we haven't heard from him?
Tune in on Tuesday for his
He just probably wants, hey, I want this fight to happen. Let's get through it, and then the carnage will come, right?
Well, and like I said, for those people that paid attention, the last 4 weeks, Dana's using the Dana White Contender Series post-fight press conference to address a shit ton of news, a ton of news. And so I feel like he probably isn't going to say a word here. And it's good.
Smart guy, promoter, promoting his own series. Yeah. You want to hear what I have to say? Tune into the Contenders. He's a genius. I mean, we know this.
Yeah. I mean, it's smart. And just FYI, those are on Tuesday nights, and the press conferences videos usually are up on MMA Weekly or the UFC's channel, one of the two. But Dana will address it then for sure. For sure. I don't know why it is. I feel like the media, maybe a couple of days after event, they've had time to soak things in, because look, I'm in the media, and sometimes whenever you're at an event, there's a lot of shit going on. You've got an article to do. You've got somebody to meet. You're trying to remember who the hell this person is because I just met him yesterday and I should remember his name. And there's just a lot of shit happening at one time. And so you might not ask the questions that you should ask. And I totally understand that, especially for those people who multitask, who isn't just a talking head or isn't just a writer. Those people who are doing several jobs at once, But
Kevin at Yahoo. Kevin at Yahoo has had some really, outspoken opinion. I don't know if I should be mentioning it or not, but Kevin Iole, he's been the guy in Vegas covering boxing for however many years for the Vegas paper. He's one of the most respected journalists in the game. But he was probably the most outspoken and most critical, saying take him out of the rankings for at least 2 fights, and basically calling him a disgrace. And out of everybody, I think
with that.
He's been the guy who's been the hardest on Paulo, I think. So,
yeah, no, I agree. Kevin has been hard on Paulo. I don't agree with taking him out of the rankings because then you're using the rankings as a punishment, and that's not what the rankings are supposed to be.
Right.
And so I don't feel like the UFC should use that kind of power over the rankings, or you diminish what little integrity the rankings have.
That's a great point. Okay, so what would you do?
Set him there.
You're Dana White. What would you do?
I'm not calling Paulo until next Thanksgiving, next December. I'm not even calling him. You're just going to sit there. You're not going to get any fight offers. You're not going to do anything. I don't give a shit. You're not coming to any of the shows. You're not sitting cage side. You're not getting shown on TV. You call me next Thanksgiving and we'll talk once you have your priorities in order.
That's cutting off the oxygen right there.
Yeah, and I think that's what Dana will do. That's how you deal with this situation, in my opinion. That's how I deal with him. I set him on the shelf, and I don't even address him for 8 months to a year. Don't even address
Jeff
him.
Cain. I like that. But meanwhile, we might be getting closer to this main event than we think because the body triangle is locked in, and Dawson has the back of Glenn after a takedown, and he's looking for some sort of choke, or rear naked choke behind him. He's punching him from behind, but he's got that body triangle really locked in tight on the ground here. So this one might not make it the minute and 40 seconds remaining in round number 1.
Yeah. And what I don't get about Paulo is he's not John Jones. John Jones can't win this battle with the UFC. I mean, if John Jones can't win the friggin' battle with the UFC, then Paulo, you don't have a chance in hell. You don't have a chance in hell. What are you doing?
GSP, do you think that's his goal here? Do you think that's his goal? Is to be that much of a problem child that they say you're gone and he can go box one of the Paul brothers?
I think it could be. I don't think that's necessarily a bad strategy. Other than if that's really what he's doing, and we don't know if that's what he's doing. So don't go out there saying that Jeff and Jim says this is what Paulo's doing. That's not what we're doing.
I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah,
there's no logic. Like, and I hate to say this, but it's almost like sometimes you're in a relationship with a female and you try to apply logic, and there's no logic to be applied with what Paulo's doing mentally right now. I just can't. I've looked at it from every possible angle, and I'm like, okay, what if he's trying to do this? What if he's trying to do that? What if he's trying to create a persona, build his character, become more of a hero? Every single one of those avenues, Jeff, leads me to a dead end of stupidity. And I'm sorry, Paulo, but this is one of the worst possible. I mean, whatever he's trying to do, none of it makes any sense, and none of it seems to be serving whatever purpose it would be.
Well, man, I mean, Paulo has overestimated his worth to the organization, first of all.
Right.
And I think he's underestimated just the power that the UFC wields, man. It's the complaints that people launch against the UFC. Yes, man, they can absolutely kill your career. Yes, they can sit on a contract. Yes, man, they can make life real hard. And that's what I'm saying about Paulo. If that's the angle that he's trying to go, he is an idiot. And the people around him are, because like I said, GSP couldn't win that battle. BJ Penn couldn't win that battle. Randy Couture couldn't win that battle. John Jones can't win that battle. Paulo Costa, you're not even in the same friggin' realm as those people. And so, but I don't know if that's what he's doing. Like I said, when I look at Paulo right now, I think that maybe is he broke him is a really possibility. And then the other side of that is I feel like maybe he is trying to get out of his contract. Maybe he is trying to make a spectacle. Maybe he is trying to be the problem child to where they just don't even want to deal with you. Just go fight somewhere else. You're not a big enough name that it matters. The UFC.
I mean, that's the biggest roll of the dice here right there. You just hit that. I mean, he's not a big enough name to where Coker's going to be like, hey, man, we got to scoop this guy up right away. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to speak for Coker, but I don't think Paulo's – he's overestimating his own worth. That's exactly. Yeah. I think you said it perfectly, Jeff. But I also think, and they did make it to the second round here, unable to get the finish in that last round was Dawson. So Dawson and Glenn are in round 2 of a 3-round co-main with Costa and Vettori. All these questions going to be answered here in real short order. But when I look at the the solution, for lack of a better word, or your approach to it if you're Dana? Hey, I'm ignoring this guy for a year. Paulo Costa's 30 years old, man. You take a year away from him in his physical peak right now when he's number 1 ranked, or number 2 ranked rather, in the division, and he's right there at the top. You take a year away from him right now at 30 years old, and then he slides down in the rankings as guys keep winning. He comes back in a year and he's 5 or 8 or 9 in the rankings, or even lower, because, you know, you get forgotten about. Let's be real. So think of the money he loses, think of the clout he loses, the opportunities he loses, and a year of time in his physical peak at 30 years old.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I think that's probably the way Dana will handle it. You know, I mean, Dana doesn't need Paulo, you know, and that's the big mistake that Paulo, if he's trying to go that route, he's making a huge mistake. And
there's one thing we've learned over the years: you don't screw with Dana White and win. Very rarely. You just don't.
Well, you don't do it the way that he's doing it. You don't do it the way Ariel did it. You don't do it the way Randy did it. You don't do it the way John Jones did it. The only way you're going to get Dana to concede that maybe he should give you more, or that maybe he's not looking at something in the right light, is private. It has to be private. It cannot be a public forum. As soon as you start throwing it out there in public and start calling Dana's integrity into question and start putting your popularity and your word against Dana White's, he's going to crush you like a friggin' cockroach. That's not, but Dana's not an unreasonable human being. I've dealt with Dana. You just have to sit him down. You know, Paulo, if he didn't like the money, go to an event, meet with Dana and tell him, man, this is why I need more money. This is why I think I need more money. Dana's going to say no. Then you schedule another meeting and you keep at it, you know, until, and Dana will probably come off a 5% or a 10% or something, but you cannot do it in the public forum. Once you do that, you're trying to embarrass the UFC. You're trying to, and then Dana has to save face. And then Dana lashes out and crushes you. So Paulo has already screwed up. You know,
well, number 1 on the list was make sure we had this main event. And I'm sure that's all anybody said. Let's just get through this main event. Let's not say anything. Let's not, you know, make this guy tuck his tail and go home and just say, I'm leaving. He already backed out of the Whitaker fight. We got to make sure this fight happens. But since he complained about his contract, and Dana went on the record and said he's fighting out his contract. There's a way to do this. You fight out your contract. You see if you're worth more at the end of it. He's a top-ranked guy. He could probably be worth a lot more. Building a fan base. I mean, didn't help himself with the Izzy fight and all the things that he said after, but it was a big stage for him. But when I think about this now, and I think about just getting through this week and what Dana's reaction might be, he's already said Paulo's fighting out his contract. Paulo backed out of the Whitaker fight. He shows up and says, I'm way overweight, you know, making a mockery of it this week. So those have been his actions since Dana said you're fighting out your contract, which leads me to believe my best educated guess here is that Paulo's pissed about his contract. He's acting like a child because Dana said you're fighting it out and there's nothing you can do. He realizes Dana's got him by the short and curlies, so he tries to do everything he can to get Dana to say, fuck it, I'm getting rid of you. Who cares? Go do what you want. But Dana White doesn't play those games, and Dana White will not. He will put you on the shelf. But who knows? Maybe he will say, you know what? You're more of a headache than you're worth. Go fight wherever you want. I mean, who knows, right? But I do know this. Dana has a history, a very strong history of holding guys to their contracts. You mentioned it earlier, Jeff. He has an ironclad grip on those guys who are under contract, and his history, if you're going by that, says that Paulo Costa's not going anywhere.
Yeah. And you know, it's, you know, I would say screw it, just go fight somewhere else overseas. But that puts a promotion in the firing line of the UFC, you know, of legalities, man. And so because non-compete clauses don't usually hold up, that's not what we're talking about here. You know, he is under contract. And yeah, Paulo's not a big enough name. I mean, I've listed legends, right? Multiple division legends who the UFC would not bend for. They're not going to bend for Paulo Costa. They're just not. And so I don't know really what he's doing. I mean, you know, part of me also thinks that he's not happy with his contract. He looked at this fight card and says that I'm holding all the cards. For 1 week, Paulo was holding all the cards, right? But he overplayed his game because this isn't a one-hand game. You know, we're going to reshuffle the deck and deal the cards again. Paulo, you might have won one hand and showed the UFC that, yeah, man, you can cause some problems, but man, you haven't seen the other side of that yet. And hopefully the UFC left him alone this week.
Think about this from the standpoint of Paulo Costa. The guy went from Johnny Hendricks, who was fading fast and pretty much on the way out. It might have been Johnny's last fight, if I'm not mistaken. Uriah Hall, to Yoel Romero and a title shot. He went from literally, he was 10-0 when he fought Hendricks. He beats Hendricks. He beats Uriah Hall, both by TKO. The winning, he got the Romero fight at 12-0. A lot of people thought he wasn't ready for the Romero fight. That was the top of the division. So he got pushed pretty fast. He got pushed fast to the top of that division and got the title shot maybe too soon. So he can't say that the UFC held him back. I mean, the guy really, when you think about how fast he got that push and how quickly he got the title shot in his career, this is a guy who should have been, you think that the company was treating him very well and giving him that push. You know, maybe some of it, of course, was the division being a little lean and the way that things broke down and stacked up for him, it worked in his favor. But, man, I mean, for a guy to get that much of a push, to get the Romero fight when he got it, to get the title shot when he got it, and then be pissed about his contract thinking he wants more money, I mean, that's almost unheard of. It's just somebody who's managing him is giving him terrible advice or he's not listening, one or the other.
Yeah, one or the other, man. And I don't even know who represents Paulo, but it's they're not doing him any favors right now. And look, you just can't win that fight with the UFC. Like I said, if any fighter out there has an issue with the UFC, they should do it. It should all take place in private. Every bit of it. Dana will respect that. Dana, now he might not agree with you. You know, you might lose that battle, but at least he respects you, and you have another battle down the road. What Paulo's done is he severed everything. He went all in. And so, or that's how I feel like it is. Or we should be concerned about Paulo's mental state. If Paulo's not trying to stick it to the UFC and just flip, like you said, flip middle fingers off to everybody, then I feel like we need to be worried about what the hell is he going through mentally, because he's not acting right. He's not acting like a fighter that wants a title fight. He's not acting like a fighter that even wants to be a fighter. And so, I don't know. Hopefully, I mean, this is crazy, but hopefully he is thumbing its nose to the UFC and telling them all to go.
But he is getting in the cage, Jeff. He is getting in the octagon tonight. I mean, I didn't think we were going to see this fight throughout most of this week. I didn't think we were going to see it, even with Vettori and everything he's done, because I just thought Paulo didn't want to do it. I just thought, so for whatever reason, he is going to go through with it. And I mean, I guess he's not taking it all the way, which does say something. I don't know what, but I mean, this is just more and more bizarre, man. That's why I compared it to Britney Spears. Man. I remember getting in the car with the umbrella with the shaved head. I mean, batshit Britney.
You know that the UFC had that conversation with him early in the week, that this fight falls through. Don't even just take my friggin' number out of your phone, you know, because you won't be seeing it pop up ever.
And no other organization's going to either if he just showed up and flat out refused to fight. I mean, he's got to think like no one's going to sign him after that.
Yeah, he's not a big enough name. You know, that's what I don't understand about him. Is say, okay, so some people can go to Bellator and make more money than they did in the UFC. Ryan Bader's probably making more money now in Bellator than he did in the UFC.
Way more.
And so Gegard Mousasi might be, you know, Czech Congo maybe, but then that's it. You know, Paulo isn't built, and Congo has a country behind him, you know, so that's a different deal altogether.
Dawson's in trouble, Jeff.
Yeah, see, but Paulo's just not that big enough of a name. You know, he's not a needle mover. To use Dana's terminology, not a big enough needle mover to where you can play those games. You know, that the only people that could play those games, man, are Conor, Ronda, and maybe Khabib. And that is it. And I don't even think that those people win those battles with the UFC. But nobody makes the UFC that much money to where the UFC feels like, well, man, we have to kind of concede to Conor because he's the cash cow. Paulo's not that guy, you know? Paulo, off any other fight card Paulo's ever been on, who cares if he falls off? This one, though, is a different deal altogether because he's the headline on a relatively, I don't want to say weak card, but an unknown card to the general public. It's hard to sell this damn card without Paulo in the main event.
Well, it's Apollo's credit this week with all the stuff going on around this fight. It's piqued a lot more interest. There's going to be a hell of a lot more people watching this fight because of all the stuff that's happened this week.
He might be a crazy genius. I don't know. You know, I mean, I'm where you are, Jim. You know, we're both just scratching our heads going, we don't know I think that he probably has an angle. I just don't know I haven't put my finger on it yet. You know, I haven't put my finger on it yet. But yeah, show up at 185 fights at 215 pounds and say, fuck it, I'm only fighting a light heavyweight is a new one. That's a new flex. Not one you see every day. We're going to see if it plays. He better win by knockout early, Jim. He had better win by knockout early, or man, Paulo is going to have a rough end of the year. Will not be a good holiday season at the Costa house.
No, and I'm actually messaging with Captain Eric Albarracin right now, who has coached Paulo numerous times in the past, and I had messaged him with the just under the not the pretense, but you know what I'm saying, just with the notion that I'm trying to find a way or something for somebody to say to make some sort of sense out of this, or not necessarily to defend Paulo, but if Captain Eric had something to say about it, I don't know. If he's talked to anybody or if he's going to come on, but I've been trying to get him to come on and join us during the main event so we can see.
He's got a so this choke on with 9 seconds left. Is he going to finish this?
Dawson won the first. He's probably going to win by decision if he can hang on here. Oh, he held on. Yeah. I think Dawson's going to win by decision.
Yeah. And look, I don't know Paulo.
And Glenn saying he went out, Jeff. Glenn was saying Dawson went out with about a second, but did the refs stop it with a second left? No, he made it to the end. Wow. So Dawson dominated the first 2 rounds.
But yeah, I don't know. He gave a thumbs up. I don't know. The referee didn't feel like he went out. But yeah, like I said, I've not had a single interaction with Paulo Costa. So I don't know Paulo. I do know that he's an incredibly gifted fighter. And he's only had the one loss.
Super nice guy.
It's unfortunate that this is all happening. Hopefully there is a method to the madness, and he's going to score a first round knockout, and then everybody's going to be talking about bad boy Paulo, don't make weight and still kicks your ass, and he's the anti-hero. The UFC hates him, and that's why we love him. That could work. I mean, hell, I don't know. Maybe that does work.
He pulls the Colby Covington on the mic after Colby was about to get cut. He gets on the mic in Brazil. I mean, it's one of the most brilliant things I've ever seen. What Colby did.
He could flip the switch. Yeah, that's what Costa wants to call Americans dirty friggin' savages, and like just you know what I mean. He would be a star overnight. Everybody would know who the hell he is.
And his broken English with that accent, like it'd be perfect movie scene.
Yeah. And then he could even say that I didn't lose to an American. No Americans beating me. He could really do this pro wrestling thing up tonight. If he hopefully, like I said, hopefully there's that he's got somewhere he's going with this, because if he doesn't, man, he messed up bad.
And I give all the respect in the world to him if he's got something up his sleeve that we don't know about, that he's a diabolical genius, like you said. I want to see if Dawson held on to get this decision by surviving that choke, because it looked to me like he won rounds 1 and 2, and he's raising his arm here as they read off the scores. Man, I like Mike Beltran's beard. That's a cool dude. I've had a chance to talk to him sometime. Let's see. 29-28 for Dawson, 29-28 for Glenn. 2 judges have it 28-28 for a majority draw. Wow. Okay. Co-main.
You don't see those every day. Wow.
When's the last time we saw a majority draw? I'm having a blank. It was
It was the title fight.
Yeah, it was. I can't. Was it? It wasn't Whitaker.
Was it Woodley?
Romero, Woodley, and Wonderboy? Woodley and Wonderboy. First one, right?
I think so. I think that went to a majority draw and he retained the belt.
Right. Unbelievable. Yeah, and Glenn was saying that Dawson was out at the end of that 3rd round. Very close, Jeff. But he had his arm up in the air almost all the way to the end. As I watched the replay, that was, and I think, an incredible look. That's a great job of officiating by Mike Beltran. I mean, that's a great job by him.
Yeah, I'll study that replay later. If he was out, he just went out. So I don't know. I don't know if he was out. I don't know. Referee didn't think he was out.
Here we are. I wonder what the promo is going to look like now for this. Holy shit! What a week.
I mean, that's another thing. We've got to take
the tension's been building. What do you put together for a promo now? I mean, everyone's been scrambling all week. The production teams, the behind-the-scenes staff, everybody wondering what the hell's been going on. Are we going to have a fight? Are we not going to have a fight? It's going to be at 195. No, it's going to be at 205. Vettori says, I don't care if it's at 300 pounds, you're not getting out of this fight, to his credit. And just an unbelievable, and all of a sudden, a world full of Marvin Vettori fans, and they're showing Paulo Costa in the back hitting some pads right now. The world is lined up against you, Paulo Costa. It is literally, he's walking into the octagon, old school gladiator style, like in the old days of the Roman Colosseum. Every person, it's not a packed arena, but if it were a packed arena, can you imagine the boos that Paulo Costa would be hearing? Can you imagine what that crowd would sound like if this were in T-Mobile Arena, if this were in New York City, if it were in Texas, if it were anywhere with a full crowd? There will be fans in there, but not that many. I mean, he is the ultimate heel, the ultimate villain right now, but he's going to make the walk and he's going to fight Marvin Vettori. So there's always an opportunity for redemption in this sport and in this country and in this world. Vettori's right now, all of a sudden, he goes from being the little brat that no one could stand and really just looked like an idiot, for no other way to say it, the whole fight week against Izzy. And even after, he's like, Adesanya's not better than me. And he was setting himself up to be the ultimate villain. He's been out-healed by Paulo. And now because of the way that he responded and he kept going up in weight, he's got the respect of every fighter in the world. He's got the organization on his side. And he's won back a lot of the fans who may have, decided to not be a fan of Vettori's anymore. But, over in Italy, they got crowds in the street watching this fight. So whatever happens, man, Vettori's now regained almost everything he's lost and then 10x'd it in support with what he's done to handle Costa and his actions all week.
Yeah, Vettori's gained already from this, right? I think that if he loses, it doesn't matter that much for him. I feel like he's gained, like you said, he entered this week as the heel. And then he ends up at the end of the week as the fan favorite in this fight. And so, or who the fans are pulling for anyway. And so I think that he's already benefited. But we'll see if he can go out there and get a win, man. If he can shut Paulo down, then, they showed the video of the people in Italy out in the streets and stuff. I mean, that's something that we don't bring up a lot with Marvin. I mean, he does, if he gets a winning streak going, he does have an entire country behind him. He has the formula, he has the formula the UFC friggin' loves.
And both of these guys' last fight was Izzy. Izzy was their last fight, each guy. And Vettori looked a lot better than Paulo did. But, I mean, you can't really go by that. I think Vettori now twice has pushed Izzy harder than anybody else. I mean, Jan Blachowicz notwithstanding Izzy going up. But in the middleweight division, no one's fought Izzy tougher than Vettori those two times. And Izzy just crushed Paulo.
The Gastelum fight was fun for sure.
Yeah. That, you know what? Sorry. Yeah. How could I forget about my boy KG? Absolutely. Yeah. That was the best fight that Izzy's been in. But other than that, Vettori matchup wise and stylistically gave Izzy a lot of problems in those two fights.
Yeah. And I think with Vettori's skill set, you were more on edge than I was with the Gastelum fight. Gastelum, he hit Izzy and he looked good in that fight, but I wasn't ever like waiting for him to take Izzy down and pound him. I was literally thinking that even late in that fight with Vettori, I was like, if Marvin could get in top position, then this could be crazy. And so I understand why you say Vettori gave him the two best fights. Kelvin actually did, but I feel like the Vettori fights were more compelling in a way. We'll see if he can do it tonight, man. Paulo's submission game scares me a little bit for Marvin. Protect the neck, man. Protect.
We haven't seen a lot of it, but that wrestling style of Vettori and clenching and Costa's very strong. They both have good chins. And let's not forget, Paulo Costa, 13 wins, 11 knockouts. He's just dropping dudes until he fought Izzy. He dropped Uriah Hall. He crushed Johnny Hendricks. Romero was, I think, the decision that's in that mix there, right? That was the decision. And it was Yoel was, that was a beast-like performance by both guys. It was a unanimous decision, but it just was a brilliant performance against a world-class fighter in Romero. So Paulo Costa has beaten some big names. He's laid waste to almost everyone he's fought. And the one blemish, the one black mark on his record is that he looked terrible against Israel Adesanya. Well, I got news for you. A ton of guys have looked terrible against Israel Adesanya. The style bender has been almost impeccable and has made almost everyone who's gotten in there with him look bad. And Vettori in that last fight, that was a clinic by Izzy. It wasn't like it was close. Vettori got thoroughly outclassed. He didn't get finished, but Marvin's making the walk to the octagon right now, and he's got a ton of fans. The whole sport, every fighter. Everyone's on Team Vettori right now, the Italian dream.
Oh, the whole UFC staff Right? Like I said, I want to reiterate that as much as possible. The UFC staff is pissed off at Paulo Costa right now. Nobody's smiling at him when he walks into the media center. Nobody says a damn word, right? And so, Costa's got to be feeling that. But and Vettori, I don't think you can take anything away from either one of their performances against Izzy. Izzy's a different puzzle. He has a total different skill set than either one of these guys, and he made both of them look bad, or not terribly bad. He made Paulo look incredibly bad. He just outclassed Marvin, And this fight,
Oh, what he did to Paulo's lead leg, though. I hope Paulo's learned to defend that lead leg a little bit, because that's what Izzy just brutalized him with.
Yeah. But losing to Izzy can do one or two things where I feel like it might have broke Paulo Costa. I feel like Marvin Vettori actually seems more confident. I've been in there with the champion twice, but him as the champion once, and I did okay, and so it's kind of a weird deal, but psychologically, I feel like Marvin actually gained confidence after fighting Adesanya, where Paulo has yet to be the same.
Now, and Marvin Vettori has the 6th most significant strikes in middleweight history with almost 700. He's won 5 out of 6. Of course, the Adesanya fight here in Phoenix back in June this year was he lost by decision, and he had a fight where he had 11 takedowns in a fight. So he's going to look to take you down. He's going to look to get you down on the ground. Paulo Costa's so strong, and now that this fight's taking place at 205, Vettori looking like he didn't really put any weight on after the weigh-in, Jeff. And that was one thing I was wondering, is Paulo Costa going to come out here at 220, 225? Vettori literally looks like he's at 205 right now.
Yeah, this is about where he would be if this fight were at middleweight. He would have put on,
right,
10 to 15 pounds. He's close to where it is.
And without the weight cut, though,
to see Paulo come out.
Yeah, I'm always a big fan of it, because with the weight cut, I never think fighters are at their best when you cut that weight. And since they moved the weigh-ins to the morning, that's helped a lot. But neither one of these guys cutting weight, I think they're going to be physically better, and they didn't go through that draining experience of cutting weight and putting it back on, which I think is brutal. So I think we're going to see a better version of each guy than we would have otherwise, which is the one silver lining here for a fan. You're going to get both guys at their best physically.
I agree. Yes, I agree. The weight, especially with Paulo, cuts a shit ton of weight. He's just one of those guys. Not everybody does, but Paulo's definitely one of them that does that. And there's just no way that doesn't drain you. Like you said, there's video out there of Cyborg cutting weight. There's also one of Paige Van Zandt cutting weight. And you just can't, it's hard to watch, right? It's hard to friggin' watch. And you think that they're going to die. You literally do. You were not using hyperbole when you said that. I've seen Rashad Evans, and I thought, man, is Rashad going to get up, or do we need to call a friggin' ambulance right now? It's crazy the amount of weight that Paulo cuts. He didn't have to this fight, so I think that's legitimate. It's got those.
He looks big. Of his back, he looks big and strong. The suction mark, but he ran to cage side. He kind of made the gesture to bring the boos in. He got booed. Very small crowd in the Apex, but man, he ran out there. He's dancing to the music. He does look a little uptight. He looks a little tense right now. Vettori looks loose. Take that for what it's worth. We don't know if that even means anything, but wow. We're actually here. Costa's about to go into the octagon in just a second here, and he looks lean, he looks big, he looks strong. And normally when Costa cuts all that weight and then comes back the next day, he looks tired, he looks less energetic. I would say that this is a big advantage for Paulo Costa to not have it. Nobody's talking about how much of an advantage it is for Paulo to not have to go through what he goes through physically in his weight cuts, which is, as we mentioned, it's one of the worst I've ever seen. It's one of the most taxing. His weight cuts are absolutely brutal.
Oh yeah, man. And like I said, there's videos out there for you guys that haven't seen somebody cut weight. Just check those out, because I know the Cyborg one's absolutely insane. It's absolutely friggin' insane. And Paulo's is on that level, if not even worse, and so definitely check those out so you'll get a reference on what he does. But he looks big, man. And you're right. It is an advantage for Paulo, who probably didn't cut hardly any weight. And then for Marvin, who had started his weight cut, and his dieting, Marvin just stopped dieting, and kept drinking for the rest of the week. And so this is pretty much his walking around weight.
Man, crazy.
We'll see,
and Jeff, Clay Smith in the chat made a good point. He said Costa was smart to take the 20% penalty. He gave himself a big advantage by not cutting weight. I mean, that's dead on, Clay, I think, is what we were saying. Costa 30, Vettori 28. There's an inch different in height. 204.5 versus 204 was the weigh-in. Costa clearly looks bigger on fight night and added more weight back on. And Vettori's got a 2-inch reach advantage, which really isn't anything. But it's Vettori, the wrestler, Costa, the jiu-jitsu guy. If the grappling exchanges are there, it's going to be interesting to see how that takes shape and takes place. Both guys, you know, Vettori's got a ton of significant strikes. Costa's a knockout artist. Both of them swinging heavy hands and feet. Who could forget the head kick that Costa hit Romero with? Both guys with a ton of power. Either one could put the other guy to sleep at any time. You're 20 pounds heavier in this fight and that much more power. How will it affect the gas tank of each fighter? I mean, I'm just running through everything I could possibly think about with this fight here, Jeff.
This is definitely one of the more compelling fights that we've got to call, you know, or got to react to, because there's so many variables. There's so much drama going on. There's so many damn angles. I agree with everything you said. I have questions about every damn one of those things. And we're about to find out. We're about to find out if Paulo looks, I mean, he is a lot bigger in his arms than Marvin is. We're about to see. We're about to see. But yeah, Paulo.
All right, we're not going to get Captain Eric. And I understand that. I mean, Paulo's his guy, and you know, coming on at a time like this is probably, you know, not at the top of his list with what's going on with Paulo, and he's going to watch the fight. So he says thanks for the invite, but he's not going to do it. So it's just us, Jeff, but they're making the intros now. You're watching UFC Fight Night Live on MMA Weekly. Jim Grieshaber, Jeff Cain. Call me Grease, call him Kane, and we are just excited. I mean, we can't wait. Finally, after everything that's happened this week with Paulo Costa and the weight issues, and now the fight's at 205. Costa and Vettori. Costa's in the center of the octagon right now as Martinez calls his name. He seems to be embracing this heel status. He lets out a big primal scream. Meanwhile, guys, while you're here in the chat room, let us know who you think's going to win. How are they going to win? What round is it going to happen in? Tell us where you're from, where you're watching from. And while you're here, make sure you subscribe, hit that bell so you know when we're coming on live. We got the big pay-per-view cards coming up next week and the week after, back-to-back from Fight Island and then Madison Square Garden in New York. Jeff and I will be here live for both of those on MMA Weekly. Jeff, here they come. It's about to start in Vegas at the Apex. The eyes of the fight game and the world are on the octagon right now. Costa and Vettori ready to go.
Yeah, they both.
Ooh, big kick from Costa misses. Clearly, he's going to start throwing some kicks early on in this fight.
Yeah, and Vettori's, you know, he looks like he's definitely amped up.
Yeah, they're way bigger. I mean, it's cool to say they definitely look the 205 part right now. Costa's hit a couple of inside leg kicks on that lead leg. Vettori, of course, the southpaw stance. And Costa's hit that lead leg with a couple of inside thigh kicks. And he's throwing a lot of kicks. Costa looks pretty sharp and pretty quick right now. Oh, he kicked and fell. Got to watch this. He slipped when he threw a kick, and Vettori came right at him. You're not going to want to be up against that cage, and Vettori's going to want to clench him up, like you said earlier.
Yeah, I would take the opportunity to clinch him up and then try to wear on him a little bit. The added weight, man, I mean, while Costa's physique is amazing, that's not actually you know, the physique that you want to have good cardio and stuff. Those big muscles like that can take a lot of oxygen.
Right.
And it just takes me back to like Phil Baroni, you know, that was one of the knocks on him. He looked great. Always looked fabulous
big
walking
muscles
through the cage. You know.
Vettori had him up against the cage for a second, and about 30 seconds there, and Costa was able to get off. Both guys throwing a lot of volume early, but not really connecting much.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Vettori's having success here in boxing range. Whenever they were out at kicking range, Paulo was having his way and using a lot of kicks. But now that Vettori's been able to get inside into boxing range, he's landing his jab and stuff.
We mentioned this is do or die, literally, for Paulo Costa with everything that's happened this week. It's him against the world. He needs a brilliant performance here and a huge opportunity for Vettori against the guy who's ranked number 2 in the world. Costa just missed with a big right
stiff. Yeah, he landed a stiff right hand, but he didn't have everything on it. Those kicks hurt, though, man. Paulo throws hard friggin' kicks.
Yeah, one of those snuck through and hit him in the oblique on the left side, Vettori. That kick to the side of the oblique and under the rib cage is one of the most painful
He went
things.
to the body. Paulo's going to the body now with punches.
He looks pretty good.
As well as the kicks. He does look good. He does, outside of that just like 10-second. Okay.
Say what you
Well,
want
as soon
about
as
the
we
guy,
said
but
that-
he's a very high level guy. And he came in for a shot, and Vettori landed a combo on Costa, who was covering up in the center of the octagon.
Yeah, I was going to say, as soon as we talked about how good Costa looked, Vettori, unloads a nice little combination there. But here's the question that I have, though. Paulo slows at a lighter weight. And so is he going to slow down earlier in this fight? Because I don't think Marvin's going to slow down.
Oh, Marvin's throwing a lot of volume and hitting him with some shots up against the cage. Costa covering up, but he ate a right and he ate an elbow. Costa kind of laughing like there's no effect. And another nice kick from Paulo. But he does look like he's breathing heavy already. Paulo does.
Yeah. Yeah, and Vettori's not going to give him any breaks. That's one thing you can say about Vettori, man, is he stays in it until you force him out. He's going to stay on top of you. He's going to continue to move forward. That's who he is. But I agree. Paulo looks like he's breathing a little heavy right now. Marvin recognized it, went to the body with the right hand, worked that body, make it harder for him to breathe.
Yeah. Pretty good first round. Oh, Paulo with a big, I don't know if that hit or grazed him or what, but that was a big overhand right.
Yeah, it was a bad camera angle. It was a big right hand.
And then a nice little body kick, too, from Paulo. So Vettori's eating some pretty hard kicks so far.
Yeah. And they both eaten some clean shots, too, punches.
Nice first round. There's about 45 seconds left.
Yeah, it looks like to me that Paulo's fighting in spurts. Like he'll fight for 15 seconds and then he takes the next 15 off. Where Marvin's moving forward the entire time. Which tells me maybe Paulo's trying to conserve energy.
Yeah, he looks at his volume has decreased a little bit. And Vettori's been able to sneak some shots through, but Paulo's mouth wide open. Vettori looks like he's the fresher fighter. I mean, not by all that much. I don't want to exaggerate it, but
yeah, I was just saying the approach that Paulo seems to take, 15, 20 seconds off where he's just covering up, and then he'll go on a 15, 20-second little spurt, and then he pulls it back. It's not a bad strategy. It's actually smart.
Ooh. End of round one. Yeah. He just missed with a big head kick. Paulo did. Good point in the chat room by LF3rd. He said Israel said he thinks Costa is a better fighter. So that's for sure. That's on the record.
Yeah, I saw Izzy's breakdown. Yeah. He said that
he's good.
But
he does a great job.
Yeah. And Vettori's, but Vettori, what Izzy was saying is he doesn't think Vettori's going to be able to do what Vettori does. And we haven't seen him get the takedown. We haven't seen him close the distance, but I felt like Vettori, outside of some of maybe not taking as many kicks to the body, looked fine striking with Paulo that first round. I give Paulo that round. I don't know. I'd have to look at the stats. I feel like maybe Marvin landed more, but I felt like Paulo's kicks were just hard, did more damage.
Yeah. And he looks tired on the stool though, Jeff. Paulo looks real tired on the stool.
And Marvin's just Marvin, right? Hey, that guy.
He's a dog. He's a wrestler, man.
It's hard for me to dislike Marvin, even though he's definitely different. There's cultural differences with him being Italian and me being Kentuckian. And so I'd see some things, his mannerisms.
Him being Italian, you being Kentuckian.
Yeah. But I like the guy, he's enthusiastic about fight. He's exactly where he wants to be right now.
34 head strikes for Vettori. Interesting. He outstruck Costa by a big margin in round one.
Did he?
10-9 Marvin, everybody's saying.
Yeah, I felt like he did, but I felt like Costa's shots were bigger. And Marvin's coming out, taking it to Costa in the second round, the start of the second round.
Yeah, he is. Throwing heavy volume. Costa was covering up against the cage. Don't know how many of those really snuck through or not. I think we're going to see some fireworks here early in round two. And then remember, it's a 5-round fight.
Yeah.
Costa's never, he just ate a big right from Vettori. Costa's never gone near 5 rounds. The Romero fight was 3, right? Yeah. And the Izzy fight ended so early.
Oh, Costa just landed a head kick
He did, and that hurt Vettori. That really,
Yeah,
and Costa
Vettori
smells
retreated.
blood. Vettori's hurt. He's wobbly. Oh, and a
If
body
Vettori
shot.
can
Marvin's
survive
in
this,
trouble.
yeah, if he can
Marvin's in
survive this is
trouble.
exactly what he wants.
Paulo Costa coming in for the finish here, man. Aggressive. Vettori looks like he might be recovered, though. What a tough dude.
I mean, he ate that kick. I mean, it's a head kick, right? Boom, right on the ear.
Costa
But look,
continuing
Paulo's
to throw.
expending a lot of energy right now. Paulo's expending a lot of energy trying to put Vettori out, and I don't think Vettori's close to being out yet.
No, those big punches that miss and just hit air, those are exhausting. And Paulo looks to be a little tired now. He better be careful here. You don't want to go too crazy. Now they're both kind of reset and yeah, so but that was a pretty, I mean, Paulo with a flurry thought he maybe had a finish there. Give Marvin credit. Tough dude.
Marvin's been moving forward this entire fight. He took that head kick and immediately retreated across the cage. Immediately.
No, and Costa's landing some more leg kicks, though, to that inside thigh on the front leg of Marvin, which is opened up because he's, obviously standing southpaw. This is a lot of fun, guys. I hope you're enjoying it like we are.
I think it's strange that we haven't seen Marvin try to get this fight to the ground. I mean, he's content with boxing or fighting Paulo in a kickboxing match.
Paulo's throwing a lot of left hooks to the body all of a sudden. You see that?
Yeah. And he's got Vettori against the cage. Vettori might be slowing down. He has taken a lot of damage to the body with kicks and punches.
Paulo's winning this round, I think. I think it was Vettori in round 1, but I think Paulo's, so far, you're only a little past halfway through. Oh, nice hook to the face from Paulo, a left.
He did. That left hand landed. Now, finally.
Oh, Vettori's got his back. Oh, he takes him down.
Takes Paulo down, yes. See, this is what
I
expected to see.
See, they're both pretty sweaty.
On Paulo.
He's got the legs inside position on Paulo. And this is where it gets, I mean, he's going to want to wear him down here after Paulo missed on all those punches. But Paulo's up. He's up and he's out. Good job by the eraser.
Backed away. Yeah.
I got to give Paulo Costa all the credit in the world.
He got poked. That's a bad poke, too. That's a bad poke.
Vettori did.
Yes, sorry. It just looked bad in real time with his reaction. Oh, he just
Oh, he just literally shoved his fingers right out straight.
It might have been both eyes that got it. I got to see a different angle of that replay. Yeah, Paulo was going to throw a leg kick. He reached out with his hand and
he's exhausted.
Marvin right in his eyes. Yes, Paulo's got his arms up on top of the octagon resting. Definitely fatigued. This is benefiting him right now.
Little strategy there on Paulo's part. I mean, it looked like the eye pokes that people have accused DC of throwing over the years. And I mean, it was just blatantly straight out with the fingers. Straight out. I mean, there was no closed fist whatsoever. It was just straight out. But then you looked at it and it looked like he might have been trying to push his face away. But you got to keep that fist closed. I mean, I don't know if they're going to.
Or he could have just been getting his distance, right?
One.
He could have been just getting his distance. I don't know. I think
there's no way
Vettori's
not
going to
continue.
Devastating. I mean, they're
well, look at all the eye pokes that Grant took from Trinaldo. Trinaldo poked him repeatedly. Lost a point.
Yeah, he should have lost a point. Paulo's arguing with the referee, so maybe the referee took a point. He did take a point. The referee took a point from Paulo.
Oh, my God. Wow. That's, I mean, without any warning, without anything, he just takes a point. Paulo's not happy.
Yeah.
I mean, Paulo needs to, he's not going to, this fight's not going the distance. So, I mean, I don't know if anybody'd be worried about a point right now. This is not going to the judges' scorecards. I'd be shocked.
Well, it just means that the best Paulo can do in this round is 9-9.
But Paulo got a 1.5-minute break there when he was literally heaving and laying up against the cage. That's huge for him right now.
Yeah, I agree. That Paulo, maybe he gives up a point there. He's throwing that high kick that landed repeatedly now.
And now he kicks the leg out again.
Powerful kicks.
But he is gassing. You can see it. He's I don't want to say gassing. He's getting really tired. And Vettori's pretty fresh.
Yeah, I don't think that Vettori's going to slow down this whole fight. And Paulo usually slows down. So we'll see. At what point?
Oh, nice elbow by Vettori up against the cage. The jab gets through, a couple body shots. Paulo better be careful here. Vettori has him. Oh, and a big swing and a miss from Paulo. Haymaker.
Yeah, I think Paulo might be getting desperate. Yeah, because that punch came from a long way back. And so he's looking for a one hitter quitter right now.
He can get it. That's for sure. Good fight so far. About to tell. Oh, big left from Vettori. 10-second mark, round 2. I think Paulo might have lost this round by losing a point, and he was winning the round. But Marvin got his back. I don't know if they would rule that a takedown or not, would they? There's the end of the round.
Yeah, I mean, he took him down, and he was able to get back to his feet. Look, that could be a 10-8 round. I mean, if Marvin won that round, then it's a 10-8 round because they took a point from Paulo. If the judges score Paulo winning that round, then it's a 9-9 round, and he didn't gain anything. And so
Vettori's up around because everybody had Vettori winning round 1.
Yeah, and see, I think Vettori's looks much more fresh than Paulo does right now. Oh,
Paulo landed a big right in that round. He landed a big kick, the head kick. Vittori's got a chin, man. Those kicks. Oh, he kicked him square too, right in the back of the ear. Oh man, he ate those. The right hand that Vettori ate and the head kick that Vettori ate would finish most guys. That's why Costa has 11 knockouts. I mean, it'd finish almost anybody else he'd fight. But that eye poke and the point deduction, especially with the shots that Costa landed in that round, that's a huge deduction at this point. Although I don't think this thing's going anywhere near the scorecards still. I mean, Paulo's like literally breathing like he just ran a marathon.
Yeah. And it's weird that Paulo's arguing with the referee. It means I don't like that. You let your coaches argue with the referee. He lost focus of the fight, at least for a second, to argue with the referee.
Tell you what though, these kicks are adding up. Paulo's kicks to that leg are adding up.
Oh yeah. Paulo's kicks are still firing off with good.
I think
speed
someone's
and
going to
power.
sleep in this round. My gut's telling me someone's going out in the third.
It looks like Paulo's the snap on his punches are gone. Not on his kicks, on his punches.
Who's going to make that mistake? Is someone going to make a mistake and leave the other guy an opening? Vettori continuing to push forward and wants to get Paulo up against the cage. Good movement by the eraser. He's circled around. He's done a good job moving throughout this whole fight. Vettori had him down for 1 minute there in the last round, and Paulo got right up, escaped it. He hasn't allowed Vettori to keep him up against the cage at all. They've both been throwing a lot of strikes in this fight, ton of output. Vettori's been the busier fighter, and he's been walking forward the whole time. Without a doubt, Vettori's been the more aggressive. Oh, spinning kick from Paulo. Just missed him in the. Oh my God, that almost took his head off.
Huge right. Yeah, he landed a huge right hand after that, though.
He did.
Vettori was moving away from the kick. Yeah.
How's Marvin taking these shots like they're not even? I mean, he's just a beast.
It was a nice left hand by Marvin. Yeah, Marvin is a beast, man. I don't know how he's taking these shots. Paulo hits hard. You know, these aren't light shots that he's absorbing. And Paulo just landed another clean right hand. We're at about 3-minute mark. 3 minutes left in the third round.
I'm at 3:03. Where are you at? I'm at 3 minutes right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same. We're on the same.
A little bit of a clench. They're both so sweaty. Good job with the underhooks by Vettori to walk him up into the cage, though.
Yeah. Now, see, this is where Vettori needs to lean on him, make him carry his weight a little bit, but he doesn't. He backed away. I don't know. I think I would stay in the clinch a little more if I was Marvin.
Paulo definitely looks tired, man, but give him credit. He's not really slowing down.
He's flat-footed.
Nice right to the body.
But he's still
from the
so
eraser.
dangerous. Yeah, he's still so dangerous, but he's completely flat-footed.
He's not throwing many kicks right now.
Mm-mm.
He was throwing a ton of them early on. That's a sign that he's tired. I mean, those kicks take a lot of energy. But he's had some success to the inside thigh of Vettori's lead leg with that kick. And then he's hit him with a couple of head kicks, too. Just missed a big spinning head kick.
Yeah, and Vettori's left hand is definitely finding a home. You got blood coming from the nose of Paulo right now. But yeah,
Brutal
Paulo's
fight.
output has just fallen off a cliff.
Oh, Paulo shoots. Oh, Paulo with the takedown.
Ooh,
Whoa.
with 140 left in the round, Paulo's got top position.
He's looking to finish him here on the ground, throwing shots at him, elbows, punches. Vettori looking to reverse it here.
Uh-oh. Protect your neck.
Paulo stuffed it.
Yep.
You got a
Vettori
jiu-jitsu
kicked him
black belt
off,
here.
and then he tried to stand.
Oh, Paulo
and-
pulled guard and went for the
wow.
choke. Now Vettori's
Yeah.
on top.
Yeah, Paulo went for a guillotine choke, pulled guard. Vettori popped his head out. Now Vettori is working inside Paulo's closed
wow.
guard.
What a job by Vettori to get to reverse this, man. I did not see that coming. Paulo took a big gamble there, pulling guard and going for that choke. But, Vettori's so slippery, he slipped right out. And now Marvin working like a dog from top position. He's in great spot right now.
I was worried for Marvin because he tried to get up and immediately shot in. And when Paulo grabbed his neck, I was like, oh, shit, protect your neck.
Yeah.
But,
He might have stolen
sometimes
this round back.
Yeah, sometimes people will give that up to gain top position. If they have really, really good guillotine defense, they'll give that up to gain top position.
I was surprised how quick Paulo pulled guard there. Now he's just holding on with the legs around Vettori, trying to stop him from doing any damage. 25 seconds left in the round, and this is where it's really exhausting for Paulo Costa, for both guys. But fighting off a wrestler like Vettori, and you had him. I mean, I think maybe, I don't want to say that was a desperation move from Paulo to pull guard and go for that choke. I don't want to say that, but I feel like he felt like that was his best chance in the moment to get that finish. 5 seconds left in the round, Jeff. Vettori might have stolen this round. I mean, you look at the eye poke, the previous round, and then the reversal in this round from Vettori. I mean, he might have just stolen those 2 rounds that could have been winnable for Paulo.
Yeah, I agree. I think that looking at the fight stats, it looks like Vettori probably won the first one. If he won the second one, that's a 10-8. So he's up 3 rounds in a 5-round fight. That round, I don't know how they're going to score. I feel like Vettori won that round because Costa's output significantly dropped. And then when he did get the takedown, Vettori gained top position and ended the round on top. I think that most judges are going to score that round for Vettori. I got Vettori pitching a shutout right now.
And I got the captions on, and Paulo's team is saying, that was our round. I don't want you going for the submission. I want you to stay on top of him if you take him down. So Paulo pulling guard and going for that choke, that's not what his corner wanted him to do. And they told him specifically just now, Jeff, if that happens again, stay on top.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look good to get reversed like that.
No, and that was a great takedown by Costa.
Yeah, it's hard not to jump on a neck, though. When you leave your neck exposed and you're a jiu-jitsu guy on the level of Costa, you grab that neck, man. It's just instinctual.
We could easily be sitting here with Vettori having been finished by that choke and Costa the winner.
Yeah. And then he looks like a genius, yeah.
Look at this, though. I mean, Vettori coming out heavy and hard like he has in almost every round, throwing a bunch of shots. Costa backpedaling a little bit now and up against the cage. He looks tired.
Looks really fatigued right now. And Vettori's continuing to pressure him. He's not giving him any space. He's staying in his face. I don't know. Vettori's output's dropping a little bit too. Like right now, he's staying in the clinch position where earlier in the fight, he backed away. Now he's backed away.
Oh, nice left by Costa.
Down. Yeah, if I'm Vettori right now, I just put the pedal down and start try to finish him. I don't feel like Costa can do much right now. He still looks too fatigued. His hands are low.
No kicks at all from Paulo, like so many early in the fight. Vettori hits him with a left. Costa shaking his head and tapping his face like it having no effect. But when that happens, it did.
It did, yeah. Yeah,
This is
fighters
interesting.
do that for themselves, right? I mean, Marvin Vettori's hit people his whole life. He knows if the punch was good or not. Doing that to your face just confirms to him it was a good shot.
Costa did throw a head kick, didn't come close, but his output's really gone down. And Vettori's as too. I mean, let's be honest. These guys weigh in at 204.5, 204 pounds respectively, and they're into the 4th round. I mean, I didn't think this fight was going this long. They're into the 4th round, but so far you'd think if this goes the distance, Vettori's going to win. But either one of these guys can put the other one to sleep anytime. But Vettori really, like you said, he's emptying the tank right now.
Got him up against the fence, yeah.
Yeah. Costa fighting his way off. threw a nice
Trying
hook to the body.
Yeah. I mean, but Costa's not even fighting in the spurts now. He did fight his way out of that clinch right there with punches to the body. But other than that, okay, maybe he's getting a second win. We just saw him throw a kick and a right hand. Oh, two big right
couple of
hands.
rights got through from Paulo. Vettori's a dog, man. He just walked right through those big shots from Costa.
Yeah.
Snapped his head back.
How much more does Costa have left?
Those were two big shots that he just landed.
Huge shots.
This is a scrap, man. What a fight. As much shit as we've seen this week and what we've been put through as fight fans and people covering the sport, this fight has delivered on every level. It's a great fight.
And you know, the irony of this is if this fight were at 185 pounds, and I'm going to say this, and it might sound controversial, Marvin got knocked out by that head kick. Got knocked out by those two right hands. But because they didn't have to deplete themselves of all that water and protection around the brain, Marvin just eats them now at 205.
Oh, nice left from Vettori. Costa saying it didn't hurt. Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Oh, another right to the body by the eraser. What a fight, man. We're inside of 2 minutes in round number 4. These guys are already literally, I mean,
it's a great fight.
18 minutes in.
Yeah, this is a great fight. No question about this. This is a great fight. The UFC's not as pissed off right now, Jim. They're just not as pissed.
You know, when you put on a performance like this, it goes a long way toward erasing the events of the week. How about that for the eraser?
There you
erasing
go. Nice,
the memory.
Nice play on words. Yeah, nice play on words.
He's erasing the memory of what he did this week with this performance. But the whole world wants Vettori to knock him out here. I mean, literally, almost the whole world.
Pretty much everybody outside of Brazil, and even some Brazilians.
I thought Vettori had an opening there, but Paulo closed it pretty fast. Both guys really slowing down. Vettori's eye's pretty swollen now, his right eye from those lefts that Paulo's hit him with. But neither guy really throwing much right now. I still think Paulo's behind, and he's got to find a way to win this fight. He's got to find a way to finish it. Vettori's bleeding on that left eye now. That left eye's bleeding. Oh, he shoots for the takedown.
For a takedown.
Double leg doesn't work, though. Nice sprawl by Costa. Defended it.
Yeah. There's 38 seconds left in the round, and they're clinched along the cage. Vettori's pressing Costa against the cage, just putting weight on him.
How smart is that by Marvin, though, to shoot for that takedown, try to steal the round late? That's a smart fighter.
Yeah, and it wears Costa further down.
Oh, that kick, though. He just crushed his midsection again. Paulo's kicks to the midsection have to be adding up by now.
Yeah. But Paulo's hands are down by his waist, like he's Anderson Silva. That's not the way Paulo fights. That's not how he fights. If Marvin can muster up a clean shot, he could finish this.
End of the 4th. This thing's going to the 5th. Can you believe, Jeff, what would the odds have been, and I don't even know an answer to this question, that this fight would go to the 5th round? No one in the world thought this fight's going to the 5th round. No chance.
No. I didn't think this fight was going to the 5th round. I thought this would be over by 3. But we'll see. It looks like to me that Costa is extremely fatigued. His hands are down by his waist. And Marvin has slowed down, but he doesn't look completely gassed yet. So, and Marvin has started every round with a flurry and in a fast pace for like the first 30 seconds. We'll see if he can get Paulo out of here at the beginning of this round.
Wow. And Vettori doesn't sit. Costa's on the stool. Vettori standing between rounds. Take that for what it's worth, fight fans. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the bell for us, MMA Weekly. Check us out on all our social platforms and the website, MMAWeekly.com. Jeff has the coverage of Fedor's knockout win today in Bellator in Moscow over Timothy Johnson at 146 of round number 1. But right now, we're hitting the 5th and final round of our main event at the Apex. Everything we went through to get here. Paulo Costa, Marvin Vettori, round 5, Jeff, underway. This is awesome.
Oh, shit. Costa's hands look fast right there in the first exchange. Oh, he got hit with the right hand.
Oh, Vettori got clocked there.
Vettori's landing his right hand.
Oh, the head kick, too.
Oh, shit.
Whoa, they're going at it here.
Dude. Yeah, this is a phenomenal fight. I almost don't even care that he missed weight at this point. This is a phenomenal fight.
I think we got a better fight because of it. Safe to say.
I think we did too. Yeah, I think Paulo might have been right about that. We did get a better fight.
But Paulo's not winning a decision. He needs a finish here.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's behind. I think that he's only won one round.
And that might have even been the one where he had the one taken away with the eye poke.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Or when Vettori reversed that takedown and Paulo went for the choke.
Yeah.
He might have stolen that round too. I mean, otherwise Paulo might have had won 2 rounds by now, and this would be anybody's fight because Paulo probably won those 2 rounds minus the eye poke and the reversal.
Paulo thinks he lost. He's losing the fight because he's trying to finish right now. I mean, he's putting everything into.
How does
punches.
Vettori keep walking through those big shots? Oh,
that right. He planted on that right hand. It just landed square on the friggin' jaw.
Wow.
We got 3:35 left in the final round.
Come on, we
Paulo's
need a knockout
looking for
here.
a finish, man.
And Vettori's going to want to push him up against that fence. He does it here. Walk him up,
clinch.
waste 30 seconds, take some more tick, time off that clock.
Yep.
Oh, if Vettori gets a takedown here, it's over. But
but I
Paulo,
think it's
good
like you
takedown
said,
there.
you're going to waste 30 seconds, look for a single leg, don't really go for it. Go back up, get your underhooks and just kind of hang out here till the referee separates you. I think this is really smart for Marvin.
8 body shots already in this round for Costa, and he pushes Vettori off him. Costa's left eye looks closed. Vettori's right eye is bleeding. Man, Paulo Costa's throwing some heat this round. Let's see. 249 counting.
The snap back on his
Costa
punches.
with a big right.
What a combination. I don't know what's inside Marvin Vettori's head, but holy crap.
The knee to the body from Costa. Paulo looking sharp here and fresh. Left to the body from the eraser.
Left hand to the body. Mm-hmm.
What an impressive performance by Paulo Costa. Vettori shoots again. Nice takedown D by Paulo. No takedown there, but he gets him up against the cage. Maybe an elbow coming down from Paulo here.
Yeah, I think Vettori's just running time right now. Smart move because Paulo looks to have got a second win, and the pop is back on his punches, and holy crap, is he landing them.
Vettori better be careful with his neck around there.
Mm-hmm. We just crossed 2 minutes left in the final round.
Control. He's got wrist control. Marvin does it. It's hard when you're sweaty like that too. Paulo's got to get him off him here and just start throwing hands again. There's a nice kick from Paulo to the midsection. This is really an impressive round from Paulo Costa. I didn't think he had it in him as tired as he was at the end of the 4th. He's been great in the 5th here. Both guys exhausted. Who wants it more? Are we going to see? I can't believe this thing might go the distance. We're at 1.5 minutes. This thing might go to the... I mean, that would be the last thing I ever would have expected in this fight, was that it would go the distance.
I just can't believe the amount of shots that Marvin has absorbed and just walked through them.
Oh, the head kick again lands from Paulo. He's got to know he's got to get a knockout here. Clinch. Paulo wants to throw a knee. Wow. 1 minute, Jeff. Almost. 105.
Yeah. 1 minute left to go in the final round. And
this is incredible.
And now I think finally Vettori's going to start moving forward. But if I'm Vettori, I think I'm up on the card. So I just don't want to get slept here.
Anything but that. You got 45 seconds. Oh, Costa with an intense combo. Vettori just shakes it off like it's nothing.
Oh, I cannot believe that he's able to absorb those shots. Most middleweights are laying on the canvas right now.
30 seconds. This has been an epic fight. I love this fight. Forget everything that happened all week. This is incredible. Oh, Vettori with a late takedown attempt. Now with 20 seconds left. Oh, he's pushing him up against the cage. Marvin's so smart. 15 seconds. He's just holding him there. What a great, brilliant move by Marvin Vettori. 10 seconds left. Oh, man. Come on, Marvin. Throw some hands. There's 5 seconds. No, I don't want to see it end like this. Marvin Vettori with a genius move. Oh, he just won himself the fight there. What a great, that is incredible, Jeff.
And Costa just accepted that situation right there, too.
He did, yeah. I don't think there's any way Costa won this fight.
I don't think so either. Not with a point deduction. There's just no way. I mean, I could say that maybe Costa won 2 rounds. Maybe. And that's not enough to win the fight, and then he got a point deducted on top of that. But that is such a huge right hand. I suggest everybody that when they come out with the slow motion highlights and they come out with the highlights of this fight, watch it because Marvin Vettori absorbed like 5 head kicks, so many right hands. It's
I
not
don't think
even funny.
Herzog should have taken a point there. Do you?
I wasn't in there. I don't know if there was a warning earlier for something different. And if Herzog felt like it was a deliberate deal, then yes, he should have. I don't know.
I mean,
I
if you're
probably
looking at
don't
moments
take a
in
point.
time, probably don't take a point. But if you're looking at moments in time in the fight, the big rights from Paulo, the head kick from Paulo, he almost got him in that choke when he pulled guard. I mean, he could have finished this fight multiple times, and Vettori was able to find a way through it, and Vettori was able to find a way to land when he needed to land. He reversed that one time and survived that choke when Paulo pulled guard. But I'm looking at the number of punches and kicks that Paulo landed in this fight. I mean, look, it's 67 head strikes for Costa, 151 for Vettori, 60 body strikes for Costa, 36 for Vettori, and 12 leg strikes to 3 for Costa. So just by sheer number of strikes, you would think that Vettori wins this fight easily by decision. Here it is.
Yeah, looking at the numbers, we'll see.
You can't hear that, can you, Jeff?
I cannot hear that.
Okay, good. I don't want to violate any rules here, but I want to hear the decision.
No,
Yeah,
go
Muha.
ahead.
Vettori absorbed everything Costa landed like it was his breakfast, you know? I don't know. What do you guys think? Someone says more win for Costa. Costa got a lot more. I think he earned back a lot of his respect this week with this performance. Let's hear the judges' scorecards, Jeff. Here they come. Okay, here
I got
it is.
my volume down. I'm updating the other results.
48-46, all the judges. Vettori. 48-46, unanimous decision, all the judges.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. I don't.
I mean, I can't
Props to
argue.
Marvin,
I love
man.
what Paulo Costa did in this fight. I love what he did. I think Paulo Costa deserves a lot more respect than I did before this fight. I give him all the. I mean, what a performance! I mean, you act like he did this week, and the things that he's said and done recently leading up to this fight. You better put on a great performance, and I think he did, Jeff. I think this was a tremendous performance by Costa, but Vettori was world class tonight, man. Marvin Vettori, this might be the best we've ever seen him. He was fantastic.
I agree. He looked great. Both fighters looked good. Costa. It's still bad for Costa because he did everything that he did this week and he didn't get the win. And so we'll see what Dana has to say about this because he's going to be asked about it. But yeah, I was happy with that fight. That was one of the more entertaining fights of the year so far.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, definitely Paulo's not going to walk away unscathed. There's going to be something for what just happened. But, I mean, you put on a performance like this. Vettori just said it in the interview. He said, hey, he didn't want to cut the weight, but he came ready to fight. And he talked about, Vettori basically said, when it hits the 4th and 5th round, no one's going to be able to outlast me. No one's going to out-heart me, outwill me type of thing. And, I mean, so far, it's pretty obvious. I mean, he was outclassed by Izzy a couple of times. But other than that, I mean, he's won now 6 of 7 fights. That only loss was to Adesanya, and he's beat some top guys.
Yeah, look, Vettori, he just took out the number 2 ranked middleweight. And so, he's going to jump in the rankings. He lost to Izzy, but that's it. With Vettori winning, I think that a lot of people in the voting panel are going to view this fight as a middleweight fight, where if Paulo had won, I'm not sure that we would have viewed it that way.
Marvin's answering a question about who he wants to fight next. He wants to keep to fight the best, and the belt's welcome. He said he's not going to he's going to keep improving, and he still wants the belt 100%. But remember, like, you got Brunson and Cannonier coming up. He hasn't fought either one of those guys. So you got to think with Brunson and Cannonier at 4 and 3, Vettori probably just jumped both those guys, and Paulo's probably down at 5 already. But I don't think Paulo really
because of inactivity.
I mean, Paulo,
you
can't really say.
Because he's lost back-to-back fights and the inactivity.
Where's Paulo's Octagon interview? Come on, Bisping and Paulo. I want to see Bisping and Paulo right now. Please, God. I think Paulo's gone.
Yeah,
is he?
UFC's not going to interview him, are they?
Oh, look at what's his name in the corner of Vettori. Good Lord, what is wrong with me? Um,
I saw him land
um,
on crutches.
no. Beneil Dariush in his corner.
Oh,
And yeah, his teammates with him.
Benil.
And the one thing Vettori talked about coming into this fight, and it ended up playing out with his chin. He spars against Gastelum, who hits like a truck. He spars against Verdum for years over there at Kings and Huntington Beach. So sparring against Verdum, getting hit by Verdum, Costa hits like a maniac, but Fabricio Verdum is a heavyweight. And so when you look at sparring with Kelvin, sparring with Verdum, Vittori's got that chin, man, and he took huge shot after huge shot from Paulo Costa throughout this fight, survived them all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked that he was able to absorb what he was able to absorb. And like I said, I think that if you had forced Vettori to cut down to 185, he might not have been able to absorb those shots, So ironically, the weight being at 205 pounds might have played into Vittori's favor at the end of the day.
Alex Caceres with the big win, didn't go to the podium, went to the hospital to be checked after that illegal knee was landed. I mean, a pretty good night of fights overall, man. I mean, when you think about the main event was, I think, an epic showcase between two incredible fighters, and really excited to see that. And then Dawson and Ricky Glenn was pretty good, a majority draw. Jessica Rose Clark dominated Jocelyn Edwards on the ground. Caceres took the illegal knee from Choi, was getting beaten pretty bad in that fight, able to somehow get up on the back and get a rear naked choke submission. Trinaldo beat Grant by a split decision, even though he got a point taken away because of the eye pokes. And Nugamurano and Villanueva, that was a TKO from Nikolai at light heavyweight to start everything off. And you're looking at the podium there. I wonder if Vettori will be. I think Vettori seemed like he was in good enough shape, and he'll probably be at that podium. I'm guessing that we will not hear at all from Paulo Costa today, which is disappointing. I'd love to get his thoughts on the fight. Love to get his thoughts on everything that happened. I'm sure this week we'll hear from him. We'll hear from Dana. We'll get a lot of clarification. But as far as showing up and fighting his ass off and putting on a great performance, nobody can take that away from Paulo Costa. I mean, he showed up and he showed out. He did everything he could to win that fight.
Yeah, it was a good performance by both of the guys. Vettori picked up the win. He's going to jump in the rankings. Paulo's going to move down a little bit, and we'll see where he falls, because the UFC may throw him into crazy fights after this. You'll find out by the matchmaking how well, does Paulo, after 2 losses, get a fighter ranked like 10 or 11, or does he get a guy ranked number 2? It's going to be interesting to see what the UFC does with him right now. And I do not expect to hear from him at the post-fight press conference. Alex Caceres is not coming to the press conference, so we might hear from
He's at the hospital.
Jessica Rose Clark and Grant Dawson. We might hear from those two, but we're definitely going to hear from Marvin.
Yeah. This could be the show that never ends. I'm interested. I mean, these next 2 weeks with the pay-per-views, I can't imagine. I think Paulo Costa just took a lot of the sting off of what happened all week long. I'm sure it doesn't go unchecked. I'm sure some things are going to happen, but going out and putting on a performance like he did in a fight like he did against Marvin, that takes a lot of that away. It erases a lot of that. And for Marvin Vettori at number 5, look, you got Brunson and Cannonier coming up on the Ngannou-Cyril Gane card in January in Anaheim, and that's the co-main. Those guys are both ranked. They're 3 and 4, Cannonier and Brunson. And, Blonde Brunson, man, he's coming. Every time you think that guy's done, kind of like Glover, he circles back around and beats everybody in his path, and we'll see what happens against the Killer Gorilla. But at the top of that division, Jeff, when I look at 185 right now, Whitaker and Adesanya, that's obviously the fight. Everyone wants to see that fight. But Cannonier and Brunson, the winner there, or Vettori, you got some options at the top of that division if you're Dana and Sean and Mick.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely some options and huge fights, as you brought up. Just depends on what they want to do right now, because Vettori's not getting close to a title shot again, or not soon, I don't think. So we'll see what happens with Whitaker. We could have the belt change hands, and then that even opens things up even more. Well, not really, because then you just have to do the trilogy fight.
Man, this is crazy. And I mean, you've got Oliveira and Poirier coming up. You got some big fights coming up. Some big fights, man.
They closed the year out strong for sure.
Oh, we're gonna see starting next week, man. Let's talk about that for a minute. With back-to-back pay-per-views coming up in the next 2 weeks, Fight Island and then Madison Square Garden, and then all those huge fights coming up to close. I mean, the end of this year looks like it's going to be the single greatest time to be a UFC fan in the history of the company. Look at just these fights coming up, the matchups, the belts that are on the line, the superstar. I mean, this is just, I mean, when I was looking through all that today and going, pretty much card by card and just the fights that are, it's just crazy.
Yeah, we've got a lot of good fights coming up, man, for sure. I'll have to pull it all up, to be honest with you, because
I can't believe Glover Teixeira made it all the way back to a title shot. That's unbelievable.
Oh,
You got Jan Blachowicz and Glover Teixeira coming up. Jan and Sanhagen on that card as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's the co-main event. The interim title fight between two guys coming off losses with a champion who's only the champion because of a DQ. So I have to get that out. Asterisk upon asterisk at 135 right now. And then you got the next week, Usman Covington 2 with Namajunas and Zhang 2. I mean, that could be the case, kind of like Joanna and Wei Li, where the co-main event is a better fight than the main event, although it's hard to imagine with Colby and Kamaru. But with Thug Rose and Zhang Wei Li, you always want to see how a true champion responds to a brutal loss. That's where we are with Zhang Wei Li. Thug Rose responded. We've seen her respond. It took her a while to come back from that Andrade slam, and she gets her belt back, though, and nobody thought she was going to beat Zhang. But now we have to see how Zhang bounces back from that loss, and it was a brutal loss, and she had some things to say. She blamed some things, had a couple of excuses, changes camps, comes over to the U.S. and trains at Fight Ready with Henry Cejudo and Davison Figueiredo. Works a lot on wrestling and grappling. I'm anxious to see how she responds to that loss and how, Rose Namajunas has to feel super confident, particularly on the feet against Zhang Wei Li after what she was able to do last time.
Well, Willie has to worry about, Rose's submission games. Whenever she was on The Ultimate Fighter, Dana White compared her to Ronda Rousey. That's how she was just tapping everybody out. And so it's weird to see Rose land these head kicks and score these knockouts. She did it against Joanna as well. When she's really and truly like a submission specialist in a way from her Invicta days. And, what got her submission of the year was that flying armbar. And, and she did all that on The Ultimate Fighter. And now she's the complete Rose and she's just knocking people out. But what does play in Wei Li's favor is if Wei Li's watching that first fight, she has to just pass that off. It's a fluke, right? It's just a fluke. She landed a head kick early. Big deal. I was doing fine in that fight up to that point. That's the only way she can look at that fight. For Rose, right. Yes. Rose is like, hell yeah. I got the same girl that I did before. Maybe check the leg kicks early. Rose has to be super confident heading into this fight.
Yeah, what a day for MMA. How about Fedor making the walk in Moscow, delivering the KO at 146 in front of the home fans? What a spectacle that was. And then this main event with all the crap that's gone on all week long. This sport always finds a way to deliver, man. This sport always finds a way to grab us and not let us go. It's the greatest sport in the world, and today was just just a perfect illustration of that.
It's a big day, big fights across the world, from here to Moscow.
Fedor in Moscow, man. That's just, to me, that video. Watch that video. Go find it somewhere on the web, guys. I think it'll be on MMA Weekly, sure. But we just watching Fedor make that walk in Moscow with that crowd. It's bone chilling, man. You can't feel yourself in those moments. Like the goosebumps are huge. Your body, it's electric. It's just one of those feelings. And I imagine being in that building, man.
Yeah. Yeah, and Tim Johnson came out to "I Am a Real American."
The Hulk Hogan song.
Yeah, hey, I found out on that broadcast that song wasn't originally written for Hulk Hogan. It was written for another wrestler, but they wouldn't tell me who. They didn't tell me who, but they said that wasn't originally written for Hulk Hogan. It just found.
Wonder if it was like Sergeant Slaughter or somebody like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't follow pro wrestling, so I don't know. But they didn't say it. I was like, really? I thought that song surely was written for Hulk Hogan. They did say it was a tag team duo that was that song was written for.
I wonder if it was Wyndham and Rotundo.
Maybe. I don't know. He's fighting for the rights of every man. Anyway,
man, Marvin Vettori, a happy camper. He's still, I can't believe he's walking back. He was standing in between rounds. another type of venom. And a lot of people in the chat are saying that Vettori wins by pity pat punches and ability to take big shots. Look, nobody's saying that Paulo Costa didn't land the bigger shots. Nobody's saying that Paulo didn't land the cleaner shots. But Vettori's volume was undoubtedly, when you look at the numbers, it was huge. The output of strikes, and look, the octagon control, pushing him up against the fence later in the fight. You got to look at things like that, and you got to look at Vettori's reversal. So 48-46, Jeff, from all three judges, right? That point really did hurt Costa a lot, the point for the eye poke, right? But even then, he still would have lost that fight. He still would have lost that fight. So the reversal, I wonder if that was what did it for Marvin. When Paulo got the takedown, pulled guard, and went for the choke, and Vettori ended that round in top position, I wonder if that's where he won the fight. It has to be. It must be, right?
Yeah, I mean, and then the punch count, the striking count. But yeah, those comments are just people being mean to Marvin Vettori. Look, I don't have to win a game by hitting a grand slam. I can do a squeeze play and win with a bunt. That the win is the same. And just because I butted in the winning run does not change the fact that I won the game. And so,
no, and let's not act there. Oh, sorry, Jeff.
Yeah, that's just, I don't think that's fair criticism. That's not fair criticism, in my opinion. And I'm watching the highlights right now.
He hit him a lot with big shots. And if you look at Paulo's face after the fight, it tells a big part of that story. So these were not pity-pat punches. I'm watching the highlights right now. There was some elbows landed by Marvin, some big punches landed by Marvin. I mean, this was not a case where Vettori just pity-patted him. I just think that's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah, well, I just don't think it's a fair criticism to a fighter. If Nick Diaz or Nate Diaz can jab and win a fight that way, then that's fine. That's who they are. That's their style. And we can sit back here in our armchairs and couches and be like, that was pitter-patter punches while the guy's eyes hanging out of his eye socket. But it seems kind of crazy to me. There was not pitter-patter punches in that fight. I didn't feel like that. Marvin hit him with big shots, and Costa definitely landed some huge shots. That was a good fight, man. I don't have any criticism of that fight whatsoever. Other than
the significant strikes, Jeff, 174 to 133 for Marvin. Head strikes 143 to 67. That's where he won the fight. The significant strike accuracy for both guys was 51%. They were both outstanding. But you cannot take, and I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Fuck that. Excuse me. I'm not sorry. You cannot take anything away from Marvin Vettori after you just watched that fight. There's no chance you could ever tell me, anyone could tell me, that you can take anything away from him or from Paulo Costa. Look, Paulo Costa was exhausted in the second round, and he had maybe his best rounds in the fourth and fifth rounds. Give all the credit in the world to both fighters, man. They were both brilliant. Sometimes one's just a little bit better. I have no issue with the decision. Both of them completely put on a show. The weight cut was completely irrelevant at the end of the day. None of it mattered. They put on an epic main event for the ages, and they went all 5 rounds in a freaking war. In a war. And that's everything you can ask for out of these fighters. If you're the UFC right now, there's nothing more you could have asked for from either one of these guys. And if anything, all the antics and the shenanigans of the fight week just brought more attention to the fight and had more people watching it. End of the day, and what they got to see was a brilliant performance by 2 of the top fighters in the world, regardless of what freaking weight class it was at. I mean, it doesn't excuse the unprofessionalism, and I know that's got to be dealt with. But when you all you can ask for as a fight fan is to see what we just saw in that main event. That's all you can ask for, is both guys to give it their best and put on a war. Neither one of them quit. They both were exhausted. Neither one of them gave up an inch, gave any ground in this fight. They both of them took the other's best shots for 5 rounds and delivered their best shots for 5 rounds. I mean, what the hell else could you want as a fan? That's everything we could ask for.
And Paulo came out in the 5th round and tried to finish that fight. I mean, he started having some pep on his punches, and he was taking the fight to Vettori, and that's why Vettori clinched. He didn't have a choice, right? He started taking too many of those big shots, so he started tying him up, which was smart. That was a great fight. My only complaint about that fight is that Paulo didn't make weight, and it took place at 205. Other than that, I don't feel like the UFC is going to be too upset with either one of the guys. Yeah, they're happy right now that Paulo Costa just lost every bit of negotiating power that he had with them on a contract. they're secretly going to smile a little bit about that. But at the end of the day, they're going to look at the numbers, right? Because they don't really care who you are. If you sell fights, you're fighting in the UFC. That's the end of it. They don't give a shit if you hide underneath the octagon from drug tests. They don't give a shit if you run over a woman and flee the scene. They don't give a shit.
They're not letting you. Yep, they're not letting him out of that contract now after that performance. And Marvin Vettori's being interviewed by Karen Bryan and Michael Chiesa right now on ESPN Plus, and he's basically saying that Paulo, it might have been misleading this week because of his attitude toward the weight and the way that he showed up, making people think he wasn't ready for the fight, but he was 100% ready and he was game. So Vettori giving him credit there.
Yeah, I think that when we all come down, I think that that's what it's going to be, is that he's going to say he had an injury that prevented him from doing cardio. And that's a real thing. That is a real thing. That it can be a small injury, like an ankle injury, right? Where it's just an ankle injury. I'm going to be fine to fight in a week and a half. But for the next week and a half, I'm not on a treadmill. I'm not running. I might be able to do some swimming and stuff, but I got to stay off that ankle. And so the weight cutting goes out the window. And so, that's probably what it's going to end up when it all comes out. It's probably going to end up being something like that. And then Paulo just decided to say, screw it, and act like he didn't really give a damn. And it is what it is. But yeah, I think that Paulo made the fight more interesting, the fight week more interesting. Like I said, that the UFC is going to be upset at all the resources that they had to pull and the time that got wasted by employees who felt like their work was done this week when it really wasn't, because Paulo Costa's unprofessionalism. That's what they're going to be mad about. But at the end of the day, if the fight did good numbers and everybody likes that fight, Paulo, they'll give Paulo a raise and bring him back.
But but the commission can't do anything else at this point anyway, right? After the 20%, that's they're done. Or can the commission come out and do anything?
No, the commission didn't even have anything to do with that.
But the commission can't come out and do anything now with Paulo and say you can't fight at that weight. I mean, that wouldn't be, because you remember what California was trying to do, to say you could only cut within a certain percentage and that sort of thing. Yeah.
No, it's over. It's over. Paulo lost 20% of his fight purse. The fight took place at 205, and that's the end. And that's why they gave up the 20%, because if the fight were to go on, all Marvin had to say is, I'm not negotiating, weigh in at 185. And then when Paulo didn't make that weight, he automatically loses 20% of his purse from the commission.
But I thought that's the commission. Now the commission would take 20% of it anyway.
Yeah. But he
for
didn't
someone.
weigh
Oh,
in.
but they didn't miss weight, because that's right. It technically didn't miss weight because they pushed it. That's right. Never mind. Yeah. So the commission wouldn't fine them because neither guy missed weight. They both made weight.
Yeah. Which is why Vettori's management said, we want that 20%. You're not going to scoot the commission by changing the fight. So we'll change the fight and the fight still happen, but we want that 20%. And I agree with them. I'd ask for 30. Especially after 205 pounds.
Of course, we get a comment in the chat room. Been waiting all day for this one, Jeff. Jake Paul would whoop both of these bums, says Chris Kapler. I'm sorry, I had to.
Not in an MMA fight, he wouldn't.
Did you see the rumor that Logan Paul is going to fight Mike Tyson next year? Are you kidding me? The guy fights Floyd Mayweather, then he's going to fight Mike Tyson? Man. That was the owner of MMA Weekly, Scott Peterson, dinging the cash register there, knowing those views are going to come on the next Jake Paul fight.
Well, I mean, that's just, it is what it is. It doesn't matter. If that's who he's going to fight, that's who he's going to fight. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with starting a YouTube channel, buying some shoes and some shorts and putting up a bunch of videos earns me a shot on the fucking space shuttle. I could dress like an astronaut and act like I'm going to the moon in my backyard, but NASA's not going to hire me. That's the difference between NASA.
Elon Musk might. Elon Musk might. Hussein Khan says Costa came out swinging in the 5th round. Jeff looked more fresher in the 5th round, and Marvin was just trying to survive for his life. I think that's a really accurate statement. And he did survive, and he did. But he ended up, when Vettori twice in that 5th round, we talked about it, when he was able to get Paulo up against the cage and waste 30, 45 seconds. And then at the very end, with 30 seconds left, he just killed the last 30 seconds of the fight, and any chance Paulo had to hit that last second haymaker. I mean, to have that kind of wits about him and to be that smart, I don't know if his corner told him or whatever, but that was brilliant in the 5th round strategy from Marvin.
Yeah, fight IQ. Look, I think that if Paulo didn't come out and land those combinations early, I don't feel like Vettori early in the 5th round. I don't feel like Vettori would have taken that course. But he ate big shots at the start of that 5th round, and he's like, look, this guy missed weight. I'm winning this fight, and I'm not going to let it get off the hook now. So you clinch him up. That's his fight IQ. It's smart.
You're right, Mo Green. Check it out on the screen, Jeff. That head kick no one survives that. I mean, Romero did and Vettori did. That's it. But you're right, Mo Green. I just got the Mo Green.
Mo Green. Yeah, that was look, Vettori took heavy shots tonight. I mean, took heavy shots, which tells you how crazy that Izzy is, because not only that, Paulo Costa took big shots tonight and just stood in there for 5 rounds for 25 minutes, man. That was a war. Yeah. I don't know that that's a fight of the year candidate, but it's definitely
Vettori gained a lot of fans for sure. Here we go.
Actually going to come
Dana White hitting the podium in Vegas. Is this live?
All right.
MMA Weekly in the Apex.
The fight of the night was Park and Rodriguez. The performance of the nights went to Caceres and Vettori. They all won $50,000.
Obviously one of the weirder fight weeks that we've ever had in recent memory. Can you give us any insight as to what was happening behind the scenes all week?
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to keep this fight alive and make sure that it happened, and we couldn't have done it without a guy like Vettori. Vettori acted like an absolute professional, stud, a guy that's incredible to work with this week. That's why this fight happened.
What about the flip side with Paulo Costa? I mean, we asked him earlier in the week when he said he couldn't make weight. We said, what happened? He's like, well, I'll tell you guys afterward. Sounds like we're not going to see him tonight. So can you tell us why he was unable to make weight, I should say?
No. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Yeah, we don't know. Came in and did what he did. But with that being said, the guy fought his ass off tonight, He didn't, at the end of the first round, I didn't know if he was going to make it to the end of the second round as far as gas, but he fought his ass off tonight. He showed up and fought hard, so.
Was there ever a point in time where it was going to be 195 pounds? Because we heard first it was going to be 195, and then we hear, no, now it's 205. So, I mean, were there different agreements along the way?
Yeah, I mean, it started at 85, and we worked our way up to 205. But yeah. And again, you have to give all the credit to Vettori. This guy was willing to fight at any weight, and he didn't let any of this stuff mess with his head. And, and at the end of the day, it's all about the fight. They both fought their ass off. Costa came out and fought. Costa looked better the 5th round than he did the 1st round. So he was definitely in shape. When a guy comes in and he's that heavy, you have to question whether he's in shape or not. He was in shape.
Yeah, he actually won the 5th round on the cards. So do you have any idea what those guys weighed tonight? Do we know what their fight night weights were?
Well, yeah, I think Vettori was 208 and Costa was 220.
Wow. So I know you've praised Marvin already, but just get your thoughts. I mean, does that earn him some respect? I mean, like, forever moving forward? I mean, to deal with all this and then go out and perform like that?
Yeah. I mean, the guy's an absolute professional. He's a stud, and he's great to work with.
Nice. Last thing for me, I just want to ask, so what do you do with Paulo now? I'm right. I mean, I think a lot of people are saying this guy's future probably lies at light heavyweight. I know you say, as a rule, you don't typically tell people where to fight, but with a situation like this, will you or the team recommend this guy stay at light heavyweight?
Yeah, we absolutely tell you where to fight when this happens. Yeah, he's going to have to fight at 205. Yeah.
Dana, did you feel like Paulo looked like mentally the pressure was getting to him? I mean, even in the cage, he made the rush at Marvin early on, and just it seemed like throughout the fight, and I agree, he fought very well, but it seemed like, mentally he was being affected somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was all over the map. I mean, he came in and went after him. Listen, when you talk all the shit and do the things that you did this week, I mean, he jumped into the cage and let the, are these all, did he do it on purpose? Did he show up overweight and try to, who knows? I mean, he says he was going to tell you guys after the fight. I don't know. I can't, but yeah, he did. But like I said, I thought he was done. He got stronger as the fight went on. He stayed in there. He continued to, he was throwing unbelievable kicks all night. I mean, the kicks to the head, the kicks to the body. And in the 5th round, he came out and tried to win that fight. He came out and tried to finish Vettori. And again, more credit to Vettori. He took everything that Costa had in that 5th round.
Did anybody ever show a better chin against a puncher like that? We know Pola can punch than Vettori did. I mean, his chin's got to be an all-timer in the UFC.
Yeah, great chin. I mean, both of those guys got hit with big shots tonight, and both stayed on their feet. Vettori took shins to the head, punches to the head, kicks to the body that were just vicious. It was a hell of a fight.
I know you're not big on punishing guys. He fought and he fought well, but does he get away with this like scot-free? I mean, because here's the thing: Marvin Vettori is a badass, and he was able to deal with it. But a lot of guys might have been ready to fight at middleweight and not able to deal with that. And is it fair if you had Nick Diaz do it last month or 2 months ago, and then now you had Costa do this? Is it fair to set that precedent and then not, kind of nip it into bud and give Costa some kind of penalty for what he did?
Yeah, I don't think that there's a precedent. I think that, he's getting fined 20% of his purse that's going to go to Vettori, and, had this thing not worked out the way that it did, he'd have been on a plane to Brazil with no money. He'd put back on a plane, flew back to Brazil, and wouldn't have made a dime on this fight. So, when you talk about prize fighters that are getting money to actually get in and perform, when they perform, he had to give up 20% of that. So I think, that's punishment enough. Plus, you guys beat him up pretty good this week too, and deservedly.
Do you feel he was his actions were intentional, that he was trying to get cut?
That's what I don't know. I don't know why he came here and did what he did and acted the way that he acted. Like I said to John, he was going to tell you guys after the fight. I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer to that question. But and when you talk about punishing him, like I said, he's given up 20% of his purse, and he came in and fought his ass off tonight. If he went in there and put on a horrible performance, and then maybe we could point the finger at him more. He was a nightmare to deal with this week, not just for us, but for you guys too. But he came in and performed tonight.
Dana, just to be clear, Paulo did say he would tell us after the fight, but he also told Megan Levy that the only contract he ever saw for this fight was at 205. I'm assuming that's not true.
Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah.
Why would we give him a contract for? First of all, let's just make this absolutely clear. I hate fights at catchweight. I never make catch. How many catchweight fights have we done in 20 years? I hate them because they mean nothing.
Yeah.
They're useless.
When did you know he was heavy and going to be unable? When did he even say, 185 is not happening, so let's work something out? When did that come to your desk?
This week. I don't remember the exact day, but happened. When it happened, you guys knew it happened. I mean, as soon as all this stuff started going on, I think you guys were in the loop pretty quick. So whenever you guys started reporting it, seems like it was a month ago.
Was there a lot of back and forth? Was there a lot of dealing and going back and forth? Was he difficult to deal with, or could you guys agree to a catch weight fairly quickly? Or
No, of course. I mean, when a guy comes in that's supposed to fight at 185 pounds and tells us he's not going to make weight, it's not a good conversation. It starts. We're off to a bad start on fight week.
What was your relationship like with him before this? Were you guys okay, or was there negotiations that didn't go well? What was it like?
Yeah, I think we've always had a good relationship with Costa. Costa, if you look at, other than Abu Dhabi, that was a weird deal. But before that, before Abu Dhabi, that guy was a killer. That guy would show up and put on performances like tonight.
Cool. Thanks.
Hey, Dana, quick question for you. Obviously, a win's a win, but the way that Marvin Vettori got the victory fighting at 205 pounds, does his stock go up any extra in your eyes? And what could that look like?
Well, Vettori?
Vettori.
Yeah, listen, Vettori fought at 205 against another guy who's 185 pounds too. They put on a good fight tonight. Vettori's stock has always been high. Vettori's an absolute stud. The guy's a pleasure to work with, and he always comes in to fight.
Well, assuming that Whitaker fights Adesanya, and we know that Brunson is going to be fighting Cannonier, Is the winner of Brunson Cannonier going to be the front runner to face for that winner for the middleweight championship?
Yeah, that makes sense.
We saw Alex Caceres got transported. Is there any update on him? I think it was probably more precautionary. He took the knee to the face.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys had heard anything about him.
Yeah, Caceres going to the hospital to check out his head and face. Yeah.
Okay, so probably more just precautionary. I guess the only question I have relating to the Paulo Costa thing, and I guess it was a lot easier having Marvin willing to jump on board and do this. But at any point in this week, did you guys ever consider the fact of just scratching the fight? Granted, I'm glad the fight was on the card because it's a wonderful fight, and for me, made the card. But did it ever get close to the point like you guys thought you would have to scratch that fight?
Well, I don't know if we would scratch it. We were trying to keep Vettori in the fight. You know, Vettori was here, did all the right things. He was willing, ready, and able to fight, so we tried to keep that fight. But yeah, I mean, there were a couple of moments where we thought this fight wouldn't happen.
Now, do you guys go forward? I mean, like everybody seems to be worried about precedent or whether it starts a precedent. Is this something that you start talking with fighters about, like, guys, this happened, but this is the kind of stuff that can't keep happening?
Guys, if you look at how many fights we put on a month, this is very rare that these things happen. You know, the athletes that are in this sport are professional. They show up on weight. You know, we have some situations where there's, you know, whatever reason a kid couldn't make weight or couldn't do it. But for the most part, when you look at the amount of fights that we put on, this is very rare. The thing this week is that it was the main event, so it's very high profile and a lot of weird circumstances this week. 95, then 205. He said, you know, the things that he was saying, and other than that, this isn't like eye poking. You know what I mean? Something that happens a lot and is a fucking problem.
Hey, Dana, just to clarify one other thing. So if Costa comes back to you and says, hey, I had X, Y, and Z happen, and that's why I had this weight, and I want to fight at 185, would you consider that? Or you said earlier, he's absolutely a 205er now. How do you know?
He's a light heavyweight. I mean, you guys saw him tonight. He's massive, you know? And the thing that stood out the most for me is, as big as he is, look at the cardio that he had tonight. That was a fucking dogfight. That was a war between two guys who both really wanted to win. And in the fifth round, he came out and went after Vettori. The kicks that he threw to the body shots, the head shots, the head kicks. I mean, he tried to finish the fight in the fifth round. He was in shape. It's not like the guy showed up in shape. The guy has lost his mind and, you know, wasn't training for this fight and just showed up and was overweight. He obviously trained. I don't know. He can't make 85. I mean, it just goes to show you that he cannot make 185 pounds. I think he landed at 218 when he got here.
He just said to Megan O'Leary, 185 is his division.
Yeah. This is going to be fun. I promise you it's not.
Dana, I don't mean to belabor it, but when the fight was made at catch weight, was the 20% of his purse already made before then? And did he ask for more than 20% to go up to 2?
Vettori?
Yeah.
No, Vettori was down for whatever the deal was. Whatever the deal was, he's like, I'll fight this guy at any weight. We can fight at heavyweight.
Yeah, because it seemed like during the whole process, it seemed like there was really not that much of a question if Vettori was going to fight him.
Vettori had this thing in his head that Paulo Costa did not want to fight him, and he would do anything in his power to make sure that fight didn't happen. That's how Vettori was looking at it.
And Vettori, going into this, he was a big, he was the favorite at minus 180. What do you think of those odds?
I think in the beginning, Costa was the favorite, and Vettori was the underdog. Then as all this stuff played out this week, it flipped. Huh?
No, that's not true.
No?
Vettori was minus 125 on Monday.
Was minus, okay.
Okay.
I'm wrong then.
So then he went up to minus 185 tonight, so
yeah.
it ballooned up. On Monday it was 185.
Boom, Ioli.
Bet MGM anyways, not DraftKings.
I had heard that he was the underdog at first, and then it flipped, and he was the favorite. So I don't know if that's right or wrong. Kevin's right or whatever.
Well, definitely on Monday, Vettori was favored.
Got it.
Would you have thought going into this that he was that big of a favorite, minus 180?
Was I what?
Did you think going into this fight that Vettori had that much of an edge to be a minus 180?
No, I think that, at that number, you got to take Costa. I mean, Costa's just got such heavy hands, and he's so explosive, and he's so dangerous. And other than the Adesanya fight, I mean, he has a good chin. I mean, that guy's been in there and gone toe-to-toe with everybody and usually has a good chin. So I think, if you're a gambler, you'd have to lay the money on Costa.
For people watching on TV, how would you explain being cage side to that of the poundage that Vettori was taking to the body with those kicks?
It was insane. I mean, you could tell in that fifth round, Vettori didn't like the kicks to the body. And then when the shins started hitting him in the arms too, because he was blocking them, I mean, he was getting battered in that fifth round.
He seemed to just walk through it.
Yeah, I don't know if he seemed to walk through. He started shooting and trying to take him down and go against the cage. He wasn't as excited about standing and striking with him because he was picking him apart the first 4 rounds. I mean, he had great head movement, great counter punching leading up to the fifth round. The fifth round, Costa just was like, I need to knock him out to win this fight. And he went in that fifth round to try to win.
With all the controversy leading up, did you notice the numbers changing, that more and more people were getting interested in the fight because of everything surrounding it?
No, this one is on ESPN Plus. I don't get the up-to-date numbers like I get if it's a pay-per-view or if it was on ESPN for the ratings in a couple days. It doesn't really work that way, but it had to have. I mean, I'm sure you guys were. I was excited as they were walking out and getting into the octagon. I was excited for that fight, and all the bullshit that happened this week, gets people even more fired up.
That might have been the best atmosphere we've had in the 8 events yet.
What's that?
That might have been the best atmosphere tonight in the 8
I agree, and I said it's got to be the most packed I've ever seen it, and people were yelling and booing, and yeah, it was good. It was fun. It was a fun day. That it? Yep.
One here. Anaheim is now official. How important is for you to go back to California now?
What's the question? Yeah. Yeah, we're excited. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Yeah. It'll be good. It'll be good to get back there and put on an event in Southern Cal.
And now that you have announcements for next year, how is it looking now to have international events again, not only Abu Dhabi?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna play out. I mean, like I say, every time I talk to you guys every week, I don't know. All this stuff is up and down, week to week. We'll see. But we were just having a conversation at the office yesterday. I can't wait to like I said, I tell you guys all the time, if you don't think that I don't, the contender starts at 5 o'clock. At 5:03, I leave my office and come over here and watch some great fights and then go home and have dinner. And, tonight we got to see Costa versus Vettori here. I mean, this is the equivalent of sitting home in your underwear, and doing a Zoom call for work. It's awesome. It's nice and it's great, but this can't happen. This can't keep happening. We got to get back out on the road. We got to start going to places like, Oklahoma and all these other small towns that we do fight nights in. We eventually have to get back to work. So I'm looking forward to it sooner than later.
Just finally from me, what do you think about Nate's call-out for Tony Ferguson? Do you like that fight? And what's his contract situation on Nate? This is his last fight?
Yeah, he's got one more fight. We're working on a fight for him. Tony wasn't one of the guys we were working on, but we're working on a fight for Nate now. He's got one fight left. Good? Have a great day, you guys.
All right, there he is, the boss, Dana White. from Vegas at the Apex on MMA Weekly. You knew Paulo Costa was not getting a bonus, Jeff. That was for sure. And of course, he didn't give him one. But, you know, pretty much what we said after the fight, as much as we talked about it beforehand, as much as the whole week was a circus, as much as Paulo Costa made himself look like a bit of a buffoon throughout the week and put everybody through the ringer, Vettori was not going to let that fight fall through. Dana praised him effusively and said, hey, you know, I think that Marvin Vettori is a stud. He's a real pro. He's great to work with. Because of him, we got this fight in. But Paulo Costa showed up. He lost the 20% of his purse. He fought his ass off, and he gave Paulo all the credit in the world. But then the one thing, more than anything, and I was watching Paulo's interview with Megan Levy while Dana was on as well, and Paulo saying 185 is my division, and Dana had said, no, he's going to 205. And then Dana's reaction to when he was told that Paulo had said that, he said, this is going to be fun. I promise you it's not, meaning 185 is no longer Paulo Costa's division. So Paulo may have cost himself in the long run. It was a great performance by both guys. The only thing he maybe cost himself besides the 20% was a future at middleweight, and now he's at 205, according to Dana White.
Hey, guys, Paulo Costa is actually going to come backstage next.
All right, Paulo Costa is going to come backstage next. We're going to hear from Paulo here on MMA Weekly. I'd love to have a camera there when he walks by Dana in the Apex.
Yeah, and I don't know why he wants punishment. You know, the 20% is punishment. That's the punishment for not making weight. I don't feel like the organization needs to do anything. You know,
he framed the question in a way like he was trying to be judge and jury and push for a punishment on Costa, kind of like making himself the authority on that, sitting there and phrasing the question the way that he did, kind of like he's some sort of a dean or some sort of of an authority figure pushing for a punishment when he's just a journalist asking questions. I thought that was weird. I thought that was one of my biggest takeaways from the press conference. Like, as media, what makes us judge and jury on anybody?
Well, I mean, he already got punished. You know, I mean, that's what I say. He had to give up 20%. This is prize fighting. This is what they do for a living. They fight for money, and he had to give up 20% of that because he couldn't make weight.
Here he comes.
And that's the punishment.
Here comes Paulo Costa. Is he really going to go to the podium shirtless right now? He's just continuing to step into this new role, this Paulo Costa 2.0,
I like
the eraser. Paulo Costa live from the Apex in Vegas, going to explain himself to the
Paulo,
media.
Thanks for,
you got it live right
coming
here.
Obviously, I know you're disappointed with the result, but it was an amazing fight. Just talk about how you're feeling, maybe mentally and physically right now.
Yeah, no, physically I'm good. Just my foot is a little bit a balloon. It's like a balloon. My foot is a balloon. I kick a lot him on his body, his head. That's why I'm feeling my foot. I think maybe his left arm should be very hurt, and his body as well. Man, I really don't understand why the jury saw that result. I really believe I won. And about the referee, he's very good referee. I don't understand why he took 1 point from me on the very first stoppage, interpretation. Was not intention. Why he took 1 point on the very first? I really don't understand that. Marvin giving me a very low knee on the balls as well, and I saw the judge. He thought on stop, and I say no, I can keep going. I could stop as well and say I feel took 1 point from him, so I'm disappointed because I think I won. But Marvin did a very good job.
You had him hurt in the second round. Do you think you were close to finishing at that point in round 2?
Yes, very close, but he's durable. Marvin is very durable. He surprised me because he felt, but he could recover and come back to fight. And I could not finish him because he stepped back, he closed his guard very well, and keep movement. So I don't found one shot to finish that fight on that moment. I was very close, but he could come back. This is a good point for him.
The fifth round was one of your best rounds. Is that like especially prideful for you because people question your cardio and can you do this? So to have a great round 5, was that important to you?
I knew that, because I spar on my gym for 5, maybe 6 rounds, and after the sparring I do meets, I do bags, I spar with 2 different guys at the same training. So I knew that. My whole team knew that. It's not a question for us, but it's good for the people who thought that my guys, I have no energy to 5 rounds. But what I think happened to my 5th round going better than the first one is because I got his time, his distance, Yeah.
Could you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I believe my 5th round was better than my first one because I got his distance with jabs and the right hand.
So Paulo, it was an amazing fight. We talked to you on Wednesday, and you said, I'll tell you after the fight what the issue was and why I couldn't make middleweight. So can you tell us now? Because it's the mystery of the week.
The only problem, my friend, is I lost this fight, so it will look like excuse. Nothing. I not have excuse to nothing. I did a good job there. Marvin as well. Congratulations for him and to me, I think. But I had some problem to not make to not come here with my usual weight. I will be higher weight because I need to stop some weeks of training. Okay.
I know you don't want to make excuses. So but it was like injuries in camp.
Yeah,
basically?
my left biceps.
So Dana was here earlier, and he said, "Look, Paulo's a light heavyweight. We've got to have him compete at light heavyweight." And it seems
what he say?
He said that you should fight 205 now moving forward, and that you will fight 205 moving forward. So what do you think? I mean, there's some good matchups there. Maybe you could get to a title shot faster at 205. I mean, does that appeal to you, or do you still insist that you're a 185, the middleweight?
Yes, I could fight 205, but I could fight 185 as well, so I think it's better to me come back to my way to 185, look for the belt, and after that, move. I can fight on 205 anytime, but if I can make 185, why not?
Did you not feel healthier at 205? I mean, not having to cut all that weight?
No.
Did you not feel better this week?
No. I feel healthy. The only problem is I need to make a lot diet. I not enjoy the life. Just salad all day. So it's not funny to, a lot of stress, a lot of training, and don't eat everything that you want is not good. But yes, I need to see, I need to put on the scale and see if se a recompensa, como é que fala recompensa? And see if the reward is enough, Let's see. For what they pay me now, I need to figure about.
Paulo, just to follow up, Dana's point was you were obviously in shape, and he pointed out how you fought in the 5th round. And he said if you were in that kind of shape, there's no way you could go back to middleweight because obviously you're a light heavyweight at that point, fighting in that kind of shape you were in. He said if you showed that you were out of shape and you didn't have the cardio, then maybe that was a different story. But he said you were in shape at 205, and that's why he believes you're a light heavyweight. What is your reaction to that?
This is a good good interpretation from him. You know, I appreciate that. I knew that. I say already. I knew that. I could fight very well at 205. I think I have 100 kilos right now, or 102 kilos right now. I fought Marvin with 102 kilos. So I feel good on this way. You know, I feel with a lot of speed, and I can receive a lot of punches and not, you know, not go down. Let's see.
You know, it seemed like maybe when you walked out, you were feeling pressure. And when you got in the cage, you know, you stormed at him at one point, and you were really pacing maybe, and you seem, you know, to be affected by something more than you normally are. Normally, you're calmer in there. Were you feeling any kind of pressure this week because of what went on, or for any other reason?
Eu vou precisar de ajuda. I need help too, because I don't understand. Yes, yes. When you came from a very bad fight that I came against Israel Adesanya, it's a pressure, you know, to come back. And because I feel like eu me senti tipo de saco cheio.
He was tired. He was tired. I think Lillian is the best to do it. But he's tired, you know what I mean? He's pissed off. His performance with Adesanya not was what he liked. And he was pissed with him, not with nobody else.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, you know, given what happened, did you apologize to Marvin for the weight? Because that's asking a lot of your opponent to have to
No way of that.
You don't feel, so you didn't feel bad about that?
No, of course not. Of course not. I came here, and the UFC suggests to fight on catweight or 205, and I just say yes, let's go. I don't care for weight. So this is a fair fight. The both guys did weight at the same day, at the same limit. So that can be more fair than that, you know.
Paulo.
Ok.
Tudo bom?
Tudo bem, mais ou menos.
Minha pergunta é, seguindo o que você acabou de falar aqui, o Dana White falou pra gente que ele prometeu, inclusive, que a gente não vai te ver lutando como um 8-5. Você mencionou aqui que gostaria de voltar, mas também que você consegue performar bem como 205. Colocou em xeque a questão do quanto você ganha em relação ao esforço que você tem que fazer.
Pensar,
Eu gostaria que você elaborasse sobre essa situação.
É simples,
vai te ver como peso médio?
É simples. Na verdade, agora é difícil tomar essa decisão, né? Tem que pensar um pouquinho, mas meu pensamento foi que essa luta com 205 foi um caso atípico de uma situação que eu vim, que eu não consegui chegar mais leve por conta de problemas né? Eu não pude treinar como eu preciso treinar, porque eu preciso treinar muito para perder peso. Eu preciso treinar muito, fazer muita dieta. Tá todo mundo ali, minha equipe toda, os 5 ali, sabe? Que é muito difícil. Então a gente teve que ficar 3 semanas fora de treinamento e por isso eu não pude bater o peso, mas eu nunca. Por isso eu cheguei mais pesado, mas eu nunca deixei de bater o peso, entendeu? Sempre bati um 8,5, inclusive sem o limite de margem, que foi o limite da luta contra a Adesanya.
Did we lose Paulo Costa there?
O que a gente pode esperar de você, mais frequência, que é o problema que a gente vê nos últimos anos, e mandar um recado para os fãs sobre a sua luta.
Oi? Oi? Pode falar. A gente quer lutar em dezembro. Eu quero lutar em dezembro desse ano ainda. Pessoal, tem que entender o seguinte. Eu fiz 2 cirurgias no meu braço esquerdo em 2019. E isso requer muito tempo de fisioterapia para você voltar a todos os movimentos, e tem uma série de sequelas ali que você tem que ir tirando elas, entendeu? todo esse tempo eu estou trabalhando para recuperar a forma perfeita do braço esquerdo. Nesse período ainda teve alguns problemas ainda, mas a gente está muito, muito perto de concluir esse trabalho, e aí sim vou poder voltar a ter sequência de lutas, entendeu? Por isso que eu não estou tendo sequência de lutas mais curtas. Mas a partir de agora a gente já acredita que já pode fazer essa sequência. Então, a próxima luta provavelmente a gente quer fazer em dezembro.
There he goes, the eraser, Paulo Costa. And say what you want about the way that he behaved this fight week and all the things that led up to this fight. He put on a hell of a performance inside the octagon against Marvin Vettori. He thinks he won the fight. But also, Jeff, he faced the music and he faced every question. He was honest with his answers. He said, no, I won't apologize to Marvin Vettori. This was a fair fight. I won't apologize for what happened this week. I had an injury in camp and I wasn't able to keep working out every single week. He made it clear that he didn't want it to sound like an excuse. I got to be honest with you, man. After watching him fight tonight and after watching him in the press conference and hearing what he had to say, I don't know which one impresses me more. This could not have ended any better for Paulo Costa than it did. I mean, I'm sitting here shocked that I'm saying this after everything that led up, after all of his actions throughout the week as he limps out of the apex with a battered face, for anyone who said Vettori pity-patted him the whole night. But the way that he handled himself, the way that he fought, and the way that he just handled that win for Paulo Costa. I, for one, am super impressed with the way that this ended for Paulo Costa and the way that he handled himself the whole way through from the time the fight started.
Yeah, I mean, the only way it could have gone better, I mean, if he had won. But yes, in the loss and the missing weight and everything, yeah, it couldn't have gone better for Paulo. And, you know, and I knew that was going to be the case, right? I mean, Paulo, while it's a hard weight cut, he does make the weight. He's fought in a title fight. So he had to make not just 186, he had to make 185. And so I figured that it was probably an injury. I didn't know what the injury was. He revealed it. What did he say? Is a bicep?
I couldn't understand what he said. I thought bicep, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah, I wasn't either. But you know,
that's hard to do what he just did, Jeff. He doesn't speak good English. He's facing the media. No. Everybody's coming at him. Kevin's got his agenda trying to start crap again. It's just, I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, the way that he handled himself there, and, you know, he answered every question. He faced the music. He thought he won the fight. He gave Vettori credit. He was a great sport. I mean, he did everything he did today on the day of the fight, pretty much puts to bed everything he did during the week. And that's the beauty of it. Sometimes you just go out there and perform. You handle your job after like a professional. He shows up with no shirt on. He had no shoes on, but he did the press conference and he handled it like a champ. I thought it was great.
Yeah, I thought that he handled it well. He fielded all the questions, and he still wants to fight at 185. And I agree with him. If you can make 185, why not fight at 185? But
Dana seems like there's no way that's going to happen.
Yeah, well, I think that Dana's in the moment right now. He's still going to be a top 5 middleweight. And so we'll see what matchups come, his way and what opportunities, yes, Dana wants him to fight at 205. And while Paulo said that, he wants to fight at 185, he did say that he has to eat salad the whole time and he doesn't enjoy the process. And so maybe he can be talked into 205. But I'll say this, all the talk of 205, he lost tonight in a 205-pound fight to a 185-pound fighter. And so I don't know if I would go pushing him to that division just yet. Maybe see if he can make 185 in his next fight. But look, that's going to be up to the UFC matchmakers and Paulo's management. Because I will say this, while Dana says that, the UFC has never, in my knowledge, told a fighter where he can and cannot fight. Now, I know that they've said that, a couple of times, even recently, Dana's like, he's not going to fight in that weight class anymore. Yes, but as it plays out, you'll see that's not exactly solid. They aren't going to force you to fight at 205 if you don't want to fight at 205. They're just not going to do that. They're just not. They can't do
But he
that,
did kind of seem open to it, though, Jeff. Paulo did say that it was the observation from Dana was right on, and he talked about how he doesn't like eating salads and working out, and it's a miserable weight cut for him. I'm almost thinking like, and he even said, for what they pay me, I need to think about it. But why would you want to put yourself through that weight cut? Why would you want to put yourself through all that crap every single time you fight and be miserable leading up to your fights when you could just fight at 205? And I'll tell you right now, that guy's a beast at 205. That guy's a beast. If he's fighting Jan Blachowicz, that's not an easy win for Jan Blachowicz. It's not an easy win for any 205er. I think Paulo could be. I think John Morgan was right. Paulo's path to a belt could be pretty clear at 205. I think he'd do great there.
Yeah, I mean, he might. It's hard to say because he didn't prepare for a 205-pound fight. We didn't see Paulo at light heavyweight tonight. Yes, he weighed light heavyweight, but he didn't prepare his whole fight camp because he would have come in, at 220 and cut down to 205. He didn't do that, although he probably ended up being 220 at the end of the fight.
Yeah, he was 220.
Today.
Yep, and Vettori was 208. Paulo was 220.
Yeah, so we'll see. I think that Paulo could have huge success, especially with those leg kicks, and his hand speed at 205 pounds. Now, I'd have to look at how the rest of the division matches up as far as reach goes, because that could play a big factor in it. But if he wants to fight at 185, I don't. Has he missed weight in the past? Let me pull it.
He's had issues with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know that he's had
issues with it,
making weight, but I felt like he's made weight every one of his fights.
Remember in the championship fight, he had to come in at 85. He's come in at 86 a lot of his fights. I felt like he missed weight before. I could be wrong, but I felt like he did miss weight before. Didn't he miss weight before?
I haven't seen it. I don't see it. But it is what it is. He may have. I just pulling up the old fast Wikipedia. I don't know. But
I mean, he was fine. He had like intravenous things and issues with performance enhancement stuff. Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the IVs are great, to put back on to rehydrate yourself. I actually feel like if you're going to allow people to cut weight, you should allow them to IV back up. It's just for the safety of the fighters. But I understand why we don't, because we would have 240-pound guys fighting at 205 and stuff. It'd get crazy. But I
think we need super heavyweight and regular heavyweight too, because 260-pound Francis and 230-pound Stipe, something's not right there either. I've always felt that.
No, I agree. I agree. I think there should be a weight class between light heavyweight, 225 even, or 230, just somewhere in the middle between that and heavyweight. And you can even call that the heavyweight division and just call the other one the super heavyweight or whatever. You call it a cruiserweight. It doesn't matter what the hell you call it. But I agree with you that there should be that difference, because look, from 55 to 70 is 15 pounds. From 70 to 185 is 15 pounds. And then it jumps up an extra 5 pounds to 20 pounds for light heavyweight, and then it's a 65 freaking pounds. It's either 206 to 266 pounds is the heavyweight division, and so that's a little much for me. I don't want to see, Mike Tyson in his prime weighed 218 and was knocking out those guys, but that's boxing and it's a different sport altogether. It's not the same. You don't usually see. Although I do think the 230-pound guy, I'll usually take over the 265-pound guy just for conditioning and hand speed. But then you get into guys like
the weight helped Fury a lot too. The weight helped Tyson Fury against Wilder a lot.
Yeah. So I mean, I get why and that's why Paulo wants to fight at 185. He feels like he has an advantage at 185 because he's the bigger guy. But as we know, cutting that much weight, there's a point of diminishing returns, or you can't make the weight.
No, he's taking all the fluids out of his. All he's doing is completely draining his body of every fluid and putting it right back in. And I mean, that's dangerous. I told you, I've seen his weight cuts, and I've seen him in a heap on the ground, looking like he might not get up. Going, someone call a doctor. It was scary. I mean, it's something that I won't forget the image of. I can't forget. He looked emaciated. He looked completely malnourished. It was like one of those old commercials showing the Ethiopian kids when we were kids, and it just did not. He didn't look right to me, and I just didn't. It's haunted me. It stayed with me. I've seen Tim Means collapse in a sauna. I mean, I've seen a lot of weight cuts go badly. Cyborg, another one, female cyborg, looking like she's about to die every time she cuts weight down to 45. I mean, just it's an image that doesn't go away.
Yeah, Aspen Ladd. I mean, we've seen people pass out on the scale. It's dangerous. I mean, I don't like to say. I mean, I don't. If most people haven't seen that. Had that behind the scenes footage or visual like you and I have. But I mean, your eyes are sunk in the back of the head. You don't look like you're there. Like you don't look clear. You don't look like you're
Right.
taking everything in.
Zombie
you're kind of
apocalypse.
yeah, you're knocking on death's door, man. Hell, I've seen corpses look better than some fighters on right before they step on the scales, and I'm not even joking. I know that sounds like I'm joking. I've absolutely seen better looking corpses.
Right.
And so it is scary. And Paulo does cut a lot of weight. Clearly, that guy's a big guy. And so for him to make 185 moving forward, I feel like he has to cut off the weights. Stop putting on so much muscle.
Yeah, and it's not like Marvin either, where Marvin's weighing 208 on fight night, and Marvin clearly is an 85er. Paulo's coming in, and he could weigh 225, 230, and come in and have a pretty decent cut to get to 205. That's to me where he should be. It's kind of like Kelvin Gastelum when he found a home at 85. Yeah, you got the bigger, taller guys that can lay on him and take him down, and they get the reach. I mean, that's part of it. But Paulo's not a short guy. He's not going to have issues where 205ers are going to be that much bigger than him. I mean, I don't think there's going to be any issue there. I think he should be a 205er, and I don't know why on God's green earth he would continue to put his body through this and get there, because he even said in the press conference, Jeff, he said, and we're waiting for Marvin Vettori, by the way, the winner in our main event here tonight on MMA Weekly. We've already heard from Dana White and Paulo Costa, and it's been a great night. What started as an awful week and an awful day has turned into an incredible night by two of the greatest athletes in the world and, the best organization in the sport. But when I look at what Paulo Costa puts himself through to get to that weight, I see him as a 205er. I don't see him at 185 anymore. I don't know why in the world he would want to do it. I mean, if I'm advising him, I'd tell him straight up, dude, stay at 205. He's going to be a problem in that division.
Yeah, it could definitely be a problem in that division. But yeah, I mean, he has to, he's not a person who just cuts the weight. He has to diet. He has to diet down to probably 200, and then suck all the water out. It's probably not good for his longevity. It's hard.
No, you're right, DC Charles, in the chat room. DC has what, Jeff? I'm sorry. I was just reading in the chat room about Rumble cutting from 230 to 170. That was the fact that Rumble fought at 170. I just had a Tourette's moment, but that was absurd. Yeah.
But it's extremely hard on your kidneys. I mean, Cormier had that issue with cutting weight for wrestling and stuff. And it's just it's hard on the body, man. It's hard on the body. And so I'm not opposed to him going to 205 pounds at all. It's a decision he's going to have to make, because it's going to be a lifestyle change to go to do 185. But he's going to be a lot happier and stronger probably at 205 pounds. I mean, I agree with you. I don't feel like he loses that much. Now, I'd have to sit down and look at the divisions more in depth and see, like, is there bad matchups for him at 205 pounds? I don't really think so. Not right offhand without doing a deep dive into the weight class. And there's not a lot at 185. He's just one of those guys that can compete at two weight classes. But the 185 is extremely hard. And it sounds like Dana doesn't want him to. But like I said, if Aspen Ladd wanted to go back and fight at the lower weight class, they wouldn't tell her she couldn't. They just wouldn't like it, and they'd probably check in on her to make sure where her weight was before, pushing her really hard with posters and behind the scenes footage and everything. You don't want to waste your investment on camera crews and all that. That's the expense, right? No. Whenever you send those people to come and film you for an entire week, I mean, that's a lot of money.
From what I saw from Paulo, though, I think it'd be easy to convince him to go to 205. And Dana was adamant. He said point blank, I think it was John. He said, look, he said, we absolutely do have the ability and we absolutely do control and we do tell guys what weight class to fight in when you have circumstances like this, meaning what happened this week with Paulo. And Dana said, this is going to be fun. He is literally, I mean, his weight class is not 185 anymore. But from what Paulo said, it seemed like he'd be wide open to it and almost easy to talk into it. I mean, he's so strong. No matter what, it's going to be hard to take him down. He's got an incredible chin. The shots that he took from Vettori, just looking at his face, he's limping. He said his foot's like a balloon. The guy can take a beating. And the most impressive thing maybe about the whole night, and Dana was right, it didn't look like Paulo Costa would get out of the second round with his gas tank tonight. And he was better in the fifth, Jeff, than he was in the first. He brought it in that fifth round. So regardless of what else happened, that dude may have been dying. He may have been gassed out, but he fought like an absolute warrior. And he went for every finish in that 5th round. He did everything he could to win that fight. In the 5th round, he looked great. And I just can't say enough about what Paulo Costa did, and he needed to after what he did all week long. And really, he thought he won the fight, didn't understand why they took the point for the eye poke. Mentioned maybe a groin strike from Vettori earlier in the fight as well. But, end of the day, I had no problem with the judging. I thought Vettori won the fight for sure. But I really was impressed by Paulo Costa. I think that in defeat, he did as much as he could. In defeat, of course, the ultimate goal is to win. But having said that, he did everything else that he could to not only fix what had happened all week long, but to overcome the memory and the haunting that he couldn't shake from his miserable performance in his whole miserable week against Adesanya on Fight Island last year. That's in the past. That's buried. That's dead and gone. So is last week, as far as I'm concerned. Everything's dead and gone with Paulo Costa. Clean slate moving forward. He has the respect of everybody in the fight game after what he did tonight.
And we'll see what he does in the next fight. What's the problem with the 205 stuff is that Paulo, he's lost to the champion and he's lost to the number 5 middleweight. So he's right there. He's in the top 5 rankings in the middleweight division. His next fight's a big fight. And so if he goes up to 205, does he get a big fight? And if he doesn't get a big fight, is it worth it? Is it worth having to go through that division whenever you're already there at middleweight? I mean, there's implications, financial implications. And so we'll see. But Paulo said that maybe with the money he's getting paid, maybe it is better just to go to 205 where I'm not killing myself as much. And then if I know, if he negotiates a better contract, jump back down. But there's definitely some implications. It's not as easy as just going up to 205. I mean, if they offer you somebody who's not ranked, then I'm not even taking that fight. They're like, hell no.
Right. No, it'd have to be somebody good.
It could also breathe new life. Yeah, it could also breathe new life. I mean, he could jump into the light heavyweight division and take on like the number 3 ranked guy. And that's something you jump all over.
We've seen it happen with Rockhold when Rockhold tried to move up and fight Blachowicz. It ended up being a bad move, But everything, you put him in there against an Anthony Smith in his first fight or a Thiago Santos or a Dominic Reyes. I mean, everybody in the world's watching those fights. But, Jeff, we talk a lot about Paulo Costa today, but it's Marvin Vettori's night. Dana White praised him effusively, said, hey, Marvin Vettori's a stud and a real pro to work with. Here's the victor, the king of the night, Marvin Vettori from Vegas right here on MMA Weekly.
With a shirt on.
They were wearing on my forearms, but overall the boxing was a no-brainer. And no, man, it was a very solid performance. And and I'm glad I didn't let go all that tension before the fight, thinking that he's not ready, he didn't train, he came in fat, like he's not taking this seriously, because he actually did, and it was a trap a little bit, I think. He was willing to scratch the fight, that's for sure, but he was ready also.
This fight week, we talked to you on Wednesday, and you're like, dude, I'll fight him at heavyweight, I don't care. But
yeah.
And I know you believe that, and I know you mean that, but was there anybody in your camp talking to you saying, hey, come on, man, don't do this. This is not a smart decision?
No, because they know me. They know me. They're like, how am I going to tell this guy to get out of a fight? They know they can't, and I know they would have done it for my good. Maybe that's behind their thoughts and behind their words, that would have been good. But they know me well enough that it was not even a question.
Yeah. We know from talking to Dana and talking to him, he was somewhere between 220 and 225 tonight. I guess how big did that feel there? Was the power even more than you expected? And was there any point where you thought I may have made a mistake here?
He was big. I clinched him at one time, and I'm like, how big is his fucking torso and lats? I can't even get around. I'm like, shoot, it's big. It is big. But but like I said, MMA and this sport, it's my sport. I'm able to deal with anybody. Being a middleweight, which middleweight we're pretty big in boxing. We wouldn't be middleweight. We would be almost cruiserweight. I mean, in between middleweights and cruiserweight. But you know, I don't care about the weight. You know, like I'm able to deal with anybody, and you know, the cage is my house. You know, like this is my sport. I don't care how much overweight you come in. When I'm ready, I'm gonna take the fight. With that being said, don't fucking show up overweight. You know, my next opponent, to everybody, don't fucking show up overweight just because you know I'm gonna take the fight, because I'm still gonna beat you. You know, but you know, like yeah, the way was never like a way for me to get out of the fight.
He had a great round in the 5th round. Was that shocking to you? Because normally we think, hey, he's not going to have energy, he's going to be trouble. I mean, was that a tough round for you? What was going through your head in round 5?
Yeah, you know, this fucking game is a psychological game. I did a little bit of mistake, I guess. Like, you know, like I knew I had the fight, and it was a little bit of a mistake for sure. You know, I let him a little bit get too comfortable in there, and that's it really. But yeah, I mean, I had good moments, 3rd and 4th, and then he knew he was behind, and he came strong on the 5th. With that being said, I still controlled. There was never like any like crazy occasion. I knew like, you know, like I knew I had the advantage on the tank in terms of cardio. So he will come with a blurry, and then it will slow down, and I'll come back, and that's what I did. I keep like part of the gameplay was to break his momentum every time, like. He comes in, boom, you tag him, boom, you tag him, boom, you tag him. And that's what I did, you know, like with that jab, I always broke his rhythm all the time. Like I broke his momentum every time. And that's what I did even in the 5th round. Like he tried to came in, like he let his hands go, and then boom, I tag him, and then he has to reset. But yeah, man, I mean, yeah, he was big. I think if it wasn't that big, I could have finished him in the 3rd on the 4th. But you know, it's crazy because even he was that big, even he fought the way he fought until now, he was going backwards in me. You know, I was putting the pressure on him, and with that being said, it was still hard to hurt him. You know, he was solid. It was a great fight. It was a hell of a fight, and he came ready.
With the way things played out this entire fight week, and I'm going to imagine it's even more so after this fight, but I've never seen more public support for you than I saw this week. I mean, I got to wonder, did you get to enjoy any of that? Was it nice maybe being the good guy for once and having everybody on your side this week?
That I was hearing it from my coaches and stuff, because I shut everything off, to be honest. I'm big on like shutting off all the social media at least 5 days prior to the fight. So, you know, yeah, good. But you know, the way they switch from the bad to the good really fast, they can switch again from the good to the bad. So it is what it is. But yeah, for sure. I mean, it's good. It's good. I'm gonna open my Instagram right now and see what's going on. But you know, it's great. You know, I'm definitely, you know, one thing that I learned after my last fight is that, you know, I have to be focused on myself, and that's what I'm gonna try to do. You know, like you can't let others tell you how you should feel and how like you should do things. You know, sometimes it's good to hear opinions, but at the same time, it's good to have confidence on your own opinions and on your own way of dealing with things.
Yeah. Last thing for me, I know you're going to want to soak this up, man. It was an amazing win. Do you have an idea what you want to do at this point? I mean, do you sit around and wait for the title fight to happen and see how it plays out, or do you go book another fight before the end of the year? I mean, what do you think the move is from here?
We'll see. I mean, whatever that makes sense, I'm ready to go, and I don't think I'm going to fight before the end of the year. But, you know, like, sometimes, you know, like it's easy to trick me into good fights, you know, especially if they're good. Not into bad fights anymore, but into good fights for sure. Like they'll be like, you want to fight? I don't know, whatever. Who knows? Maybe, you know, February, like somebody like gets injured, and like who knows? You know, I'm one thing about me. I'll stay ready. I'll go back into the gym and train, and you know, I'll show up ready and put on a hell of a show for all the fans. And you know, you can count on me as a fan. You know, you can count on me. You know, and like for me, like to show up and to put on a great show.
Marvin, was his size a bigger factor in grappling or in the striking?
No, he was more. I mean, it was a factor on the striking more than on the grappling wasn't really like a problem. Actually, when he had like that head and arm, and I mean, Hummel is not here anymore. He's my jiu-jitsu coach. They know like for guillotines I don't tap. So he's like, I was like, go for it, fucking please go for it, because I know I was gonna get the sweep for sure. And he went. I kind of let it out. I stayed there. I'm like, yeah, find your time to go for it, because I know that was gonna be a sweep, and he did, and then I ended up on top. So in the grappling, I'm really confident, especially when it comes down to like putting me in real danger. Like you'll never see. Like, I mean, you never saw me in real danger in the grappling. So now, not in the grappling at all. More so in the power of the shots, and more so, I feel like, more the weight, more is hard to hurt somebody too. That I think, because I was throwing some bombs at him too, and he's like just taking them, and I kept throwing them, but he kept taking them.
Do you feel your chin now went to another level? People respecting you for the chin you show, because this is a guy that was basically a heavyweight in there, and he's hitting you on the chin, and you never even wobbled.
I have a good chin, man, and I think, like, chin, it's mental too. It's like it's willpower. It's like when unless it's flush, like if you don't want to get out of the fight and you want to stay in the fight, you'll get through the chaotic moment of that shot, So I think it's that, and then but that was a good shot for sure. The high kick was good.
And the other thing, I know fighters see the fights differently, maybe the judges or the fans or the media, but he, after the fight, said he thought he won the fight. And did he express that to you in the cage? And I'm curious, when the decision was announced, did you have any doubt? Like, did you believe, guaranteed you're going to win this, or is there any doubt as you're standing there waiting for Joe to announce it?
No, I knew I edged definitely clean 3 rounds. Third and fourth and first was definitely, I think that was a no-brainer. The second, the second was, he had that good shot, but overall I kept tagging him too. So, no, I think I had the fight. Significant strike talks for himself, and he had that momentum when he caught me with a kick, but overall. And then the fifth round, again, yeah, it's a 10-9 for him, but nah, I knew I had to fight. And then again, they said 48, 46, and when they said 46, I knew for a fact, because there was a point deduction, and I'm like, nah, then it's my fight for sure.
Hey, Marvin. A lot's been said about how big Paulo was, but I'm curious, how did you feel fighting at 205?
It's just, it's like the whole week felt kind of weird, because, I get up to 207, 208, even when I cut weight. But it's a little bit of a different weight, because now I had 3-4 days to build that weight that I lost again. So it's a little bit more of real weight. When you do the real weight get down to 186, 185, then it's more of water, it's a little more water retention, and so the weight difference is, it wasn't massive. It's just, I spar 205ers all the time. I spar 205ers almost more than 185ers sometimes. So I feel good, man. I know, like I said, weight to me don't matter that much.
He had a point taken away from him in the second round. Were you happy to see that? You think that was a good point deduction?
It was a hard eye poke. I was blurred for a good, even I started the fight again because I saw him fading, and I'm like, fuck, I prefer, because I wanted to finish this guy. So I'm like, I'm gonna fight with a little bit of a messed up vision, but I'm gonna push the pace again. But it was a hard eye poke, and it happens so many times to me. It's just crazy. With me, weird shit becomes normal now. Every time. I think in my last 3-4 fights, there was always either a ground shot or an eye poke. Almost in every other fight. Adestan's pretty professional on how he shows up. He's the champion. He better be. But yeah, other than that, then everybody, we all know what the shit that happened with my fights. But yeah, so I was happy, yeah, because they shouldn't do that. I never do it. You never saw me doing it. It's just, I feel a lot of times it's the way you train. It's if you don't give a fuck about putting out your hands like that, it might not happen, but it might happen. And if it does happen, it's your fault.
He was out here and he said the reason why he came in so heavy was because he had a bicep injury and it had to stop him training for a couple of weeks. Do you believe that, having fought him for 5 rounds, or do you think that maybe he was kind of pretending he was heavy and injured, or what do you think about his weight?
Fucking hell, can't you run if you have a bicep tear? I mean, to make weight? What is that? What's that excuse? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
So not believing that, no? I know.
I mean, no. Like, you can do pretty much everything with a bicep tear anyway. Like, I mean, it doesn't have to do anything with the weight. You can say, oh, you could have said something like, oh, I couldn't throw my right hand because of my bicep tear, but no, I couldn't make weight for a bicep tear.
Last thing for me, and I think I might know the answer to this. You guys just had a great fight, but do you respect him after all this stuff, after all the stuff he put you through this week?
He's full of shit, to be honest. I don't like how he carried himself. I don't like. Nah. I mean, if I see him right now, I probably won't jump him, but I won't even. I won't even share a glass of nothing. Like, fuck it. Like, you go your fucking way, I go my own way. You fucking lost. You're gonna give me 30% of your purse, and go run, fat ass.
Paulo was just out here and he said he does not owe you an apology. Do you feel like you are owed an apology from him?
I don't give a fuck. He's giving me 30% of his purse. I'm gonna buy another watch with his money.
So Dana also mentioned that it was 20%. Are you sure it's 30%?
He's a crybaby. He should have been 50 for 20 pounds. He's like 20, whatever, 20. He's not making that much money anyway.
Leading up to this, you went to the catch weight, and then it was like, let's push it up to 204. What was the negotiations like leading up to this? And did you request more as each request was made of you?
Ali, my manager, was pissed, man. He's like, fuck it. Like, this guy's playing games, and they don't like when you play games. It's bullshit. So he was like, oh, I can't do it. But he already knew, because Ali, he was telling me, like, this guy's going to try to push it to 205. Then they said, basically, actually, so there was a lot of talk, 195, 198, because I wanted him to cut some kind of weight. And then they said, we signed a contract at 198, for 195. For 195, we signed a contract. Then, I don't know, did we sign that one for 198? I'm not sure. Then, but there was a talk about 198. Then they signed the 205 contract, and we said yes to the 205.
What's going on in your head when it just keeps getting pushed back and pushed back?
Like I said, in my head, it was like, well, this guy wants out of the fight because he's not ready. But then my rational mind was saying, you can't think that way because it can be all that fucking trap. For what I know, I mean, I can definitely see that he's willing to scratch the fight, because I don't think that many fighters would have taken this higher on weight. But at the same time, if I do accept, I'm all in. I can't expect him not to be ready. So it was weird on my side too, because I had to stay completely focused, even on him making all this shit, where it kind of looked like he wasn't ready. Like I had people all the time telling me he's not ready. He wants out of the fight. He doesn't want to be here. I mean, you saw the performance. He came game. Like he wasn't out of shape or nothing.
A lot of people thought that you should have got more than 20%. Did you negotiate for more when he said, let's bump it to 204?
Listen, he was on, they told me, because I said I'm not on social media, but they were telling me that he was making videos about talking Brazilians, Portuguese, saying that we were trying to get out of the fight, that because we were making problems with weights. And the thing is, like, he was playing this kind of game with the purse too, because it's like, oh, if you take too much of my purse, then I'm out of the fight. So he wanted to fight at a higher weight with me not taking that much of the purse too. That's how fucking crazy it was. It's like, yeah, like, if you take too much of my purse, I'm out. If you don't accept the fight at this way, I'm out. So I pretty much accepted everything for this fight to make it happen.
So you didn't get anything more when they...
I don't care, man. He's not making that much money. I'm walking away with a good purse tonight.
And leading up, you kept going up as minus 180, which meant you were quite a big favorite in the fight. Did you feel that? Did you feel like you had that mental edge?
I think I had it all the time. I mean, I think I had it all the time. Yeah. for sure. I kept saying it. I'm the superior striker. I'm the superior boxer. I tagged him with so much shit. Like I landed 175 strikes, I think, on him.
But you, at no point you were really thinking of, I won't fight this guy, whatever it takes.
Nah, that's what goes through my mind. I'm like, I'm not gonna waste all my preparation because of some shit. I'd rather go out on my own. Like I was saying to the referee, like, let me go the fuck out if anything happens in there. Don't step in, nothing. Like that's how I see. Like, don't, like when I'm ready, I need to test myself. It's about that. Anything else? Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, the night belongs to Marvin Vettori, the Italian Dream. Man, what a stud, what a performance, what a win over the eraser, Paulo Costa. There was no weight class in which he wouldn't fight this fight, and he just told our own Scott Peterson that toward the end of the press conference. Jim Grieshaber, Jeff Cain here on YouTube. Thank you so much for being with us throughout the night, guys. We're going to wrap it up in just a few minutes, but what a night. I'm sure they're going to get people out of the Apex as quick as they can after all this time, Jeff, but Scott had the question at the end, did you ever think you weren't going to fight him at all? No. Did you ever think you didn't have the edge? No. He thought he had the edge all the way through. I'm a better boxer. I'm a better striker. I'm a better wrestler. I'm a better grappler. And he just felt like this was his fight no matter what happened, no matter what weight class. He wasn't going to let Paulo get away with it. He said it should have been 50%. The purse, and it didn't buy any of Paulo's reasoning why after, but said he wouldn't share a glass of anything with him. He said, go run, fat ass. I got your 30%. He thought it was 30, but I guess it's 20. So in the end, Jeff, we've talked a lot about Paulo Costa, but really who we should be talking about, and we will talk about him to close the show because it's his night. Unquestionably, it's been his week and his night. This fight night, this fight card, everything about it. The Italian Dream, Marvin Vettori.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting when he talked about the guillotine choke that he gave it to him. So because it would lead to a sweep. And I've heard fighters do that. Mayhem Miller would give up arm bars. His arm bar defense was so good that when you got him down, he'd give you his arm. And then you go for the arm bar, he would gain top position. And so that is enormous confidence in your grappling ability.
He knew it'd turn into a sweep. Yeah, and he knew it. You could see it on his face. He said, I knew it would turn into a sweep. And it did.
Yeah, I thought that was a very interesting comment. But yeah, just the way the whole negotiations took place, because like I said, the media can only, put out what they know. We didn't know that there was a 198-pound negotiation after the 195. And then we didn't know that Paulo was also laying out the demands that if you take too much of my purse, I'm out. And if you don't accept the fight at this weight, I'm out. And so I can definitely see where Marvin thought this guy's just trying to get out of the fight.
Yeah.
That was
but
interesting
then he showed
stuff,
up ready,
man, behind the scenes. Yeah, then he showed up
and
ready.
I wonder.
Yeah, thank goodness Marvin
ready
stayed
to
focused,
fight.
man.
Gave him credit. And I wonder if Scott can hear me. Scott Peterson on site in Vegas, been there the whole week. This whole crazy circus and everything. Are you there, Scott? Can you hear me? I'm hoping we can get Scott's take on what this whole week has been like being there front and center, because that's kind of. Oh, maybe we'll get Scott in a minute. He's doing 100 things up there, but great coverage wall to wall on MMA Weekly, on the website, on the YouTube, all the way across the social media platforms. Jeff, just crazy. I mean, you covered Fedor's fight in Moscow. You came on the show an hour late, thinking maybe you got a short day, and here we are, 4 hours and 45 minutes in to the show that will never end, the marathon here on MMA Weekly today. Man, what a day though, crazy.
And I still got it. My day's not going to be done for several hours because I still got to get the videos up. I haven't done the bonuses yet, and there's no article saying who won the main event yet. So all that's got to come down. But yeah, Scott's out there doing his thing. We've been here. It's been a long day, man. Like I said, Fedor fighting in Moscow, that you have to cover that. That's almost like a historic event, right? I mean, especially as an MMA fan, that you're not going to miss that, man. And then the UFC fights turned out to be an extremely entertaining night of fights with Alex Caceres coming back and winning, and then all the drama with the main event, and then the main event playing out the way that it did. I mean, Marvin talked about it, that head kick, man. I mean, it's just crazy how the amount of damage or the amount of big shots that Vettori was able to absorb tonight. because most 185 pounders cannot do that. We've seen it. We've watched Paulo fight his whole career. Those punches
Man.
put people down, and they didn't tonight. You know, it was just crazy.
It didn't put people down, and he hit Paulo 170 plus times. I mean, you think about the number of shots that Paulo took, the number of shots that Vettori took, looking at both of their faces. I mean, what an epic fight. One of the best fights I've seen in a long time. And we get a fight like this pretty much once a month now in the UFC. These types of fights with these types of athletes and competitors that we have, and we're spoiled, man. And you know, it was an incredible night of fights. No one's even talking about any of the other fights on the card, but how Alex Caceres came back not only from that knee, but the beating he was taking prior to catching that knee to get the submission win. You know, I mean, just an incredible job by him. There's Scott. Scott, can you hear me? We're gonna ask you your thoughts on the week up there, and you being front and center for the circus all week long, man.
I tell you what, being in the arena for the Alex Caceres fight, and then the main event, just insane. When Alex Caceres turned that around after basically almost being knocked out, and then spinning him, he's up against the cage, spinning him, taking his back, going to work on his, it was, not just going for the submission, but the strikes. That got my juices going. That fight. That was a great fight.
Scott, how about the whole week in and of itself? There's everything that happened, and not knowing if there's going to be a fight, and jumping from weight class to weight class, and everything that Paulo was doing, and how Vettori was handling it, and then the UFC silent until Dana's press conference after the fight. But then for them to deliver the way they did, what a wild ride this whole week was.
Yeah. You know what's funny is that I think it actually added to the allure of the event. Because, we noticed the numbers on this really went up, compared to a typical fight night. And, what was going to happen, and it was just such a weird, out of the ordinary, deal with the weights, the catch weights. Now we're at 204. And it seemed like, from what Vettori said up there was never a thought or question that whether or not he was going to fight. And so yeah, I just hope he got a little bit of extra money on the side from the UFC. He deserved it.
But I
agree with what you said. I think Paulo Costa, with that fight, earns our respect again after that. You guys didn't see. You saw him when he was limping off of the stage, right? You saw how stiff he
good
was.
shot. You got it. Yeah, he couldn't barely walk. He had his shirt off. He's all cut up. He's just
Well, what you didn't see is he was out there in the hallway. He couldn't. They brought a chair for him, and he just sat there. He didn't even leave the building. He was sitting there where people usually leave the building, and he was just sitting there because his foot was effed up bad. And so I didn't see if the paramedics came for him or what, or if they just got in the car and went to the hospital. But the guy's a warrior to come back and talk to us for so long after being in such pain and after such a brutal fight, a great fight. I mean, being inside the ring is just you just don't appreciate the power that's being emanated from these guys and transferred. Those kicks that Vettori was taking to the body. It was just like being in the arena. We're just like watching it, going, "What the fuck?" He's just taking that, walking through it. It's the greatest sport in the world.
And I think
guys.
that Paulo got lucky that Marvin was his opponent. I don't know a sane fighter on the planet that jumps up in fight week 20 pounds. Now I'll go 10, but I'm certainly not going 20, and I think that's just because it was Marvin. Anybody else tells him to go back to Brazil and fuck off, and that's the truth. Probably those exact words.
Yep.
I agree.
Dana said that, Jeff. Dana said, "Hey, if it had worked out any differently, he'd be on a plane back to Brazil with nothing."
Yep. Yeah, you're right, Jeff.
And
He's
Vettori
totally
would
lucky.
be fighting here, and Vettori would just be put on a fight night card or a pay-per-view somewhere down the line when a fight fell off. I mean, I think it's crazy that Marvin won the fight tonight, but I'm saying right now, if I'm representing Marvin, I'm not taking a fight 20 pounds over my weight class out of principle. It has nothing to do with whether I think I can win the fight or not. It's just out of friggin' principle. You're not going to tell me we're going to play to 21, and then when I show up, we're playing to 52. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. What an event they gave us. What a treat for fans on a Saturday afternoon. Can't really say night. It's almost night, but geez, I feel fulfilled after this event for sure.
Yeah, what a week for you, man. A whirlwind up there in Vegas. Just Scott Peterson, owner of MMA Weekly, I want to get your final thoughts. I know we got to wrap it up. They're going to make you leave there. But before you sign off with us, what are your final thoughts? In 20 years, how many fight weeks have you been around that are like this? Just what a crazy experience, start to finish. But all's well that ends well, and it ended perfectly, right?
Yeah, I don't remember a fight kind of like going like this, lead up with, you know, how goofy it was. A fighter coming in just like, yeah, I'm not going to make it. I'm, you know, just blatantly knowing he's not going to make. And then the circus, like Vettori said, 195. Then they wanted to boost it up to 198. Then they, you know, the 204. And you know, we didn't know everything that was going on, but it was bizarre. It was bizarre, but like I said, it ended with a special night of fights, and it was it was a good night. It was fun.
And here we turn the corner into 2 huge pay-per-views back to back in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't get to go to New York because I don't have the jab. So, but we'll have somebody there.
Okay, we'll have coverage there.
Yeah, New York.
Well, when you're not on site,
me.
The show's better. Are you going back to Fight Island, Scott, or are you sitting this one out?
I'll be sitting it out. I'm going through a move, so we'll. But we'll
okay,
still have.
so when you're not on the road,
I'm just
feels
not
better.
going. Yeah, I get 2 weeks off.
You get to be producer in the studio, the controlled environment. Well, I thought you did a great job today, man. Awesome questions in the press conferences, you know, with Dana and with Paulo and with Marvin. And I mean, I'm just proud to be a part of this team, and I'm proud to be a part of this sport on a day like today, period. That's all I can say.
Yeah, a special day. I love it when we have fights like this. And well, thanks, guys. I'm gonna jump off and get this last video up, and good work tonight.
All right, we're going to wrap it up unless you want us to keep going, but I think we've said enough. I think Paulo and Marvin and Dana and everybody spoke beautifully, and what an awesome night. Jeff, I want to get your final thoughts, man. It started with Fedor in Moscow. It's not ending for you anytime soon, but I mean, it could not have ended any better for these fighters and for the UFC. I mean, obviously, Paulo could have won, but other than that, your final thoughts.
Scott Coker and Dana need to get together and not do these shows on the same day. Let's start with that. Yeah, I think it was Marvin Vettori's night, you know, completely. I mean, yes, Fedor had a big moment today. That's nostalgia. Hardcore MMA fans love that. Russia is on cloud 9 right now. And then the UFC, like I said, it's all Marvin, because Marvin was the one that allowed that fight to happen. Then they both put in a great performance. You know, neither one of them stock falls. Marvin's going to jump in the middleweight rankings, and Paulo's going to go down. But we might have a new light heavyweight, sort of a contender, or at least an interesting player in that division, depending on what Paulo does. But definitely, in my opinion, Marvin Vettori deserves all the props today, because no fighter in their right mind accepts a fight 20 pounds overweight on 2 or 3 days' notice.
Very, very rare. That's Jeff Cain. I'm Jim Grieshaber. Call me Grease. My final thought is very simple. For 2 guys who did not have a lot of respect coming their way coming into this week, Vettori for what happened in the Adesanya fight, Costa for the Fight Island and missing the Whitaker, and everything that happened this week. Respect, respect, respect for the way that fight was put on, the show they gave us, and the way they conducted themselves in the aftermath. All the respect in the world back to Paulo Costa, the Eraser, and especially to Marvin Vettori, the Italian Dream. That's going to do it for us on MMA Weekly tonight. Fight Night Live from Vegas at the Apex. What a day of fights. Make sure you check out all the coverage on MMAWeekly.com. I'm going to tell you what, man, the largest independently owned MMA website in the world is MMA Weekly, the most trusted source in news and entertainment in the sport that we love the most. And really appreciate all you guys in the chat room tonight, coming strong as always. Back-to-back pay-per-views in the next 2 weeks. Fight Island, then Madison Square Garden. So many huge fights. We can't wait to be live for those. But for now, we're going to say goodnight to you, fight fans. Until next time, keep your game tight and your mind right. We are out.